Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
BH City Azure Cloud Sect by Mei and Bingting, who had just returned, were sitting in the inner conference room. Four Leaf, Six Leaf, and Kinghua were outside, secretly watching the two inside the conference room. Is that our senior apprentice sister? Is she really that amazing, Sister Kinghua? Of course, senior apprentice sister Bai Mei doesn't need any magic at all. I saw it with my own eyes. She just lifted a 40-meter-long magic greatsword and split the train station in half. Six Leaf's eyes sparkled as she looked at the senior apprentice sister inside with admiration. Six Leaf wants to learn that too. Although they were all inner disciples, there was ultimately a world of difference in strength. If given time to prepare, all the inner disciples combined would probably have a hard time dealing with Kinghua. But in a real chaotic melee, like a sudden encounter, if Kinghua didn't have time to prepare, the strongest inner disciple currently staying at the sect was actually Yumo. After all, in the current practical combat drills, even Bingtang had a tough time subduing her. As for the Four-Leaf and Six-Leaf sisters, they weren't particularly strong in combat. While they had basic self-preservation abilities and could hold their own even against a Class B disaster beast, they were undoubtedly at the bottom in terms of strength among the inner disciples. When they were promoted to inner disciples back then, it caused quite a stir within the sect. Of course, the two sisters also wanted to become stronger so as not to disgrace their status as inner disciples. But magical abilities couldn't be changed. No matter how hard they tried, they could only develop in the direction the sect master said, towards the obstacle of perception. Now, hearing that the senior apprentice sister could split a train station in half without using magic, just by using magical power, not only Six Leaf, but even Four Leaf showed expressions of longing and desire. They also wanted to slay disaster beasts one by one with a single slash, just like the senior apprentice sister. Should we ask the senior apprentice sister how she trains later? Hearing Four Leaf's suggestion, Kinghua was momentarily stunned. Didn't the sect master say you two need to practice spells more? We've already touched the threshold of spells. Six Leaf immediately puffed out her chest and said proudly, for example, right now Kinghua. Who do you think is the most powerful among the inner disciples? That would, of course, be the beautiful and powerful Four Leaf. Kinghua froze, then immediately covered her mouth, looking at Four Leaf and Six Leaf in confusion. Who controlled my mouth? I clearly wanted to say Lady Kinghua. This is what the sect master called the spell of unknowable confusion. Four Leaf also waved her hand, and a four-leaf clover drifted down onto Kinghua's head. Kinghua, who is the disciple most favored by the sect master among the 7 inner disciples? Kinghua's expression turned vacant, and drool trickled from her mouth. Gurgles. Looking at the dazed Kinghua, Four Leaf sighed. Forget it. If this goes on, Kinghua will turn stupid. Quickly dispel the spell, Six Leaf. When Kinghua regained her senses, she immediately shouted, You actually dared to use me as a test subject for your skills. You too. Quiet, Kinghua. The voice wasn't loud, but it instantly made Kinghua shrink her neck and glare fiercely at Four Leaf and Six Leaf. Four Leaf and Six Leaf also shrank their necks, not daring to speak. Everyone could tell that Lady Bingtang's tone carried a hint of killing intent. Although they didn't know what the two were discussing, Lady Bingtang's mood wasn't very good right now. It was best not to provoke her. Kinghua suddenly thought of something. Ah, right, where's Yumo? When she heard the sect master was back, she said she was going to greet him. Since we're on break these few days, she'll probably become the sect master's shadow again. Tusk, last time the sect master even bought her a little ice cream. Six Leaf wants one too. If your abilities aren't good enough to be a shadow, you'll just get beaten up by the sect master. Better forget it. The casual conversation of the three outside was naturally heard clearly by Bingtang. She brewed tea, first checked Bai Mei's physical condition, then brought up the matter of Jiangming. In fact, she had already received most of the information from Twin's report. Listening to Bai Mei's report again was just out of habit. She wouldn't go to such lengths for inner and outer disciples, but for inner disciples matters she always wanted to get a clear picture. After all, they were considered core members. She didn't want any oversights. After Master obtained the relevant technology from the Witch Association, he confirmed that the Jiangming Witch Association had no data on complete witches, and then proceeded to eliminate all members. Thus, our Azure Cloud sect made a stunning debut. Listening to Bai Mei finish recounting the events bit by bit, Bingtang moistened her throat and then asked, "That's great, everything went as you wished. Why do you still seem a bit down?" Then she heard the girl opposite cough lightly, sounding slightly lacking in vigor, as if somewhat guilty. "It's just that I feel guilty in my heart, unworthy of the sex cultivation." "Oh, is it about Ryu Yun? Do you think you didn't manage the Jiangming City Azure Cloud Branch sect well, causing a betrayal incident in front of the sect master?" Bai Mei blinked her mind's eye. "No, it does sound like a scandal, but sending you to Jiangming City was for medical treatment. The Jiangming City Azure Cloud Branch sect was obtained by chance. Knowing your master as I do, he wouldn't blame you." "No, master already explained this matter clearly to me. Your master never cares about who comes or goes." Bingtang sighed. "The Azure Cloud sect isn't that fragile either. All the branch sects have their own problems. Over these past 2 years, you've never complained to me about anything, and likewise, I haven't paid much attention to the Jiangming City Azure Cloud Branch sect either. If there's any blame, it's my problem first. Being able to establish a Jiangming branch sect from scratch under such circumstances is praiseworthy in itself. How could your junior sisters blame you? By May, you don't need to feel ashamed for them. Instead, you should feel proud." At this point, she couldn't bring herself to say that, for her own selfish reasons, she secretly had Master accompany her all the way in his purple form. She coughed again. Bai Mei picked up her tea to moisten her throat, then nodded. "What Lady Bingtang says is true. But about the Saint Hall," Bingtang seemed to remember something and asked, "is the sect master really planning to seriously and long-term operate this Saint Hall you mentioned?" "That should be the case," Bai Mei put down her cup. Did he tell you why he established the Saint Hall?" Bai Mei thought for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know. At first, I only thought it was to trick Ryu Yun and test her loyalty. Beyond that, I can't think of anything more. Master's thoughts are always hard to guess." Noticing the subtle expression on the girl's face before her, she asked, "Does Lady Bingtang know something?" It wasn't so much knowing something, but rather Bingtang remembered what the Saint Hall was. If you asked who, besides the sect master within the Azure Cloud sect, knew the most about the great deeds of the Azure Cloud sect's ancestors, it would naturally be Bai Mei. But if you asked who remembered the most complete list of the Azure Cloud sect's ancestors, Bingtang unquestionably deserved the title of Vice Sect Master and Grand Elder. Thanks to her daily habit of dusting the spirit tablets of the Azure Cloud sect's ancestors, she remembered all their titles and names. Mainly because over the past 2 years, Jiang Si would occasionally place new spirit tablets inside, saying the ancestors' names had returned to their rightful place today. Bai Mei couldn't keep up with the updates. "Of course I know. Actually, this is something you know too." Bingtang straightened the clothes in front of her and respectfully cupped her hands towards the empty air. "Azure Cloud Sect Vice Sect Master Bingtang respectfully requests the ancestors to take their seats." Seeing this, Bai Mei immediately also cupped her hands towards the empty air. An imperceptible trace of magical power pulled over a spirit tablet placed at the back of the conference room. The spirit tablet, enveloped in a blue glow, steadily landed in the middle of the table. Bai Mei closed her eyes to see. On the back, Saint and Evil Universe Saint Hall Master. On the front, Wang Meng. Bingtang said nonchalantly, "The sect master's reason for establishing the Saint Hall is none other than for the overall situation." Overall situation. With the witch associations in Beihai and Jiangming completely cleared out, the tripartite balance of power between the Azure Cloud Sect, the Disaster Control Bureau, and the Witch Association in the entire East China region has been broken. It has become a situation completely dominated by the Azure Cloud Sect. Although there are still many Witch Association members in other small cities nearby, they are ultimately a bunch of low-level cultivators without equivalent combat power to influence the current situation. Therefore, if there are no other changes, the Azure Cloud Sect is bound to become a thorn in the side of the Disaster Control Central Bureau, while also facing challenges from the Witch Association headquarters. Although we, the disciples of the Azure Cloud Sect, fear no edge, the sect master is kind-hearted. He has thrown out a mysterious and elusive fourth force, the Saint Hall, to fill the original position of the Witch Association in these two cities. The Saint Hall is even more mysterious and unknown, which will definitely consume more energy from the other two sides. This is exactly like the way of business. As she spoke, her voice gradually faded. The above is the sect master's true intention. After a long while, Bingtang sighed, "Bai Mei, do you believe it?" "No, probably only Ryu Yun would believe it." Although Bingtang appeared nonchalant, she was actually feeling somewhat sad inside. If he was satisfied with the Azure Cloud Sect, why bother creating a redundant Saint Hall? She and Jiang Si were connected in heart, so she naturally guessed that Jiang Si was probably dissatisfied with the Azure Cloud sect. But what hadn't she done well over all these years of hard work and dedication? Although she always appeared calm and composed on the surface, when it came to matters related to Jiang Si, it always reminded people that the current Bingtang was, after all, just a high school girl. Seeing her sad expression, Bai Mei held Lady Bingtang's hand and comforted her softly. "What's wrong, Sister Bingtang? Why are you suddenly unhappy? There's nothing wrong with Master establishing a separate Saint Hall, right?" Sister Bingtang was what Bai Mei called Bingtang back, when the three of them first established the Azure Cloud sect. Since the Azure Cloud sect was later established, this form of address had actually become rare. As for her address for Jiang Si, it changed from Brother Jiang Si to Master very early on. Now she couldn't even bring herself to call him Brother Jiang Si anymore. "It's nothing, I just feel like Jiang Si didn't even tell me." After complaining, Bingtang quickly composed herself. "Whatever, I'll ask him myself later. I see you have a few more bruises on your body. Did you spar with Jiang Si again?" Bai Mei turned her head away slightly, a bit unnatural. "MHM. I told you to be careful, you're already sick. No matter how much restraint your master has, if you get hurt during a fight, it won't be good. How many times have I told you?" Bingtang nagged while rubbing the bruises on her body. "If you feel any discomfort, you must go to the hospital early. Last year, the doctor called me saying you hadn't gone for a checkup in 3 months. You need to go for a checkup every month for your illness. Don't neglect your own health. And buy fewer useless water guns, save more money." As she went on, Bai Mei covered her ears and said helplessly, I know, Lady Bingtang stopped nagging. Actually, she felt a bit guilty. She had fought with Master for her own selfish reasons, making Sister Bingtang worry. And one more thing. Bingtang's expression turned slightly more serious. "Recently, I've heard some rumors from other cities. The Disaster Control Bureau has started recalling some powerful blooming magical girls back to the Central Bureau. According to our Azure Cloud Sex classification, most are at the late blooming stage and above. It seems like they're planning something big." Bai Mei was slightly taken aback. "My student in Jiangming City also said that King Lan and another blooming are going to the Central Bureau. I don't know if it's targeting the Witch Association, the Azure Cloud sect, or some other purpose. In any case, we need to be a bit more careful recently. It shouldn't be targeting our Azure Cloud sect," Bai Mei immediately said with certainty. "Whether it's King Luan or Beihai's Iris, they were both saved by Master and have a good impression of him. Plus, with the strength Master has shown, no matter how foolish the Central Bureau is, they wouldn't make an enemy of us at this time. Moreover, we've always remained neutral." As she spoke, she noticed Bingtang was just smiling and looking at her, so she stopped and asked softly, "What is it?" "I just feel our little sister, Bai Mei, has really grown up. Before, you would only wield your sword and slash away, always saying sword cultivators don't need to think. Now you can consider many things." Bai Mei turned her head away. "Isn't this because Lady Bingtang just taught me well? Regarding the current news about the Disaster Control Bureau, I've already sent twins to gather information. The Witch Association side should know more." As Bingtang spoke, she examined Bai Mei again. "I also heard from twins that you bullied her on the way. I just had her pour water for Master. Did that little junior sister actually complain? She's really seeking death." "What I heard wasn't just about pouring water." Bingtang flicked Bai Mei's forehead. "Don't bully twins, she's hardworking and pitiful. Your master is quite fond of her." "I know, if Master wasn't fond of her, how could he let her know his identity?" Bai Mei smiled helplessly. "It's just that our little junior sister has a flighty personality and gets carried away easily. I couldn't help but give her a little correction when I saw it. I'll apologize to her." "Forget it, twins is timid, don't scare her." "Is Lady Bingtang being too indulgent with twins?" "How could I be?" Just as they were chatting, a gust of wind came from outside. Bingtang glanced out and interrupted herself. "Yumo, has the sect master returned home?" The little girl over there was tightly clutching her hood. Her trench coat was wet with rain, making a pattering sound as she walked into the sect. He's home. Did you encounter any trouble?" "And no, Lady Bingtang, nothing at all." Watching the excited Yumo run to a corner and curl up on a carpet, Bai Mei naturally saw her guilt and flushed face with her mind's eye. Seems like something happened. It's just that Jiang Si's clothes were disheveled and Yumo saw." Bingtang stroked the ice crystal in her hand, understanding perfectly. "She's too easily embarrassed, little Yumo." Lady Bingtang doesn't seem to mind at all. Yumo seems to really like Master. Bingtang smiled faintly, she's just a child. Nodding slightly, Bai Mei murmured softly, "I'm just a child too, Sister Bingtang." And when the black dragon regained some consciousness, it had already discovered it couldn't move at all. The Witch Association's methods for controlling disaster beasts were layered upon layer on its body. A question arose in its mind. Who am I? Faintly, it heard the conversation outside. Naturally, I am now the sole person in charge of Jiangming and Beihai. Prove you actually distrust me so. Fine, I have no need for your support. Ha, since you are so sincere, then I, Jiang the Demon Butcher, cannot refuse any longer. Behold. Subsequently, the black dragon felt itself being grabbed out. It flapped its wings and finally faintly saw that delicate, youthful face. At this moment, it carried a hint of cold severity as he placed it before the profound mirror. There was a crystal ball on the profound mirror, and on the other side of the crystal ball were somewhat familiar figures. Witch Association members. Its memory hadn't fully recovered yet. It heard the young man's voice filled with pain and indignation. The blood cross mark and the form of my origi, S-level disaster beast. If this still cannot prove my identity, then our negotiations end here. After I trample everything flat with my disaster beasts, I will discuss properly with you. The two persons in charge of Jiangming and Beihai died at the hands of the Azure Cloud sect, yet you lot are still dilly-dallying, suspicious, and doubtful. Instead of thinking about avenging the two persons in charge, you are giving me, who has inherited their will, all sorts of trouble. No wonder our Witch Association is no match for the Disaster Control Bureau and the Azure Cloud sect. It's because of you petty people causing disturbances in between. The Black Dragon gradually recovered some memories. No, he's lying. He's killed so many Witch Association members and disaster beasts, never showing any mercy. How can he say it so righteously, even with a hint of grievance and unwillingness? I understand you also have difficulties, but what time is it now? Special times call for special measures. If you don't even know this basic principle and still don't dispatch complete witches to Beihai, after I fight to the death, all your arrangements here will be completely wiped out by the Azure Cloud sect. Do you know how terrifying an organization the Azure Cloud sect is? Once it grows stronger in the future, our Witch Association situation will only become more difficult. No, listening to you will make things more difficult. Don't believe him, he's lying. He's annihilating the Witch Association. When certain memories from Chilean began to revive in its mind, the Black Dragon's pupils finally cleared. It let out a series of low growls. Run. Don't listen to him, you'll all die. He's deceiving you. He wants to lure you all out and kill you. However, Jiang Si just pressed one hand against its head and exerted a little force, and it could no longer make a sound. That's right. You'd better send complete witches to support me as soon as possible. If you're really short on people, you can give me the method for creating complete witches. I'll personally manufacture the complete witches for Jiangming and Beihai. I have now inherited the will of the captain and Chilean. Just credit all their contribution points to me. I see you want to wait until later, no problem. I'll find time to make a trip. As long as I can contribute to the Witch Association, I, Jiang the Demon Butcher, will definitely spare no effort. What? The only support you can give is one injured, incomplete witch. What are you doing? Don't you want Beihai and Jiangming anymore? 31 provinces across the two cities of East China rest on my shoulders. The words, all living beings under heaven, are not for you to say to me. I must have 4 complete witches for support. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what will happen in East China. The frustration and impatience of hating iron for not becoming steel were so genuine that even the Black Dragon, which possessed part of Chilean's memories, became dazed. 2 complete witches, fine, 2 it is, I hope you can be quick. I know who doesn't have difficulties. Don't give me that. I'll return the 2 witches to you after I take control of Jiangming and Beihai. If you don't trust me, then simply don't send them. After a few more rambling remarks, they seem to have finally reached an agreement. The Black Dragon looked at the young man's indifferent face. As numerous magical threads began to tremble within its body, its gaze gradually became vacant. Who am I? I am Jiang Si, Jiangming City, inside a factory where work was proceeding like a raging fire. Ryo Yun sat next to a welding machine in the workshop, looking at the completely unrecognizable knuckle duster, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Almost done. For Ryo Yun, forging knuckle dusters wasn't anything too difficult. To add a bit more of a technical feel, she added even more things to the knuckle duster. For example, a few sharp spikes, some with hooks, a little bit of poison, and she also modified the structure of the middle finger part so the knuckle duster could fire bullets. Besides gunpowder bullets, there were also flashbangs and smoke grenades. Ryo Yun felt that since it was a weapon, it definitely had to have bullets, right? How could something be called a weapon without bullets? Actually, she had modified the magic wands for her friends in the Jiangming City Azure Cloud sect, and they could all fire magical bullets to some extent. It's a pity everyone didn't like using them. feeling they weren't magical girl enough. Is hacking people with a magic wand really that magical girl? Clearly, Teacher by May was the least magical girl one of all. Of course, in most situations, Teacher by May was the benchmark for a magical girl. Ryo Yun liked Teacher by May very much. Even though she was so powerful, she still acknowledged firearms and always said she wanted to incorporate guns as part of sword cultivation. Ryo Yun actually felt using firearms was a bit lacking for a sword cultivator. But as long as the teacher liked it, it was fine. Teacher Bai Mei was the person she most admired, her savior, not just a teacher, but also her elder and family. In fact, Ryo Yun often inadvertently thought of Teacher Bai Mei as her own mother. Miss Ryo Yun, were doomed. Hua Hu, with a face full of grief, came running over from a distance holding a stack of documents. Then she tripped and fell flat on her face, utterly incompetent. Although she was a cadre of the Witch Association, Hua Hu's control over polluted magic was appallingly poor. According to her own words, back then she managed to gain a foothold in the Witch Association by relying on her superb business talent. Ryo Yun sighed, picked up the pistol beside her, fired a shot at Hua Hu, and the documents scattered on the ground were quickly sucked over. She liked modifying all her tools into guns. However, she wasn't very satisfied with the design of this Beretta 92F. She had made it in a hurry before, and the trigger and magazine parts weren't very refined, too rough. The more she looked at it, the more displeased she felt. It lacked aesthetic appeal. Once it lost artistry, it couldn't be used as a weapon, only as a prop to play with. Picking up the documents and looking at them, acquisition proposal from the Ice Color Era group. Hua Hu got up, dusting off the dirt on her clothes while wearing a woeful expression. Yes, originally the young lady of their group personally said she wanted to discuss cooperation or something, but suddenly they want to acquire us. We barely managed to avoid the liquidation by the Jiangming City Disaster Control Bureau and the authorities. And now, unexpectedly, the Ice Color Era company makes a move, boo-hoo-hoo. It's no wonder Hua Hu was crying so sadly. Because she was facing a life crisis. Once the two companies were acquired, she would lose her qualification to stay in the Saint Hall. Back when the Saint Hall and the Azure Cloud sect acted together, all the members of the Witch Association were taken out one by one, even Chilean didn't escape. The reason she survived was because she, Hua Hu, could make money. She still remembered that purple-haired girl, like the god of death, who captured her. The terrifying strength and killing intent nearly scared Hua Hu into wetting her pants. She used many methods to beg for mercy and actually didn't lie. For example, she didn't do most of the evil deeds of the Witch Association. The harmful things were done by others. She herself just honestly conducted business activities. Although she also used some shady methods, she never actually killed anyone, at most drove others to bankruptcy. She admitted she was guilty, but it shouldn't warrant the death penalty and such. But at that time, no matter what she said, that St. Hall envoy had no intention of letting her go. It wasn't until Hua Hu said she had business experience, still held shares in several Witch Association companies, and could help her make money, that she finally managed to keep her little life. So for Hua Hu, these companies weren't just ordinary companies, and the money they earned wasn't ordinary money. It was her very life. Once the companies she managed in Jiangming City were gone, what that St. Hall envoy would do, she didn't even have the courage to think about. Thinking of this, Hua Hu immediately cried even more pitifully. Irritated by the noise, Ryo Yun picked up the water gun next to her and sprayed Hua Hu, who was crying with her mouth wide open. So noisy. Shut up. Choking, Hua Hu closed her mouth. Ryo Yun was never someone with a very good temper. She only restrained herself around acquaintances or opponents she couldn't beat. Towards strangers, especially people she disliked, Ryo Yun was always extremely irritable. Hua Hu happened to fall into the category of people she disliked. No matter what reasons she had, the fact that she worked for the Witch Association back then made Ryo Yun utterly despise her. She was only kept around because the Saint Hall needed her to run the companies. If the companies here were really gone, as long as the Saint Hall envoy gave the order, Ryo Yun would immediately kill this useless remnant of the Witch Association right in front of her. The Ice Color Era group, which company is that? Facing Ryo Yun's question, Hua Hu answered honestly, the biggest company in BH City. Their main business is extensive. The condiments, food, and daily necessities we buy in supermarkets all have their products. They have several complete industrial lines in East China. It's a world top 100 old enterprise, also a real estate giant in Beihai. They are the main partner in the current Jiangming reconstruction. Why do they suddenly want to acquire us? I don't know. Suddenly they said they were very optimistic about our prospects and wanted to acquire us for mutual development. Currently, the board of directors is very supportive. After all, it's a big industry, like hitching a ride on a powerful back. Ryu Yun held the gun, tapping the muzzle against her own temple. What are the implications? The management rights of the company won't be with us anymore, Hua Hu said quietly. Then it wouldn't really be considered a St. Hall asset anymore. Can we not get the money anymore? That's not necessarily. If acquired by the Ice Color Era Group, we'd receive significant investment. Plus, during this period when Jiangming is in reconstruction, as long as we can seize the opportunity, we can expand our scale by another fold. At that time, the operating funds would also be more. Ryo Yun looked puzzled. Then isn't that good? The problem is. Hua Hu whispered, in that case, the nominal ownership of the company would belong to the Ice Color Era Group, not our St. Hall. What does that matter? Chilean said, without your own assets, you can't be considered a major organization. Our St. Hall is a major organization, and what if I get optimized out? I don't care if you die. Ryo Yun waved her hand, casually throwing the documents back. What major organization? We don't need that. Our goal is only to make money. The St. Hall envoy said our current task is to get more money, then exchange it for points. I need points to exchange for the forging method of the Supreme Emperor's weapon. But if you think it's inappropriate, you can go ask the St. Hall envoy yourself. Hua Hu finally quieted down. Ryo Yun looked up, scanning the workshops around the factory. Countless weapons were continuously being produced. Not far away, there were rows of former Witch Association affiliates who, because of the Disaster Control Bureau's liquidation, could only hide here and work as ordinary security guards or guards. The St. Hall was short on manpower. Ryu Yun knew that. She and Hua Hu also didn't have the ability to find those magical girls and witches and invite them to join the St. Hall. However, Saints of the Hall, fall in. Following the command, rows of combat personnel holding guns and weapons marched into the factory in an orderly and solemn manner. Ryu Yun revealed a satisfied smile. Although the number of supernatural beings in the St. Hall was somewhat small, it didn't matter. Ordinary combat personnel, equipped with her weapons, could also participate in battles against magical girls and the Witch Association. With the magical weapons she created, as long as they coordinated properly, these ordinary combat personnel could also clear out disaster beasts. I need more funds to expand the ranks of the Saints of the Hall. Hua Hu was stunned. You're spending too much money, Miss Ryo Yun. The St. Hall envoy will be angry. This is for the future of the St. Hall. Ryo Yun declared confidently. The greater our strength, the more money we can earn in the future. The St. Hall envoy will definitely understand. In the future, the name St. Hall will resound throughout the world. The twins only caught a distant glimpse of Lady Bingtang and Beihai before running away. It wasn't that she didn't like going to act spoiled with Lady Bingtang, it was simply that she was a bit worried that once she went over, she would immerse herself in Lady Bingtang's gentleness and become a little good-for-nothing who could only crawl on the ground without Lady Bingtang. For a witch, once you become weak, it's hard to exert your full strength. That's how it was when she ran away from the Azure Cloud sect. There was even a time when she couldn't even use her copying ability. So it was better not to get too close to Lady Bingtang so soon. Those beautiful, gentle emotions were the deadliest poison for a witch. Only by immersing herself in filth could she be of help to Lady Bingtang. Go for it, twins, you're the best. When the time comes, tell Lady Bingtang your little thoughts. Lady Bingtang will definitely be moved to tears, then hug her fiercely, ruffle her head, and praise her, saying twins did really well. Just fantasizing about that scene made twins unable to hold back a silly grin, but she quickly regained her composure. Now was not the time to waste time daydreaming. She sat in the park taking out an almost withered vine from her pocket, and also a dead goo insect from Chilean. Cutting open her own skin, thick, polluted magic blood dripped onto the vine and the goo insect. Both the vine and the goo insect gradually regained vitality. Of course, it wasn't resurrection. This skill she had copied from a certain magical girl was actually about awakening the memories residing within living beings. The goo insect and the vine both retained the most complete and pure memories of the captain and Chilean, so using the skill wasn't difficult. Nor did she need to specifically filter out unnecessary, chaotic memories. Soon the vine transformed into the long-unseen miniature form of the captain. After being confused for a moment, it slowly said, I remember now, I'm not a disaster beast, I am. I am. I am the captain. Habitually patting the captain's dog head, twins praised the captain for reacting so quickly. But the goo insect next to her failed to transform into Chilean's form. Why isn't the child moving a stillbirth? Twins thought her ability had messed up. Poking it, she suddenly heard Chilean's angry shout. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Exchanging a glance with the captain, the two of them simultaneously let out a hee-hee laugh. Well, well, if it isn't our great Jiangming city director, Chilean. The captain said sarcastically. Looks like you've already dealt with the Azure Cloud sect, currently experiencing life inside a parasitic goo insect, huh? So fast, less than 3 days to handle the Azure Cloud sect. I, the captain, declare you the strongest. Ah, captain, you're underestimating Lady Chilean too much, twins chimed in with a giggle. Lady Chilean is truly peerless. It only took 3 hours to take them down. Wow, amazing. Who else but you could be worthy of being the East China Regional Director in the future? The captain said with a woeful face. We only lasted 3 years before being handled. Twins, you should feel ashamed. Wah wah wah, Captain, I'm sorry, Twins is useless. Even though you're also trash, Captain, it's still Twins' fault for being useless, wah wah wah. I'm in a good mood today, won't argue with you. Although the goo insect didn't speak, Twins could feel it heating up. It turned red. After a long while it finally said through gritted teeth, you plotted against me. Hey, don't say that, what do you mean plotted? The captain immediately laughed. We already warned you, the Azure Cloud sect is very strong. Even I only lasted 3 years. But you were always far worse than me, so lasting 3 days is pretty good. Not 3 days, 3 hours and 3 minutes, Twins immediately corrected. I was timing it the whole time. Where did you get 3 days? Even if you count the time spent traveling and finding people round trip, it was actually only 2 days. Tusk, look at you so sarcastic. After all, Chilean is also the director of a major city's witch association. Oh, I'm really sorry, Twins is too stupid actually telling the truth. Enough, the goo insect was almost glowing red, starting to smoke. That's about enough, you said you lasted 3 years. The Azure Cloud sect has only been active for 3 years. The reason you could last 3 years is because the Azure Cloud sect hadn't developed yet and you're actually proud of that. If it were me, I wouldn't have let the Azure Cloud sect develop at all. The captain said in a sinister tone, wouldn't let the Azure Cloud sect develop. If you hadn't gone to South China to pick up a couple of grief seeds from complete witches and stolen their abilities, you'd still be a stray dog on the roadside. What capital do you have to stop them from developing? Want me to calculate for you the time you went to South China? Even if we deduct the Azure Cloud sect's development time, they started clearing out the entire witch association in Beihai in their second year. Under the Azure Cloud sect's full-scale encirclement and suppression, I led the main force in a victorious strategic shift, developing the organization's scale outside Beihai, constantly stirring up relations between the Disaster Control Bureau and the Azure Cloud sect, even planting spies, inciting Disaster Control Bureau members to defect, dealing heavy blows to both the Disaster Control Bureau and the Azure Cloud sect simultaneously. These are the achievements I accomplished under the condition that the Azure Cloud sect had already fully developed. In the end, I almost succeeded in taking the entire city of Beihai. Planning for 5 years, fighting for 1 year, a decisive battle with the Azure Cloud sect at the peak of Beihai, lost by a single move. You, the Jiangming stray dog who got speedrun in 3 hours by the Azure Cloud sect, couldn't even apply a little pressure, yet you dare bark in front of me. The captain's words were forceful and resounding. If you want to beat me, you're still far from it, rookie. Beside him, twins started clapping. Clap, 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 Captain is mighty. Blowing a breath, the captain flicked his hair with a hint of arrogance. Azure Cloud sect prisoners fall in. Twins, holding the goo insect that had curled into a ball, stepped forward. Then she looked back at the captain and suddenly whispered, "Ah, wait, Captain, aren't we prisoners too?" So the captain also voluntarily took a step forward. Twins obediently took another step forward as well. What exactly do you two want? Hearing Chilean's somewhat frantic question, Twins immediately gave a hee-hee laugh. Isn't it because you lost so miserably? As colleagues, we must definitely get back at them. Find the witch association in the next city, vent our anger for us, take revenge on the Azure Cloud sect. Are you serious? Chilean couldn't help but say. Which city's witch association can handle the Azure Cloud sect? Hearing Chilean's words, the captain snorted again. Truly a stray dog, even your spine has been broken. Our witch association is full of talented people. There must be one that can handle the Azure Cloud sect. If you don't even have this much confidence, why did you join the witch association? And Twins whispered, this 3-hour speedrun thing is just too embarrassing. Everyone in the witch association is laughing at you now. Chilean obviously consumed so many resources, yet it was over in 3 hours. Who is so bored spreading the news that I got speedrun in 3 hours? Twins just made a report to everyone in the witch association, that's all. Twins said with a playful laugh. Lady Chilean, you had connections with quite a few other cities' witch associations back in Jiangming, right? The captain and I plan to find another powerful witch association to help us get revenge, and by the way, get revenge for you too. How about it? Very thoughtful, right? Wishful thinking, those are all my comrades, my colleagues, Chilean said coldly. I'm not like you two, I would absolutely never betray my companions. Twins made a bitter face. Captains look at her. The captain then snorted coldly. Treating those who secretly mock and laugh at you as colleagues and comrades, you really are pitiful. Better than you, Chilean's attitude also hardened. I will absolutely never betray my comrades. It's over, Twins whispered. What do we do now, Captain? Useless. The captain glanced at her then asked, Chilean, are you just giving up so simply? Precisely because I'm not giving up that I won't betray my comrades. HMPH self-deception. The captain said sharply from the side. Only you, a dead person, think acting like this means you haven't lost. Who in this world doesn't think you lost? Speedrun in 3 hours. Which member of the Witch Association isn't arrogant and proud? You say they are colleagues and comrades. Ask them if they're willing to acknowledge a speedrun loser like you as a colleague or comrade. Chilean was stunned. Members of the Witch Association should dare to draw their swords against the enemy. Do they know they're afraid of the Azure Cloud Sect? Isn't it that they're itching to destroy the Azure Cloud Sect and earn military merit? You're here being self-righteously moved, a pure joke to them. The captain continued in a deep voice. Recommend a powerful witch association to us. If they win, the Azure Cloud Sect is annihilated, your disgraceful record is wiped clean. If they lose, as long as the speedrun time is less than 3 hours, you won't be the most embarrassing one. No matter what you win, double win twice, don't you want to win? Originally hesitant, Chilean was somewhat swayed by the captain's persuasion. Really, is there anyone who can be worse than me? Don't worry, the Azure Cloud Sect's speed in clearing witch associations will only get faster and faster. Twins immediately said. The Azure Cloud Sect will grow stronger and stronger. For those not strong enough, 2 hours no, we'll customize one for you, help you secure a victory within 1 hour and 22 minutes. At that time, Twins will definitely do a big promotion for you. Make everyone forget you got speedrun in 3 hours. The captain added, of course, if you don't want to forget it. After all, this way you'll also go down in Witch Association history, be remembered forever. It can be considered becoming a big celebrity, right? Ha ha ha. Chilean roared, who wants to become a celebrity like that? Then she immediately said, I know of a city not far from Beihai. They've been preparing for 20 years. They definitely have a chance to annihilate the Azure Cloud Sect. This is not betrayal. I'm just giving them an opportunity to achieve great deeds and make a name for themselves. Exactly, exactly. Twins nodded repeatedly over there, then turned around, giving the captain a high five. The two looked at each other and smiled. There's no way we can lose. Camellia looked at the Disaster Control Bureau's grand welcoming ceremony with some trepidation. Starting from the entrance, several trains were blowing their whistles, draped with banners that read, Welcome the Central Bureau Magical Girl Inspection. On both sides, people were blowing trumpets, beating drums, and playing string instruments. The honor guard and band were out in full force. Was Beihai this extravagant and decadent? Camellia murmured a small complaint in her heart. They were always complaining to the Central Bureau about insufficient funding, saying they couldn't do this or that, but it turns out they're super rich. They even have the spare capacity to put on such a show. Welcoming her were Beihai Disaster Control Bureau's former Magical Girl team captain, Li Yi, the ever-present security team captain Susan, and the Magical Girl Peony. Currently, Keek still hadn't received permission to enter the Disaster Control Bureau. The former bureau chief was forced to retire, and the new chief, upon taking office, was swamped with a pile of matters and simply hadn't gotten around to this issue. Therefore, the only magical girl actually stationed full-time at the Disaster Control Bureau was Peony. After all, Leah couldn't transform, and the monthly report team and another magical girl usually worked in other departments. Iris had run off to Jiangming and hadn't returned yet today. It was said she planned to return to the Central Bureau first with Qingying. Looking at the defensive capabilities of the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau, Camellia couldn't help but sigh. If this were any other region, this place would probably be breached and occupied by the Witch Association in less than a day. Welcome, Miss Camellia, for your inspection. Leah wasn't very good at these things. Every time such occasions arose, Susan was the one who stepped forward. Her blonde hair paired with her unsmiling expression was perfect for greeting guests at a time like this. At the very least, Camellia, who originally didn't have a good impression of the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau, politely gave a slight bow after Susan spoke, just about to say something. Welcome, Miss Camellia, for your inspection. The honor guard behind Susan shouted in unison. Camellia gave a little shiver but still hugged her incubator tightly, putting on a little adult-like demeanor. There's no need to spend so much money. I'm not here to take up a post, I'm just here to inspect the Bureau's situation. Beside her, Peony waved her hand grandly. Don't worry, Miss Camellia. Our Bureau wants to spend money, but we don't have any. This was left for us by Miss Iris. She booked it for a month and paid in advance, so we might as well use it. Oh, it's Sister Iris. Then it's fine. After a moment's pause, Camellia nodded, her expression softening a bit. After all, Iris's style was well known among the magical girls at the Central Bureau. No one was unaware. Moreover, Camellia and Iris were somewhat acquainted. Seeing the other party's attitude wasn't so bad anymore, Leah then led her towards the Disaster Control Bureau, asking as they walked, Miss Camellia, what you saw outside back then, are you sure it was an A-level disaster beast? Absolutely, on Camelia's shoulder, the incubator spoke up first. Not just an A-level disaster beast, but one with the potential to advance to an S-level disaster beast. You need to understand, S-level disaster beasts are formidable monsters comparable to full-bloom magical girls. Every appearance is a major disaster. It's not confirmed yet, little N, don't talk nonsense. Susan rubbed her forehead. She, of course, knew it was the work of her sect master. When Jiang Si returned, Lady Bingtang and the true disciple Dandelion had been keeping watch. The sect master going outside Beihai to undergo tribulation had been notified to her early on. Within the Azure Cloud sect, not just inner disciples, even outer disciples knew that after reaching a certain level of strength, one needed to undergo tribulation to temper oneself. Because this was basic knowledge in the Azure Cloud sect. However, most magical girls had to undergo heart tribulations. In the eyes of the Disaster Control Bureau, this was actually when magical girls encountered difficulties and broke through mental barriers to advance further. Of course, the sect master naturally needed to experience the more difficult heavenly thunder tribulation. The stronger one was, the greater the tribulation they had to undergo. Susan had received the news and had been making preparations within the Disaster Control Bureau to prevent Bureau personnel from going to cause trouble and ruining the sect master's tribulation. She hadn't expected the Central Bureau's magical girl to arrive today. Fortunately, no major disaster occurred. If they had hindered the sect master's tribulation, she would have committed a grave sin. But it was actually an S-level disaster beast. Although she didn't know what he did, Susan still felt a wave of admiration. As expected of the sect master, he could create such a big commotion. Susan tried hard to make the image of the sect master in her mind become Shin's form. But Jiang Si kept popping into her head from time to time, making it impossible for her to fix the sect master's image as that petite, beautiful purple-haired magical girl. She shook her head violently, trying to clear everything from her mind. She couldn't go on like this, Susan. If this continues, what difference is there from having a crush on Jiang Si? Jiang Si was, after all, the sect master and also Keek's older brother, and also. Wait, maybe having a crush on Jiang Si wasn't actually a problem. Suddenly realizing this, Susan's heartbeat accelerated wildly. What's wrong, Susan? Peony beside her immediately noticed her reaction was somewhat abnormal and touched her forehead. Do you have a fever? No, Susan immediately brushed off Peony's hand and took a breath. It's nothing. I'm just worried about whether that disaster beast might reappear and if the Witch Association has other schemes. Don't worry, Camellia beside her immediately said. We've already checked. The lightning didn't leave any traces. Neither that poor unlucky young man nor the disaster beast survived. They probably won't reappear. It's because my ability wasn't enough. I couldn't stop them. As the girl spoke, she began to blame herself. Lee went over to comfort her for a couple of sentences. The four of them passed through the cloud layer and entered the Disaster Control Bureau building. The honor guard and the performance hall stopped there. Camellia finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was still very nervous with so many people around. But now there were only 4 people, and they were inside the Disaster Control Bureau, so her expression gradually turned stern. As an inspection envoy, even though she had just stepped into blooming and her strength wasn't that formidable, she represented the Central Bureau. Naturally, she needed to display authority and presence, especially since the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau had consistently received poor evaluations from the Central Bureau over the years. She naturally needed to interrogate them properly. Let's go to the conference room first. After saying this, the 3 current and former magical girls of the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau exchanged glances. They all knew the main event was about to begin. This time, the Central Bureau sending an inspection envoy was naturally not that simple. After entering the conference room, as soon as Li Yi closed the conference room door, the entire room suddenly went dark. Turning around, they saw Camellia had turned off the lights and strode towards the podium at the far end, silently starting to arrange things on it. Susan smiled slightly, walked to the side to prepare tea, leaving only Peony and Leah standing awkwardly at the entrance, unsure what to do. The conference room was now only lit by faint light from the curtains and the sounds from the table. The entire space began to exude a oppressive atmosphere, instantly making Peony and Leah feel like they were seeing something unclean. Leah recalled the gazes and presence of her parents back then. It made Leah start to miss her sister. Peony thought of her time working at the school. Damn teacher meetings and damn head teachers. I've already resigned and they're still chasing after me. Please take your seats first. Peony and Leah looked at each other, both seeing the discomfort in the other's eyes. They had no choice but to walk towards the table to find seats and prepare to sit down. Camellia rummaged through the podium but didn't find what she wanted. Where's the computer in your conference room? And because it was basically never used, the former bureau chief sold it off a long time ago. Little N's record that misappropriation of public property. The incubator immediately pulled out a laptop from who knows where, opened it, and started clacking away at the keys. Wait a minute, the former bureau chief that was. Please take your seat. Olea was stunned and sat down speechlessly. Did you sell the projector too? How could we? We never had one from the start. Camellia nodded. Embezzlement of public funds lining one's own pockets, I see. Hey, I say you. Thump and Camellia took out a seal and stamped it on the table. Please sit. Peony immediately became obedient and sat down meekly beside Leah. Camellia glanced at the notebook, then also sat down with a serious expression. It is now 8:24. Before you is the Disaster Control Central Bureau East China Region Magical Girl Grand Study Inspection Envoy Instructor and Lecturer, the Magical Girl Camellia. Every word you speak will become the standard for the Central Bureau's future evaluation of the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau. I hope you will be careful, cautious, and honest, taking responsibility for every statement. As she spoke, she stamped the seal again. Otherwise, my power as an inspection envoy is unlimited. Camellia's small frame suddenly emitted immense authority, making Leah inwardly groan. Without any time to prepare, it had suddenly begun. The inspector's manner immediately made her visualize her parents before they got angry. That seal was probably a magical tool used to record and detect lies. Leah had heard her sister mention before that inspection envoys carried such items. This was bad. They were passive from the start. They would probably face endless questioning next. Camellia's lips curled up imperceptibly. The training from her senior before departure was indeed useful. As expected of a senior, it was effective immediately. My, how high and mighty. Susan placed tea in front of Camellia, speaking with a touch of disdain, looking down at the petite inspector girl. Sounds like something you big shots from the Central Bureau, who don't understand the difficulties on the ground, would say. Then, completely unafraid, she sat in the first seat closest to the podium, slightly lifting her chin, her attitude arrogant and somewhat cold. Ask whatever you want. Leah gave her a thumbs up in her heart. Well done, Susan. You didn't disgrace our Beihai Disaster Control Bureau. Just like that, pull the momentum back. Camellia, however, nodded indifferently. Resisting inspection, little and keep recording. Peony and Leah covered their faces, unable to bear watching. Jiang Si opened the window and took a deep breath. The air this morning was good, but even better was the continuous magic power transmitted from his own nascent soul. Yesterday's negotiations with his witch association colleagues not only secured the great medicine of 2 complete witches. He also learned the locations of witch associations in other cities. Twins had also told him which cities witch association had more disaster beasts. As targets for his own 8-sided support, he stretched his limbs. While stepping into the nascent soul stage was indeed pleasantly surprising, and he even knew this path was unobstructed. In reality, it only stabilized his own strength at seedling peak perfection. It was slightly disappointing. If based on his own comparative theory, his main body should have advanced to a level comparable to Golden Core peak perfection, not the seedling peak perfection that was a whole major realm lower. But the tribulation had already been undergone. Saying he didn't advance at this point contradicted cultivation theory, but what kind of person was he, Jiang Si? Having long communed spiritually with the Azure Cloud sect's predecessors, how could he not have anticipated this situation? This matter was utterly ordinary, nothing more than lacking the necessary conditions. The cultivation classics in his mind numbered in the thousands. He could easily list several situations. Not having cultivated a life-bound technique, thinking carefully, he indeed hadn't developed a unique spell belonging to his main body yet. Not having refined a life-bound magical treasure, Waiting to get the knuckle dusters back from Ryu Yun, he could start considering refining a life-bound artifact. Incomplete cultivation method, innate deficiency. The Witch Association's disaster beast method was ultimately an inferior product. Fortunately, his improvements still couldn't achieve greatness. No matter, he could continue to humbly seek advice later. Jumping levels too quickly, needing to consolidate, the Flame Emperor back in the day consolidated for 3 years after advancing from king to emperor. My physical body jumped from early seedling to seedling peak perfection in just a few days. Consolidating more is not a bad thing. Lacking a mouthful of innate chi to refine, the spiritual energy here is so scarce that even the heavenly tribulation needed me to arrange it myself. At worst, I can disperse my cultivation and start over later. After all, it's an external path nascent soul weak enough. No, a good external path is no worse than the orthodox one. Once I open the path to heaven, mine will also be an orthodox nascent soul. Contemplating these extremely important matters, Jiang Si came out of the bedroom. After washing up, he saw Keek dressed in formal attire. She even wore a bit of light makeup, looking much more spirited than usual. She wore a pair of red leather boots she had been reluctant to wear before, looking as formal as if going out on a date. He thought for a moment. Middle school students dating seemed a bit too early. But then again, thinking about those parents, they probably wouldn't care about such things, so he didn't plan to interfere either. With the power of a magical girl, she shouldn't get bullied anyway. Walking to the door, he asked, "You don't have class today?" "Keek, it's a holiday today." "Hello?" Keek stiffly turned her head to look at Jiang Si. "When will teacher Shin come?" Only then did Jiang Si remember he promised her yesterday that Shin would come. Even on a holiday, she still wanted a magical girl teacher to come for extra lessons. As a student, Keek was undoubtedly outstanding. Jiang Si glanced at the time. She'll be here in a while. Keek looked at her older brother again. Jiang Si was already at the door changing his shoes. "Aren't you going to wait for teacher Shin to arrive?" "No, I have things to do today." After all, he still needed to properly plan the cultivation path for the nascent soul Dao. He had to go to the Azure Cloud sect in the afternoon. Keek immediately stiffened. It's just me and teacher Shin talking." "You're not that little anymore." Faced with her older brother's statement, Keek immediately made a bitter face. "Not that little is true, but isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to tell teacher Shin about this kind of thing?" But seeing Jiang Si's unyielding attitude, Keek didn't dare say anything. When their relationship was bad before, she naturally wasn't afraid of Jiang Si. At worst, he'd beat her to death. Later, after becoming a magical girl, she also thought, at worst, she'd beat Jiang Si up. Since their relationship was like that anyway, it didn't matter. But after their relationship eased a bit, much of her past fear of her older brother returned. Back when Jiang Si got angry, not just her, even their parents would give in. Although at home, Jiang Si almost never got angry, most of the time his attitude was one of indifference. Get along well, don't argue. Jiang Si habitually instructed before heading out. Keek felt a bit speechless. How would she even get into an argument with teacher Shin? He's really worrying for nothing. But thinking about having to tell teacher Shin herself that Jiang Si actually likes Kingfisher, Keek felt uneasy. Would she take her anger out on me and deal with me together? But then she thought teacher Shin wasn't that kind of person, even though she seemed to really like Jiang Si. However, in her heart, the thought of the two of them breaking up stirred up an emotion she couldn't tell was expectation or joy. That emotion even made her feel somewhat relieved. She didn't know if this emotion came from teacher Shin not being taken away or from her older brother not being taken away. Or perhaps both. Keek took a deep breath, patted her cheeks, and told herself not to overthink. She carefully tidied up her appearance once more. "Come on, Keek, you can do this." Sitting on the podium, Camellia tensed her body, looking serious. "First, I'd like to ask, does your Beihai Disaster Control Bureau know the mission of a magical girl?" "To earn monies." "That was Peony, former teacher." "To protect others." "That was Li Yi, current captain." "Cut the nonsense. What does this have to do with what we need to discuss?" "That was Susan, eager to regain the upper hand, high school dropout." The girl on the podium, however, surprisingly shook her head. "I know you're anxious, but don't be in such a hurry. Before that, I'd like to show you something." The incubator immediately pulled out a small projector from who knows where again, plugged it into the laptop, and after some fiddling, images appeared on the white wall behind the podium. "Regarding breast development issues, we have always conducted in-depth research to benefit all women." Wrong one, wrong one. Camellia hurriedly turned off the video and opened a new one. Amidst melodious and infectious music, Camellia picked up her tea again, pretending to be calm. "This is the right one." As the music gradually intensified, the dark screen displayed the smiling faces of different women. Then the images faded, and in an emotional broadcaster's voice the video title gradually appeared, Magical Girl Grand Study. Then they heard Camellia say, magical girls must know what they are fighting for. This is the Central Bureau's promotional video. I hope you can watch it carefully and then feel the responsibility you bear and the weight of the term magical girl. You notice the number in the lower right corner of the video, 33 min. Were they going to watch the whole video? Here, now, really. In short, miracles and magic are not free. We must fight for our own wishes and also for the happiness of everyone. The impassioned narration accompanied by emotional music came to an end. The three who finished watching the video each let out a long sigh. Finally over. Then they saw Camellia clicking a few more times and a new video started playing. Magical Girl Grand Study 2. The predecessors. Camellia played several videos in succession. By now, the three magical girls from Beihai in the conference room had been force-fed over 3 hours of inspirational speeches until they were dazed, slumped in their seats with lifeless eyes. That should be about enough, Camellia thought. She had followed the procedure taught by her senior. First, use the inspection envoy's authority to pressure them with presence, taking the initiative to her side. Then, in the name of the Magical Girl Grand Study, disrupt their rhythm. Use her identity as an instructor to play a series of study videos, imparting the virtues that magical girls of our Disaster Control Bureau should possess. After all that, if she then started questioning them in the role of a judge, even the most ill-intentioned magical girl would have her conscience awakened, right? She wouldn't keep lying through her teeth. And they probably wouldn't attack her either. There had been cases before where inspection envoys were injured by local disaster control bureaus. Camellia must be careful and cautious. Her first inspection mission must be completed perfectly. Thinking this, as she took out a USB drive, she saw the three below suddenly look shocked, snapping out of their daze. Wait, there's more. It's over now. Camellia blinked, opened the contents of the USB drive, and displayed PPT slides about BH City and its surrounding economic development, as well as the development status of the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau. These were made from report documents provided by the former Beihai Disaster Control Bureau chief. After you finish looking at these, we'll start answering my questions. After the three finished watching, Camellia noticed out of the corner of her eye that Susan and Peony exchanged a glance and sighed helplessly, no longer possessing the aggressive momentum from the beginning. Her heart relaxed a bit. Great, everything is going exactly as the senior predicted. It works. The path is open, now just move forward. Thinking this, Camellia put down her teacup, picked up the seal and stamped it on the table again. Now the questioning begins. Camelia's tone suddenly shifted. Why is the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau so weak? I've also looked into it. Your magical girls are pitifully few, and you don't even have a single blooming magical girl. Does this mean your Beihai Disaster Control Bureau has been negligent in its duties, never taking work seriously these past few years? There aren't few magical girls in Beihai. I've walked around the city, there are quite a few magical girls. However, they aren't employed by the Disaster Control Bureau. Instead, they are members of the Free Magical Girl organization, the Azure Cloud Sect. Am I right? Seemingly not expecting Camellia to suddenly shift tactics, Susan opened her mouth about to refute, but Camellia didn't give her a chance. She continued with a serious face, interrogating. I've heard that when you first arrived, the Beihai government specifically halted a project to allocate funds to you. Yet the Disaster Control Bureau made a complete mess of it, wasting all the resources. Not only did the original project incur losses, but the investment in the Disaster Control Bureau also yielded no returns. The recently mobilized resources were all wasted. It could be said the losses were severe. Susan tried to interrupt her. This has nothing to do with the current state of the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau. How could it have nothing to do with it? Another loud stamp of the seal, like a judge delivering a verdict, interrupted the other side's defense. Camellia fired off a series of prepared questions from the computer. My turn, still my turn. Maintaining her momentum to pressure them like this, while secretly using magic to employ blooming-level magic suppression, exposing all the problems of the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau, preventing them from even thinking of making excuses. Only then could she get the most truthful answers. Everything was prepared according to the senior's training. Combined with my careful and cautious operation, I can definitely safely and perfectly complete the Central Bureau's inspection mission. You can do it, Camellia. Are you so anxious because you have a guilty conscience? However, Susan's leisurely sentence reversed the flow. Miss Camellia, do you truly have a thorough understanding of the current Beihai? Walking on a secluded park path, Jiang Si looked at the few not very high-level grief seeds in his hand and sighed. It was getting harder and harder to find higher-level disaster beasts in Beihai. He then experimented. His magic power couldn't expand to cover the entire city. After all, he was only at seedling peak perfection. He could only cover half the city. Moreover, the magic consumption rate was much faster than in magical girl form. He had almost forgotten what the magic consumption rate was like during the seedling period. But it might also be that polluted magic itself had a faster consumption rate. Speaking of which, this magical girl's magic power had a major flaw at full bloom, from a traditional cultivation perspective. Actually, this magic power is probably just the spiritual energy of the mortal world, right? After reaching a certain realm, spiritual energy either becomes difficult to advance with or starts having various flaws that affect one's realm. After becoming an immortal, one needs to upgrade the spiritual energy to immortal chi to advance further at a fundamental level. Looking at it now, this polluted magic isn't actually polluted magic, but true immortal power. It's just that, for various reasons, its form isn't apparent. The so-called pollution is more like a positional difference causing a favorable imbalance. The Azure Cloud sect had also sent a message, saying the Central Bureau had sent someone to inspect again. He wasn't very interested in the Disaster Control Bureau right now. He just let the Azure Cloud sect disciples handle it themselves. Now that he had mastered the method of controlling disaster beasts, the fastest way to quickly strengthen his power was to create and control more disaster beasts. He needed the support and assistance of witch associations in nearby cities. Now that he could be considered the overall person in charge of the East China region, witch associations in other cities should also provide him with resources. Unfortunately, Beihai currently had almost no powerful disaster beasts, only trash C-level and D-level ones. Even controlling them would be meaningless. He wanted to try if his method could control A-level disaster beasts. According to previous information, in neighboring Hulan City, the Witch Association had accumulated disaster beasts for over 10 years. Hulan City had always been judged by the Disaster Control Bureau as similar to Beihai back in the day. Because there had been no disaster beasts or magical girls for many years, it was considered an uncontaminated area. Therefore, the Disaster Control Bureau hadn't established a branch in Hulan City. However, due to Beihai's previous experience, Hulan City still retained a disaster beast monitoring agency. Once a disaster beast appeared, nearby disaster control bureaus would be quickly notified to handle it. But a simple monitoring division couldn't detect the Witch Association's movements. The elite Witch Association members who had been lurking in Hulan City for 10 years had secretly bred hundreds, even thousands of disaster beasts, forming an army. They were just waiting for the right moment to take down the entire Hulan City in one go. Presumably, the moment they were waiting for was him. If there could be some battles, that would be even better. Having just advanced to nascent soul, he definitely needed some practical combat training to consolidate his realm. He had thought coming out for a stroll might lead to some opportunities. But Beihai nowadays couldn't even find a single Witch Association member. Morals were declining, opportunities were getting harder and harder to come by. After finding and dealing with a few more small disaster beasts, Jiang Si finally stretched. He was pretty much fully familiar with it now. His coordination with the nascent soul was becoming more and more seamless. He didn't even need to control it. The nascent soul could actively supply him with magic power. Continuing would just be a waste of time. He glanced sideways at Yumo hiding in the corner. This girl's ability to conceal her aura was getting stronger and stronger. Sometimes even he couldn't sense her. Just by following him, she could progress to this level. She had probably stepped into the threshold of contemplation entering the Tao. It was truly gratifying. He must also make Keek speed up her progress. Checking the time, he took out the miracle seed. Time to go back and give Keek special training. Beihai Disaster Control Bureau conference room. While Camellia was spacing out, Susan continued. Do you truly understand Beihai's current economic development? This has nothing to do with the questions. Only children think it has nothing to do with it, Susan immediately reprimanded. Camelia's hands trembled slightly behind her back. Is this right? This scenario wasn't in the preset plan. Why can she still refute me? Shouldn't she be scared by Camellia and honestly answer questions? What should I do now? Susan, having turned the tables, questioned aggressively. If urban development has nothing to do with the Disaster Control Bureau, then why does the Disaster Control Bureau ask the city government for money? The money in the city government comes from citizens' taxes. If you take citizens' money, you must ensure their safety and lives. How can it have nothing to do with the Disaster Control Bureau? Your Jiangming City's Disaster Control Bureau has developed well these years, but what about its economy? What about the employment environment? In the end, when the Witch Association controlled half the city, what remedial measures were taken? Camellia sniffled. Why am I the one being questioned now? So strange, what did Camellia do wrong? Why is the direction completely off? Senior, what should I do about this situation now? Camellia doesn't know. Camellia finally mustered her courage. Then has the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau done so well these years? The losses you caused. You don't need to ask the citizens of Beihai, just ask Jiangming and other nearby cities. Who doesn't know our Beihai civil engineering is #1 under heaven, Susan said proudly. Beihai's economic development in recent years is evident to all. No matter how many disaster beasts appear, they have never affected BH citizens' travel. Doesn't this count as the Disaster Control Bureau's contribution? Li Yi and Peony both brightened up, nodding repeatedly. As for the losses, we don't deny the losses from back then. Susan sighed. I don't want to make excuses, but the fact is, even if we hadn't come, the Beihai government back then planned to halt the project. They just used us as a reason. Later, they pinned the entire failure on us. The intricacies here, you're still young, you can't grasp them, I don't blame you. Camellia snapped out of her daze and nodded subconsciously. Oh no, my mind is starting to wander. I didn't hear clearly what Miss Susan said. I really want to call the senior. After taking a long, deep breath, Camellia said softly, I see. It's my fault for not investigating clearly. However, the Disaster Control Bureau's main task is still to eliminate disaster beasts. That's why there's the Azure Cloud sect. Susan said solemnly. We intentionally fostered a free magical girl organization capable of protecting Beihai, reducing expenditures and the pressure on the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau. Isn't it the same wherever magical girls protect the city? Leah coughed, lowering her head, carefully counting the ants on the ground. Even though there weren't any ants inside the Disaster Control Bureau, Peony excitedly clapped beside her. That's right, this is our Beihai Disaster Control Bureau's strategy. How could you kids understand? This is the method of adults. As expected of Susan, you saw right through the former bureau chief's plan. Shut up. Hello? With one sentence from Susan, Peony quieted down. Anyway, that's how it is. Because we intentionally transferred the tasks of dealing with disaster beasts and the Witch Association to the Azure Cloud sect, we had more spare capacity to develop the civil engineering team, using more allocated funds to benefit citizens and promote Beihai's economic development. As for evidence, did you really look carefully at the economic report records you just displayed? How many cities' economies compare to our Beihai? And the Azure Cloud sect always appears in time to handle problems the Disaster Control Bureau can't solve. Once is a coincidence, but every time, Miss Camellia, do you want to go check? Although Li Yi and Peony felt like sitting on pins and needles, they still kept straight faces and looked at Camellia. I object. Camellia raised her hand, interrupting Susan's lengthy discourse. Then she took out her phone. The phone was in a teddy bear protective case, fluffy and very cute. Camellia connected her phone to the computer, opened a folder, and clicked on one of the videos. On the large projection screen behind her appeared a taxi driver. Peony thought he looked familiar and was even more sure when he started speaking. That road rage driver who had driven her before. The Disaster Control Bureau, I can't be bothered to talk about them. They love glory and deceive both superiors and subordinates. Their favorite thing is to immediately claim the Azure Cloud sect's merits as their own. Corrupt, really damn corrupt, but what can you do? They have thick skin, shamelessness is a virtue. After the video ended, the entire conference room fell dead silent. Camellia tilted her head, examining Susan. What about this one? After a long silence, Susan brushed back her blonde hair and said earnestly, Camellia, you need to understand the more practical work you do, the more people you'll offend. You can never avoid 1 or 2 people who don't understand or even oppose you. But I have over a dozen more here. The inspection envoy selected another video in the folder. Should I play them all for you? No need. Susan immediately refused, then sighed. I know the public doesn't understand or support us. You just said the public supports you. There will always be those who support, but also those who don't. Half and half. But here I don't even have halves. The sample size is too small, surveys can have deviations. Susan coughed, Peony and Leah both sighed, even Susan probably couldn't hold on anymore. There's a limit to blatant lying. Now that their true state had been completely exposed by Camellia, there was really no way to cover it up. The Central Bureau Inspection Envoy is truly terrifying. Captain Susan, you've already done your best. This is enough. You didn't need to face an opponent you couldn't possibly defeat. But the Azure Cloud sect is actually a branch under our Disaster Control Bureau. However, with just one sentence, Susan made the two of them look at her with newfound respect. A lie that couldn't even fool a child, spoken with such conviction. What a sense of belief this was. Camellia tilted her head, didn't refute, but instead looked at Li Yi and Peony and asked, "Is that true?" Both of them nodded repeatedly. Camellia fell silent for a moment, then revealed a relaxed smile, giving a small nod. Okay. The other three also breathed a sigh of relief, finally managed to bluff through. Then Camellia, while packing her things, said somewhat apologetically, "Let's stop here for now. Where's the restroom? I need to use it. I think I drank too much tea." After someone showed her the way, Camellia walked out alone, trotting into the corridor. Her originally somewhat naive smile gradually turned into one of panic. She hugged her incubator, her tone a bit urgent. "It's over, it's over. Little N, the entire Beihai Disaster Control Bureau is already filled with Azure Cloud Sect people. Magical girls from the Disaster Control Bureau would never so obediently watch the grand study for so long and dare to refute an inspection envoy. There must be something wrong with all of them." As she said this, Camellia suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Then she noticed that the picture frames in the surrounding corridor, which originally depicted various magical girls, had all turned into four-leaf clovers. Four-leaf clover. She suddenly remembered something. Back at that place with the rolling heavenly thunder, she seemed to have seen a four-leaf clover. A four-leaf clover floating in the air. Because the lightning was so dazzling, she hadn't paid attention. While wandering around BH City, she had also seen it in many people's eyes. And just now, in the teacup she drank from, a four-leaf clover had also appeared. Why had she only realized it now? A chilling cold air rose from the depths of her heart. Whether from dizziness or cold, Camellia felt she could barely stand. Why had she and Little N back then so decisively believed that the S-level disaster beast's birth had failed? The disaster beast's birth failed, why was what they saw the truth, Little N. She tried hard to call her incubator, only to find the incubator also looked dazed, its pupils reflecting four-leaf clovers. So many four-leaf clovers. Her consciousness gradually drowned in a sea of four-leaf clovers. Did the S-level disaster beast really not get born? So scary, Beihai. After the four-leaf clovers gradually disappeared. "What do you mean, stick out your tongue?" Keek sat there stiff as a board, completely at a loss for how to respond to Teacher Shin's question. Crap, she's going to hate me. A flood of panic thoughts raced through her mind. Immediately pretend to be a witch. She still didn't want to die, pass, then play dead. Yeah, right, change the subject. Too clumsy. Better to play dumb and act oblivious. WL, isn't today Wednesday? Keek raised her right index finger, forcing a serious tone. Teacher Shin must have sensed it too. The air's composition is 80% nitrogen and 20% ammonia. Oh no, what am I even saying? There's also oxygen, carbon dioxide, methane, helium, calcium, magic factor, polluted magic, and then Ritalin, Pardot, Teacher Shin's perfume factor, and so on. My brain feels like it stopped. Most people don't realize there's also trace amounts of dark Gavitsong, which can react organical something with radiation's ponalsm to produce a magical girl. Move my brains. I believe you can get past this. Also, last Thursday was a full moon, which means at noon today there will be an Eruskavat manifestation. Among those who constantly gather intel, some have already noticed that it has started. That is the Doru-Xenoblin reaction. Therefore, Teacher Shin, sticking out your tongue isn't very appropriate. Keek forced a dry laugh. It's kind of weird, it might scare people. She thought she was going to die, but Teacher Shin, though a bit puzzled, instinctively licked her lips and didn't press further. Keek let out a relieved breath. Never read romance manga again. It's all Yi's fault for recommending them. She planned in her head how to get rid of the romance manga in her bedroom that had led her to such fantasies. Meanwhile, Teacher Shin still stood there, not at all indicating she would sit. Keek's heart thudded. She didn't know whether Jiang Si had told Teacher Shin anything, but she had just called her Teacher Shin. If the teacher misunderstood and thought she'd been imagining something weird, that would be a disaster. No, would she be angry? While she fretted and didn't know how to start, Shin spoke first, still not awake. Awake. Keek answered immediately. She raised her voice, then prepared to get straight to the point. But Shin didn't look at her, only said casually, "Go wash your face." Keek deflated, oh. All her momentum gone. As a result, everything she had planned to tell Teacher Shin stayed locked in her throat. She obediently got up and went to the washroom, washed her face and tidied her hair. Feeling a bit more spirited, she peeked at Teacher Shin through the washroom. She really was so cute, so beautiful. If Jiang Si could date someone like her, if his parents were still alive, they'd be so happy. She's just a little short, and Jiang Si isn't very tall either. Maybe their kids won't be tall. What would mom and dad think? No, stop, what am I thinking? Height doesn't matter. A girl like Teacher Shin is a once-in-a-lifetime blessing if you can win her. Yet he doesn't cherish her. Feeling sorry for Shin, Keek wiped her face and watched the teacher's movements. Like she was at home, Shin casually picked up the throw pillow Keek had carelessly dropped. She placed it by the sofa and tidied the blanket Keek had kicked askew. So practiced. And that posture made it look like she treated this place as her own home. Did Jiang Si bring teacher Shin back here when I was at school, or did Shin secretly come near the house to observe? She lost herself in flights of fancy while watching Shin arrange the table as if she'd done it countless times. When Keek came out, Shin set down what she was carrying and stared at her. Well, Keek stewed over how to begin. After all, telling someone their boyfriend might have ulterior motives and not truly love them was painful to say. If she were in Shin's position, no matter how gently one put it, it would hurt. So she planned to be tactful and start elsewhere, teacher Shin. Are you thirsty? I don't drink waters. The waters. Dead end, instant failure. Keek scratched her head in an awkward laugh and continued, then would you like some fruit? There's no fruit in the house. Wow, in the house, she said it so naturally. Completely acting like the lady of the house. Why is teacher Shin so practiced? Bro, how many times have you brought Shin home? We barely even know each other. When I wasn't around, bro, what did you even do with teacher Shin? While Keek fretted, she offered, I can go buy some now, it's close. No, Ned, don't waste money. Typical hostess thinking. Teacher Shin has already mentally moved in, hasn't she? Bro, you're really something, Shin likes you so much. So how long are you going to stand there? Keek blinked, then sat down immediately with an air of preparing for a heart-to-heart. Shin's lips twitched. Her cold purple eyes finally showed a hint of movement. Are you? Teacher, please sit. Keek looked at her seriously. I have something important to say. Shin nodded, then hurry up. Keek froze, her voice turning softer. It's just. Teacher Shin, do you know Senior Kingfisher? Yes, very formidable magical girl. Then how do you view Senior Kingfisher? I want to fight her. Keek sucked in a sharp breath. Teacher Shin wants to spar with Senior Kingfisher on a date. No, impossible. Shin isn't crazy like Jiang Si. Maybe Shin is just very competitive or she sensed a threat from Kingfisher. Could it be she's already noticed something? Maybe. Still, it's strange that her thought aligned with Jiang Si's, wanting to spar with Senior Kingfisher. Thinking about it, Shin and Jiang Si do share a lot of similarities. So the idea that lovers grow similar and become like one person might hold some truth. Or simply the two saw each other because they were similar in so many ways. Seeing Keek zoning out, Shin urged nothing else. Keek heard the impatience and forced herself to say, there's one more thing. She peered cautiously. She couldn't understand why Shin's eyes carried a faint despair. Did Jiang Si tell you? Why he had you come? Oh yes. Hearing Shin's reply, Keek breathed out. Oh, that's good, then we can get to the point. Keek stood and finally spoke seriously. Teacher Shin, if Jiang Si actually likes Senior Kingfisher, what should I do? A long, unbearable silence. Shin pondered for a long while, then slowly nodded. It's okay, I like her too. Keek went blank, huh? Although she didn't know what Keek had been thinking, Shin had at least pulled her out of her panic. When she explained clearly that she had come to train Shin, Keek kept her head down the whole way and didn't raise it. Teenage girls were tricky, probably stalling against training, not wanting to exercise, not enough practice. Transformed, Keek followed Shin to the northern outskirts of Beihai. Shin originally wanted to go to the site where she had previously undergone tribulation, but it was under Disaster Control Bureau control. They had to find another place. Luckily, Beihai was big. From east to north, uninhabited land wasn't hard to find. Many wastelands were left from failed development projects. When the Disaster Control Bureau first came, they halted many outer city projects. That left many plots abandoned. Though the economy improved in recent years, there wasn't enough reserve to restart those interrupted projects. The northern wasteland they found still held half a ruined factory. There were actually many wild animals now. Someone had been bitten by stray dogs there before. Although deserted places with few people seldom produce disaster beasts, if someone dies in such a cursed place, the resentment can often give rise to a disaster beast embryo. Wild beasts may mutate and grow more aggressive. The Bureau once cleared beast clusters in this factory to prevent small disaster beasts from harming residents. But recently Beihai had been overwhelmingly busy, and the Bureau lacked spare hands to clean up again. Although the factory housed some resentment, wild beasts and similar things, that resentment could coalesce into disaster beast embryos. Typically those embryos are weak and rarely exceed C-class. Most dissipate naturally. After all, wild beast resentment can't sustain a disaster beast for long nor form a powerful one. However, from this factory came the aura of a B-level disaster beast. Keek, head still bowed, lifted her head in shock. B-level disaster beasts are extremely rare in Beihai. Shin stood atop the factory ruins, and one by one the creatures emerged from the wreckage, 7 or 8 of them. Of course, they were all enhanced by her. After her flesh had advanced to seedling peak perfection, the improvement to her magical girl form was actually limited. In terms of sheer power, the current blooming peak great perfection is already the limit. One more step forward would be full bloom. Without clarifying what full bloom entails for magical girls, she wouldn't rashly seek further breakthroughs. But that didn't mean there were no changes. At least in magical girl form, her control over polluted magic had improved markedly. Still, as a magical girl, the conflict between pure magic and corrupted magic remained. To fully wield corrupted magic, she needed her physical form. As for these small disaster beasts, most would vanish on their own. She used disaster beast manipulation techniques to forcibly infuse polluted magic into these barely formed embryos, pulling out so many B-level disaster beasts, enough to be passable. They had a time limit though, at best 10 minutes before all the beasts disappeared. Extremely strong magic is too much for those incomplete beasts to sustain. 10 minutes. Let me see your strength. Before Keek could react, Shin's delicate index finger touched her. All the disaster beasts roared and charged. Keek flustered, produced her magic wand, and blasted the lead beast away with a power surge. She had planned to unleash her full strength and impress teacher Shin. Her training recently had been unquestionable. She had trained hard and was currently the top local magical girl in Beihai's Disaster Control Bureau. Less than 2 weeks since transforming, she had become the strongest in Beihai. Keek felt a small pride, but after sending the first B-level beast flying, something felt off. In Beihai, she'd mainly faced weak beasts. B-levels were rare. The Bureau's simulation trainer could replicate some B-level beasts they had defeated, so Keek had a sense of their average power. Her serious magic blast, even if it didn't kill, should have severely wounded a B-level. But the flying B-level only flipped twice and got back up, charging again. After frantically repelling one B-level, she slipped and was slammed by another and flung away. Too fast and completely unlike usual B-level beasts. Strong defenses, sharp reflexes, and uncanny ability to exploit her flaws. Teacher, you're cheating. She wanted to complain, but it was training, she couldn't make a fuss. Gritting her teeth, she gripped the wand, shape-shifted it into a magic spear, and timed the instant when 3 beasts converged. She leapt to the side and pierced all 3 at once. The magic spear with 3 beasts skewered pinned them to the wall beneath Shin's feet. However, without the wand, her magical power and control weakened. Fighting bare-handed with B-level beasts, she could barely form magical spears, but without the wand's assistance, their force couldn't even pierce the beasts fully. She inflicted wounds that only enraged them. After some time, Keek was slammed away again. Her magical outfit began to loosen. She scrambled up and saw many beasts charging with no way to evade. Keek drew a deep breath. It felt like half an hour had passed. She had never imagined B-levels could be so tenacious. 4 of them were already pushing her to the brink. Before, she'd been killing them with 1 blast each. She concentrated, held her breath, and extended a single finger. Above the 4 beasts, a massive magical finger instantly manifested. A surge of magic thundered down, pinning the 4 beasts hard into the ground. Great Baron imprisoning heaven finger. Keek's days of hard practice were not wasted. This move subdued all 4 beasts. However, she was still inexperienced. Mirroring teacher Shin's method, after the strike her internal magic faltered. She wondered where she'd gone wrong. Just then she heard a roar. The beasts under her Great Baron imprisoning heaven finger struggled and actually pushed her finger up. Shaky, she rose. When Keek tried to use the move again, she collapsed onto the ground. Her magic couldn't support 2 uses of the Great Baron imprisoning heaven finger. The beast's roars filled her ears, and her magic dwindled so severely she almost couldn't maintain her transformation. Keek could only clutch her head, look up. At Shin's command, Keek forced herself to lift her head against instinct and fear. A giant purple finger slashed into view and instantly crushed the 4 charging beasts. Compared to her limp, weak finger, Shin's strike, though on a smaller scale, had incomparable power. Keek sat on the ground, panting, facing so many B-level beasts at once had left her strained. She hung her head slightly, crestfallen. She had wanted to show off but almost reverted to her original self. She felt so ashamed she couldn't look up. Not bad. Shin's grudging acknowledgement came, and Keek raised her eyes to that cold, refined face. She smiled sheepishly but was also a little proud. These B-level beasts were truly strong, almost an A-level. She had tried her best and she'd done well. Her happiness was short-lived. Shin continued, but your Great Baron imprisoning heaven finger is a mess. Her smile vanished. First your magic control, practice on your own, there's no shortcut, just hard work. Shin crouched, picked up a twig and drew on the ground. The overall magic flow is correct, but details are off. It should flow from Lao Gong, Yujai, and Xiaofu points finally to Zhangcheng. Your speed and direction are wrong in places. These are minor, try more and you'll understand. She had demonstrated clearly before, but Keek needed to practice herself to reveal what she didn't understand. Finally, and most importantly, Shin looked up at her. You lack presence. Keek gaped a lack of presence. Yes, not only no presence, but you should start with great barren imprisoning heaven finger right away. Shin grabbed her hand. Keek stiffened and didn't dare move. Only then will you have the ancestral bearing of the Azure Cloud sect. Keek didn't understand the Azure Cloud sect ancestors. She only felt the teacher's hand burning hot, probably due to magic, her whole arm seeming aflame. The warm touch turned into a hot iron block, even painfully prickling. Enduring it a moment later, Keek found it less painful. A warm force spread through her body, her once crimson seed took on a faint purple tinge. Whoever is under your finger, treat them with the mentality and presence of crushing an ant, Shin said sternly. That is the great barren imprisoning heaven finger. Magic strength for magical girls largely comes from a believing heart. The great barren imprisoning heaven finger is the same, you must possess a heart that can crush anyone to use it. Keek nodded dazedly, I understand. Then continue. Shin stood, I'll supply the magic. You just keep practicing the great barren imprisoning heaven finger. Keek nodded and rose, then felt the world tilt. A massive B-level disaster beast looking like a cross between a jeep and a heavy truck charged from the factory with terrifying momentum. Before it reached them, the gale blew Keek away. Looking up, she saw Shin lightly perched on the beast's forehead looking down at Keek from above. Mark me as the target. You must use the great barren imprisoning heaven finger with the mindset of crushing me like an ant to pass. Keek went black at once, this is it. Keek, don't run, don't escape. Shin teacher Shin. Face me, don't hide, use the great barren imprisoning heaven finger. Gritting her teeth, Keek turned and summoned courage, flying straight at the unstoppable beast and teacher Shin. Facing the charging beast and Shin head-on, her eyes widened and hardened. Even if it's the teacher, even if it's the teacher. With all her might in midair, she condensed the great barren imprisoning heaven finger, pressed it down again. Boom. Finally, with the added presence, the great barren imprisoning heaven finger succeeded in pinning the beast to death. But Keek had reached her limit. Both mind and body exhausted, she ended her transformation and lay on the ground panting. She didn't know how many times she'd pressed the finger. Her fingers felt about to break and still hadn't killed them before. She had been pursued for over 2 hours, 2 whole hours. Could B-level disaster beasts be this terrifying? If Shin weren't her brother's lover, Keek would have thought she wanted to kill her. Looking up, as the beast was crushed, Shin was in the midst of it too, and when the beast dispersed, Shin floated to the ground without a scratch. All right, that's enough. Though not entirely satisfied with the final result, Shin's assessment was largely expected. Many Azure Cloud sect disciples get stuck here. In the sect, only those who can perform the complete great barren imprisoning heaven finger on her count as having learned it. With endless magic practice, Keek had basically mastered the technique's details. Usage was fine, she just lacked presence, needed more time to comprehend it. Keek rose and was about to speak when Shin suddenly grabbed her miracle seed. Before she could react, she felt a large amount of corrupted magic poured into the seed. Keek startled, fearful, and helpless. Teacher, why? Think I'm too weak. Don't want me as a magical girl anymore. It's not that harsh, is it? But a moment later, all the corrupted magic in the seed condensed into a small black flame. Compact and weighty, yet it didn't damage the seed. This is the ember of a fallen heart flame, Shin said calmly. If you can refine it, it will do you a lot of good. The polluted magic scent reminded Keek of when she had transformed into a witch before. She truly had some aptitude for polluted magic control. Seeing Shin watch her and even design a special training plan, Keek felt simultaneously moved and guilty. Teacher, I will master it. Keek vowed with all her might. Shin didn't doubt Keek's talent. Once she grasped the method, she would learn quickly. She considered teaching her more skills. Training ended. After parting ways with Keek, Shin went straight to the Azure Cloud sect. The one waiting at the entrance as usual was Bingtang, holding a stack of documents. Want some water? No. Bingtang glanced at the still transformed sect master and felt puzzled, but also a little pleased. In ordinary non-combat days, seeing Shin wasn't easy. Do you have a mirror? At Shin's question, Bingtang rummaged in her bag. Oh, forgot it today. Didn't we say the sect shouldn't keep mirrors? It disrupts the immortal aesthetic. Shin nodded and fell silent for a moment, seeming lost in thought. Then suddenly she stuck out a small portion of her tongue at Bingtang. Is there something strange about my tongue? Nothing unusual, everything's normal. Though Jiang Si wanted to reach out and pinch Shin's little tongue as a joke, Shin casually slapped his hand away. After receiving the answer, the sect master finally detransformed. Bingtang was a bit curious. What's wrong? Why ask that suddenly? Nothing. He thought there might be some problem, but it seems Keek was just talking nonsense. Jiang Si habitually picked up his exercise equipment. He hadn't worked out for 2 days, and his whole body felt like ants were crawling all over it. While fighting could also get his body moving, exercising with equipment ultimately made him feel more comfortable. The comfort of fully stretching every single muscle was something no massage could compare to. Watching Jiang Si start fiddling with the exercise equipment, Bingtang also told the little girls to go outside first. Because after exercising for a while, Jiang Si would take his clothes off. And indeed, after sweating, Jiang Si took off his shirt. Seeing the faint black patterns still appearing on Jiang Si's body and his blood vessels seemingly turning somewhat black, Bingtang felt a slight worry in her heart. However, since it concerned power, she knew asking would be useless and would only annoy Jiang Si. Bai Mei has already gone back. She plans to properly manage the Azure Cloud sect in Jiangming City and asked me to tell you not to forget to send her the continuation of the Azure Cloud ancestors' stories. Got it. I want to ask you some things about the Saint Hall. Jiangxi paused his stretching movement. What do you want to ask? Is the establishment of the Saint Hall serious? How long do you plan to keep it going? Bingteng asked seriously. Bai Mei cares deeply about her student Ruo Yun. If this is just fooling around, I'll make preparations for her in advance. Even though she left the Azure Cloud sect, she shouldn't have to lose her ability to transform into a magical girl. Oh, you mean that? Jiangxi nodded. As long as it wasn't interfering with his money-making, it was fine. The Saint Hall is definitely serious. It won't disband anytime soon. In the future, it will become a branch of the Azure Cloud sect, probably the artifact refining branch. After all, Ryu Yun's main ability was artifact refining, which couldn't be found within the Azure Cloud sect. He had many weapons he wanted to try. He'd let her refine more. He couldn't possibly let her go. But he hadn't thought of specific weapons yet. Although the Supreme Emperor's weapon was good, if its power wasn't sufficient after being refined, it would utterly ruin the prestige of the Supreme Emperor's weapon. That was absolutely unacceptable. He needed to let Ryo Yun practice with some mid-level weapons first, like life weapons or life treasures. Once her level was higher, then she could refine the Supreme Emperor's weapon. Over there, Bingtang also breathed a sigh of relief. I see. Does the Saint Hall need my assistance? That's not necessary. The sect master immediately agreed. It's just a small organization. You can manage it yourself. No need to trouble him. Bingtang was certainly capable, but once she started managing it, all the money would have to go through her, and she would question everything he wanted to do. Too troublesome. He established the Saint Hall precisely to freely use money. If he let Bingtang manage it again, wouldn't he have established the Saint Hall for nothing? The Azure Cloud sect's money had to serve the Azure Cloud sect, paying disciples' salaries. But the Saint Hall's money was entirely his own. As for Ryo Yun and Hua Hu's wages, they could figure it out themselves. Jiang Si wouldn't bother. Although Bingtang felt a bit regretful, she also knew she had to give Jiang Si some freedom. If she controlled everything, he probably couldn't stand it either. Moreover, everything needed contrast. Jiang Si probably didn't fully appreciate how hard she worked on many things daily. Letting him manage a small organization himself would likely make him realize her hardships. Surely he wouldn't be a hands-off boss for such a small organization too, leaving everything to others. Thinking this, Bingtang felt reassured and didn't pursue the Saint Hall matter further. After Jiang Si finished exercising, rinsed off, and put on his clothes, Bingtang called towards the meeting room, "You can come in now." The little girls who had been chattering noisily outside the door and near the meeting room swarmed in. King Hua immediately threw herself beside Bingtang, chattering excitedly, "That's great, Lady Bingtang, the sect master didn't dump you." Although she didn't know what the sect master and Lady Bingtang talked about, ever since Lady Bingtang spoke with the senior apprentice sister, Lady Bingtang had looked serious and in a bad mood. As a love expert, King Hua could tell at a glance that it was probably the sect master planning to abandon Lady Bingtang after toying with her feelings. That's why Lady Bingtang's mood was so low. It's wonderful that the sect master is willing to return to Lady Bingtang's side, woo-woo. Bingtang helplessly gave her a flick on the forehead. What nonsense are you spouting again? Want to be confined? I was just worrying about Lady Bingtang. 4-Leaf and 6-Leaf ran to Jiang Si's side, showing off, sect master, we've already mastered the unenlightened confusion. We're not far from the ultimate divine insight into obstruction of perception you mentioned. Void-proof Great Forest Wood is within sight. We just successfully tricked a blooming rank magical girl inspector from the Central Bureau. Oh, well done. Yuma worked hard too. Became stronger. You've worked hard too. Watching the pair of disciples chattering noisily and somewhat clamorously, Jiang Si suddenly remembered something. He pulled a phone from his pocket and looked at King Hua. King Hua. King Hua, who had been laughing and joking with Bingtang, turned around to see the sect master casually toss the phone over. She hurriedly caught it. A kind-hearted person gave it. They're a fan of the Magical Girl Idol project. Hearing the sect master's explanation, King Hua turned on the phone and opened the game. When she opened the inventory, her eyes widened. Holy crap, how much money did this cost? We're rich, King Hua will love you forever, sect master. King Hua excitedly lunged forward, wanting to hug the sect master, but was grabbed by the back collar and lifted up. Bingtang said calmly from behind, even if the sect master gave it to you, you're not allowed to get addicted or waste money. Grinning sheepishly, King Hua nodded repeatedly, speaking deliberately formally. With the cultivation resources bestowed by the sect master, I'll never need to spend money again, hee. King Hua will also be a top-tier cultivator from now on. Bingtang glanced around. Yumo, 4-leaf and 6-leaf all looked envious. After all, going out and coming back with a gift just for King Hua. Even Bingtang felt a bit envious. But Jiang Si clearly didn't care at all. Somebody from the Disaster Control Bureau forced it on him anyway. Giving it to King Hua to handle was just making the best use of it. He had previously considered charging King Hua a fee, but with the Saint Hall, a fully confident Jiang Si didn't plan to take that little money anymore. After giving it away, he prepared to go out. Bingtang followed behind him. Yumo and the others really want gifts too. Seeing Jiang Si completely indifferent, Bingtang had to spell it out. Could you bring them some gifts too? Thinking for a moment, she took some cash from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Si. It's a bit pitiful to let them just watch King Hua enviously. Please help buy some gifts. 4-leaf and 6-leaf just want some tasty snacks. As for Yumo, give her some pretty accessories. Hair clips are best. Her hair clip needs replacing anyway. Jiang Si calculated the amount given was substantial. Even after buying these gifts, quite a bit would be left. He nodded and accepted the money. He asked bluntly, have you found the location of the Witch Association in Hulin City? Twins has already found it. The specific information has been sent to you. When do you plan to go? Now. A pair of polluted magic wings suddenly unfurled behind Jiang Si, startling Bingtang. Battle Qi transforms into wings. The dense corrupted magic power now on the sect master's body was as docile as pure magic. But ever since Jiang Si detransformed, Bingtang hadn't sensed any polluted magic, and Jiang Si hadn't replenished any either. Meaning this polluted magic appeared out of thin air. The exquisite control and surging amount of magic made Bingtang's heart sink slightly. If this continued, Shin would probably become even harder to appear. I need to test my new powers. Jiang Si had been very impatient recently. After advancing, a strong enemy should immediately come to fight, showcasing the results and necessity of the advancement. Yet he had wandered around Beihai for so many days without encountering one. How could he consolidate his foundation? How could he continue deducing this nascent soul path? How could he identify deficiencies through combat and cultivate innate spells to complement his nascent soul? And how could he refine magical treasures while carrying an invincible momentum? He could no longer hold back. All right, anyway, Hulin City is close. If you take the train from North Station, it's just over an hour. No need, I'll fly theirs. Then I'll have 4-leaf help hide you. As soon as Jiang Si stepped out of the sect, his massive wings flapped, stirring up billowing dust on the ground. He shot into the sky. Bingtang chased a few steps, shouting after the sect master before he got too far. Twins also said you must drag it out for 3 hours. Remember, you must wait 3 full hours before completely wiping out the Witch Association in Hulin City. Got it. Hulin City Underground Bar, the noisy music made Twins cover her ears. She hated environments like this. Hopping and skipping through the crowd on the dance floor, as if having no collision volume, she ghosted her way to the quiet private rooms in the back. After passing the 3rd private room, she boldly yanked the door open. Red Crane, Twins came to play with you, Tilda. The room was quiet, the TV wasn't on, and the room was clean. A few magical girl posters hung on the walls. However, there was no information about magical girls in Hulin City. Because it was designated a safe zone, all magical girl news had been blocked for the past 20 years. 3 people sat in the center, 1 woman, 2 men. Nothing else was on the table except peanuts, melon seeds, and a few bottles of drinks, not even alcohol. The 3 held cards and some scattered cash. The glamorous woman holding a strong hand looked up at her first, tilting the cigarette in her mouth. Yo, it's Twins, what brings you to my place all of a sudden? Of course, because I ran into trouble and wanted to ask Sister Red Crane for help. Did Chilean send you? Wow, Sister Red Crane is amazing, guessed it right away. Taking a drag from her cigarette, Red Crane put down her cards and glanced at the two men opposite her. All right, you two get out. Come on, Red Crane, this hand's almost over. One of them, a bespectacled, refined-looking young man, said awkwardly. My hand is so good, we'll finish soon. Red Crane mixed her cards with the already played cards in the middle and started shuffling. I have a guest. You can't do this, Red Crane. I've lost a lot tonight. At least give me half back. Next time, don't disturb me entertaining guests. Red. Before he could finish, the originally languid, glamorous woman suddenly grabbed a nearby glass bottle and smashed it against the other's forehead with a crack. Shards of glass flew everywhere. Twins carefully jumped aside to avoid being cut. The glasses flew out of the room, landing and shattering in the hallway. Twins looked back into the room. The refined young man's eyes rolled back, blood streaming down his forehead as he slowly collapsed to the floor. Damn annoying. Scratching her voluminous red hair, the red-haired woman sighed. I hate idiots who don't understand human language the most. Exactly, exactly, twins outside the room nodded in agreement. The other man, pale-faced, threw down his cards and turned to leave. Wait, Red Crane stopped him, making the man tremble. Drag this guy out, don't let him be in the way here. The man in the suit nodded repeatedly, went over, dragged the unconscious bespectacled man, and walked past Twins without daring to look back. Well, Twins clapped, so imposing, Sister Red Crane. You're practically the ultimate super-villain in my mind. Red Crane didn't say much, just narrowed her eyes. After shuffling the cards, she tilted her head. Close the door. When Twins closed the door and walked in, Red Crane had already picked up a gun, aiming it at her forehead. Twins immediately raised her hands obediently. I surrender, Twins surrenders. Don't play games with me. You were sent to support Beihai 2 years ago. The Witch Association in Beihai has long been destroyed. The captain's death caused quite a stir within the Witch Association. Red Crane's originally lazy expression finally gained a hint of ferocity. In terms of ability, the captain was the strongest among us. How is it possible he died and you're still alive? Aya, Sister Red Crane, what are you saying? Although Twins is weak, Twins is cowardly, Twins still wore a cheeky grin. The captain was capable and bold, so he got killed by the Azure Cloud sect. But Twins ran away early, so Twins survived. The greater the ability, the faster you die. The smaller the ability, the faster you run. Enough with the slick talk, Red Crane cut her off. Chilean also died not long ago. In East China, only Chilean knew I was here. You met Chilean, but Chilean died and you're still alive. And you say you're not a traitor. You dare suspect me. Twins immediately pulled out a vine and a goo insect from her pocket, placing them on the table, huffing angrily. You just wait, Twins will make you regret doubting my loyalty. Red Crane frowned, watching the vine slowly transform into the captain's appearance. Her originally murderous expression finally softened slightly. That magical girl ability to copy memories, surprised you kept it. Useful abilities must be kept, of course. HMPH, don't run, Captain. After the captain regained some clarity, he looked at Twins, then at Red Crane. Red Crane immediately bowed her head slightly in respect. Captain. Seems you've developed well here. You flatter me, Captain. Red Crane seemed a little nervous. It's all thanks to your guidance back then. Seeing Red Crane so tense, Twins immediately got excited. Standing beside the vine-formed little captain, she waved her hand vigorously, putting on an air of someone relying on a powerful backer. Captain, she falsely accused me, insisted I'm a traitor. People like her don't deserve good treatment. Captain, you must scold her properly, hit her hard, stand up for me. Red Crane's face immediately changed. The vine captain clasped his hands behind his back, speaking slowly. Why does it not feel like a false accusation to me? The previously hopping and jumping Twins froze. The Red Crane opposite immediately raised her pistol, pressing the muzzle against her forehead. I knew it. Twins immediately raised her hands again, her face crestfallen. That's not right, Captain. We fought together for so long as comrades. You don't believe Twins either. Red Crane bit her cigarettes. Captain, I'll deal with her now. How long are you two going to keep this up? The goo insect beside them finally spoke. Red Crane was slightly startled. She glanced at the captain again, and after the captain shook his head, she lowered the pistol. The glamorous woman took a drag of her cigarette and blew smoke at the goo insect. Heth, isn't this the big star of Jiangming City, Chilean? Getting the same treatment as the captain, you've really made it. Chilean habitually retorted, show some respect, Red Crane. Forgotten when I taught you a lesson. Red Crane laughed. Got a couple of complete witch grief seeds and your tail's up in the sky. Back at the meeting, you loudly mocked the captain for raising an Azure Cloud sect in Beihai over 3 years and ending up completely annihilated. Said you could handle the Azure Cloud sect yourself, no support needed. And then what? The Azure Cloud sect actually came, you were wiped out in 3 hours, mocking the captain for 3 years. You're not even qualified. Twins felt the goo insect turning red again. I was just careless. Careless? Heh, I think the ground in Jiangming City was too soft, you couldn't stand steady. The air was bad, you couldn't breathe well. The unpredictable weather messed with your mood. Plus, your period came, leading to being wiped out in 3 hours, right? Wow, such a vicious tongue. Twins felt Chilean was about to explode. Then the goo insect's voice carried a tearing quality. You're so great, you go fight the Azure Cloud sect then. A turtle hiding in its shell dares to criticize me. That sounds a bit familiar. Twins picked up a nearby drink, grabbed some peanuts and melon seeds, took off her shoes, propped her legs on the table, and happily watched the two women tear into each other. Too bad Chilean was already dead, couldn't pull Red Crane's hair. Red Crane sat on the sofa, respectfully picking up the captain while saying, I have my own work. With the heart image remnant about to open soon, I have no time to deal with some free magical girl organization. Twins was stunned. Heart image remnant. Before she could speak, Chilean over there already shouted, just admit you're scared. Say whatever you want. Red Crane leisurely took another drag of her cigarette and blew smoke onto Chilean's goo insect. A stray dog, you'll be forever marked with that 3-hour wipeout, along with your worthless magical girl mother who died meaninglessly, hanging on the pillar of shame. Twins felt the goo insect quiet down, even calm down. It didn't speak anymore. Red Crane then held the captain's vine form and began chatting warmly with the captain. Her originally lazy, dangerous demeanor transformed into that of an obedient, gentle female student. Red Crane always became a different person in front of her idol, but Twins felt a bit left out. Captain. The vine captain ignored her. Hey, Miss Red Crane. Ignored, damn it, what's going on? This feeling of being the only one excluded. Shouldn't the captain be completely under my control? Then she looked down and saw the goo insect crawling over, sighing in relief. It's fine, there's still one fellow sufferer. Misery loves company, contact the Azure Cloud sect. A resentful, terrifying voice that seemed to come from hell made even Twins shudder. Drank too much water, almost peed. She tilted her head. That's not really good, is it? I said contact the Azure Cloud sect. Chilean's sinister voice seemed squeezed through gritted teeth. Stop pretending, call the Azure Cloud sect over. I want to see how long this bitch can last. Start the timer for me right now. This world did not have magical girls, and Shiyu knew this from when she was very small. Back when she was in Beihai, no matter how many times she prayed, her illness never improved. Her existence seemed never to bring any happiness or joy. There had once been a trend in Beihai for a while of magical girl anime. Miracles that could grant any wish, heroes who could save everyone. But that was fake. She decided she would never believe in magical girls again. She was 6 that year. She left Beihai and never heard of nor saw any real magical girl. Her parents boarded a sky bus from Beihai to Hulin City to seek treatment for her illness. They encountered a terrible car crash along the way. Many people died in that crash. And Shiyu lost hearing in her right ear because of it, and a rather ugly scar remained on her neck. Her mother was hospitalized and left paralyzed on one side. Her father soon lost his job. A family that had been doing okay suddenly fell into hardship. She was sent to Hulin City's neighboring area. Her parents in the hospital held her hands and gently told her to listen to the doctors and not to run around. They said they were going far away and would be gone a long time. But Shiyu never saw her parents return. She waited from winter to spring, from spring to summer. The little wishes of the girl were never fulfilled. Whether hoping her illness would heal, or hoping her parents would come back to visit. Ungranted wishes only wither, swept away by the river of time. They became an endless despair, because this world was so dull and ordinary. And Shiyu was lucky. After leaving the hospital, kind people arranged for her to enter an orphanage. Although her condition showed no sign of improvement, it also did not worsen. Days passed one after another like that. She rarely spoke to others and never thought about making friends, because sooner or later she would die. But there was a girl in the orphanage who always liked to cling to her. Because she always chattered, talking nonstop, everyone at the orphanage called her Sparrow. Sparrow's chatter made her unpopular in the orphanage. No one wanted to play with her. Only Shiyu did not drive her away, so whenever she had time she would sit beside Sparrow and listen to all sorts of things. Most often she talked about magical girls. How dazzling magical girls were, how beautiful they were, like princesses. Shining girls who made every miracle happen and defeated all monsters. She loved magical girls so much, always fantasizing about their existence. That was something Shiyu had long since given up on. Sparrow's constant fussing annoyed her, so one day Shiyu asked, "Do you want to become a magical girl?" Unexpectedly, Sparrow told her, I can't become a magical girl. I'm not pretty, I have no power, I'm afraid of pain, and I'm afraid of monsters. There are no monsters in Hyolyn City." To Shiyu, who had seriously considered this issue, Sparrow sounded ridiculous. If you admired them, wouldn't you want to become that kind of person? A shining magical girl who could realize others' dreams. To admire them but think you can never become one, that's far too self-deprecating. Of course, Shiyu had already passed the age of admiring magical girls. So when the orphanage boys, because of Sparrow, ran up to her and said, "Magical girls don't exist," Shiyu only smiled. She did not know whether they were mocking her or trying to get her attention, but she no longer cared about that. The wishes she wanted to fulfill had long since disappeared. Even if a real magical girl stood before her, she wouldn't know how to make a wish. Miracles are trivial and meaningless to someone without wishes. She just quietly waited for her death. Like an outsider with no connection, watching the world happen until the world abandoned her. She was 12 that year, if possible, living peacefully like that until death might have been best. However, the world never allowed her life to be too easy. It had been that way since birth. She had grown used to the accidents that always appeared. The orphanage soon suffered the same fate. A group of strangers came. The familiar staff were dismissed. They didn't know where they were taken. The activity space turned into an underground area. As time passed, everyone was trapped underground, unable to get out. They were locked in basements, with guards watching the doors. Anyone who approached was driven back. Children who tried to break out were punished without exception. One child nearly opened a door after stealing a key but was taken far away. When she returned, she never spoke again, only cried. After that, no one dared try to escape anymore. Before long, the boys were gradually taken away. No one knew what happened to them. Only the girls were left. Life without daylight, every day was boring, waiting and interrogation and some physical tests. Occasional blood draws, then being taken to do certain activities, and Shiyu didn't much mind. As someone already waiting to die, every change was just a meaningless ripple, but Sparrow was terrified. She would cry easily, recalling the days back at the orphanage when no one bothered her. And Shiyu did not comfort people. She simply sat beside Sparrow and silently watched her cry, occasionally wiping her tears. Actually, Shiyu had a petty thought inside, because only those waiting to die feel loneliness. But in such an environment, having a group of people also waiting to die felt comforting. She wouldn't feel lonely, wouldn't feel afraid. Harboring such a shameful thought, she convinced herself that even if a magical girl did exist, she would never appear for her. Even if a miracle appeared, it would never be for her. Though in truth, this world had no miracles. After Who Knew How Long, a woman came to the basement. She was fierce, her name was Scorpio. She liked to play Go and always challenged the children to games. When she smiled, her eyes glanced like a venomous snake, measuring them. From then on, life became harder. Whether it was excessive exercise or harsh corporal punishment, it was hard to adapt to either. Occasional medicines for treatment caused uncomfortable side effects, and Shiyu often lost consciousness because of them. But the food improved, and toys and snacks were distributed. Later, everyone had a blood-red cross painted on their foreheads. The punishments had no fixed pattern and no clear reason. It seemed merely intended to keep them constantly fearful and uneasy. Even Shiyu began to feel pressure and exhaustion. But she knew her death was not far off. All the pain and torment would soon end. Sparrow, however, was not like that. Every night, Sparrow curled up against her legs, clutching Shiyu like a drowning person clinging to a life buoy. She cried about her suffering, saying she couldn't hold on any longer. Beaten and bruised, Shiyu comforted her, easing her pain until she fell asleep. The life without daylight had no end in sight. The children licked their wounds and kept persisting without knowing why. If only there really were miracles in this world. One day, Shiyu could not tell exactly which day. Because she could not distinguish time. That day, Scorpio came out from outside. She gathered them all and lined them up. Scorpio was a showy person. She did not like to bully children without reason. "Let's play Go, children, I feel like playing today." They played Go, but few of the children knew how to play. The loser goes to the witch laboratory. Once inside that witch laboratory, something like poisonous gas would erode you. It was agonizing and torturous. One wrong move and you could die inside. No one was not afraid. Crying. You can cry, but it takes time. If you're not quick, you'll go in. The child at the front was thrown into the witch laboratory. A piercing, desperate cry came from within. All the children stood frozen, some sobbed softly. Next. The voice, like an executioner, never paused. The second girl seemed to know a little, but after starting she turned deathly pale. Scorpio obviously knew go deeply, her skill was excellent. When the last stone was placed, the two girls burst into tears. Give me another chance. Next. Another even more piercing sound came from the witch laboratory, and Shiyu felt Sparrow leaning almost entirely on her, unable to stand. This world had no miracles, no matter how tragic or desperate the situation. Next. The pounding in her chest made it almost impossible to breathe. She was only an observer. As someone meant to die, she needed to do nothing, just quietly wait for her death. Miracles had never favored her, so they would not favor others either. Death and despair were equal. Next. When Sparrow was dragged forward and Shiyu grabbed her, she took a deep, deep breath. Sparrow's face was streaked with tears. She only looked at her and called her name. The world was cold and cruel, only delivering disappointment and pain. But even so, she wanted to create a small miracle for someone else, even if she herself would never receive it. May I? Let me go first. Scorpio looked her over with a smiling gaze, then nodded, okay. She sat down by the board, closed her eyes, and recalled Scorpio's sequences. And Shiyu could play Go because in a life often spent sick, there were few things to do. She learned what others liked to communicate and play with them. In the hospital, many elderly people played Go. Though not masterful, she was good at memorizing game records. What she needed to do was subtly steer the game, guiding it to the positions she had recorded. Then, using the countermeasures she imagined, force the opponent's death. Scorpio's smile gradually faded. When the final stone remained and Shiyu held it but did not place it immediately, Scorpio's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. She even applauded. She praised, "Go ahead, place it, you win." "You played beautifully." And Shiyu exhaled a little and bowed her head. Thank you, ma'am." Next, when Scorpio's subordinates were about to pull Sparrow away, and Shiyu still sat there unmoving, Scorpio cocked her head and asked, "What are you doing?" "I want to play another game to play for hers." Tapping the piece against the board, Scorpio said with amusement, "You think you can keep winning?" "I only want to play for hers." "Oh, if you lose, you go to the laboratory and she goes free, right?" Scorpio waved her hand. The children who had been thrown into the witch laboratory were dragged back out, lying on the ground, unconscious, possibly dead, with black marks across their bodies and torn wounds. And Shiyu trembled slightly. Her hand could barely hold the stone. She glanced back. Aside from Sparrow, the children behind them stared in fear and pleading. A tiny hope and a tiny miracle. She still sat across from Scorpio and said with somewhat strained breath, I want to play 3 matches." "All right." 3 matches was the limit. Besides the match just played, she only had records for 3 matches. After those 3 games, she would have no backup. No one could save them. And Shiyu did not want to die now. She did not want to die. This match stretched on. To avoid revealing flaws, and Shiyu disrupted some lines earlier, which caused deviations in her memory. Thankfully, the final finish still succeeded, with danger averted. "Let Sparrow go back." At Scorpio's command, the poor little girl was sent back. But before Shiyu could catch her breath, Scorpio immediately started the next game. Scorpio's sensitivity to the board far exceeded Shiyu's expectations. By mid-game, Scorpio noticed strange moves and quickly began to disturb the lines. In the closing stage, she broke several of Shiyu's expectations. In the end, Shiyu won by only half a point. "Not bad, I let you win again." Scorpio cheerfully lit a cigarette, then waved another child back. Only one left now. But Shiyu's clothes were soaked with sweat, and her breathing grew rapid. When the final match began, every move became painfully slow and hesitant. When she gently placed a stone, she felt an annoying urge to take it back. Scorpio did not wait for her to think. Each of the opponent's moves struck the board heavily. Later, a single placement would make Shiyu involuntarily shudder. Before long, the black stones formed a dominant shape on the board, like a live venomous snake coiling tightly around her. Patiently, playfully licking at her pupils as if ready to bite. Another child was dragged out from the witch laboratory, this time missing limbs. Blood sprayed as they were hauled along, splattering onto Shiyu. She clutched a white stone, her hands suspended in the air yet trembling uncontrollably. The final killing move could not be placed. Her face was deathly pale and drenched in sweat. "What's wrong?" "If you don't remember the record, you can't play." Scorpio's voice was gentle as she toyed with the blood-red cross on her forehead, the grief seed embedded there. "That won't do. Miracles never appear." Even if she gave everything to gain a tiny miracle for someone else. In the end, it would be worthless futility. She did not know if she felt fear or regret. She didn't know how long she struggled, but after a long fight, her stiff hand could no longer hold. Dark blood water mixed with sweat dripped from her fingertips. The stone fell toward a pathless board. Scorpio's smile bloomed brighter. Then the smile was torn open. Without any warning, without loud sound. It split suddenly and silently from the middle. The grief seed embedded in Scorpio's brow fell, the black seed landing in a compact, veiny black hand. When the woman collapsed, a youth wearing a fox mask stood opposite, holding that blood-stained grief seed, touching it to a weak point in the black stones. They were instantly swallowed, vanishing in a single move. One stone slays the dragon. At the brink of death, and Shiyu stared at the board, then looked up, her mouth slightly open, staring at the fox-masked youth. This world had no miracles. That should have been the truth, the proper state of things. Why didn't you transform? Only when the youth spoke did the girl realize she was holding a green seed without noticing. She clutched the seed and sobbed until she could not speak. That was the first time a miracle favored in Shiyu. That day she had just turned 14. And she became a magical girl. And Shiyu rose with tear-swollen eyes. She did not feel the usual sensations of her first transformation, because by the time she came to, she was already wearing a pretty little dress she had never put on before. A strange, warm power flowed through her, chasing away her fear and the cold. In that moment, it was as if a black and white world suddenly had color, everything brimming with vivid life. One ear that had been deaf suddenly could hear. She instinctively touched the scar on her neck. The scars on her transformed body were gone, then more memories surged into her mind. The traffic accident on the road from Beihai to Hulin City. It was not a traffic accident. That huge disaster beast swinging with vines had been perched atop a tall building. Before the bus was flipped, the boy who had awkwardly confessed to her and whom she had awkwardly rejected. A jumble of fragmented memories poured up, but the swaying in the vehicle made her head throb. Before the sky bus was overturned, she had tried to grab at that boy, but she was thrown aside. Someone had grabbed her and prevented her from being flung away, though in that chaos she couldn't tell who it was. Maybe her parents, maybe someone else, maybe the boy who had been beside her. After that, her memories blurred. In the violent tossing, everyone was pressed together. Some were thrown out and died, some had their legs broken, some were blinded. It had been something like glass or a shard that pierced her ear then, rupturing her eardrum and causing deafness. The cut on her neck was from that same moment. She had been very, very close to death. Her father held her, pressing his hands to her neck while howling in panic. Her mother beside him moaned in pain. People pounded on the twisted doors, crying for help, yet no matter what they did, the warped door would not open. Everyone was crammed inside that bus, waiting for death. Maybe the vehicle would explode, or the disaster beast would continue to attack. Even if nothing else happened, without rescue they would die sooner or later. Then someone ripped the door open. Faint memories rose. Before she lost consciousness, she seemed to clearly see that person's face. The boy who had confessed to her had ripped the door open so the wounded could get out while he searched through the crowd for something. Was he looking for me? That was her last awareness before passing out. Afterwards, they were taken to an orphanage for care. From a distance, she watched that boy and her sister. She never dared to speak to them. And Shiyu had never actually seen a magical girl before because she and her parents left before any magical girls arrived. After that, all memories were gone. From Beihai to Hulin City, she never had contact with magical girls, so there was no chance to recover her memory until today after becoming a magical girl. She stared at the returning memories, feeling a rush of mixed emotions. When she looked up, the fox-masked boy was preparing to leave. That figure. For some reason, a fuzzy image began to overlap with the boy who had ripped open the sky bus door. Jiang Si. She murmured the name that had been forgotten for so long, saying it brought more tears to her eyes. The fox-masked boy only adjusted his mask with a hand, then cleared his throat. I am a Saint Hall envoy called Jiang the Demon Butcher, the bloody-handed demon butcher. And Shiyu wiped her tears and sniffed. A newly chosen name, very, very imposing. No, he faltered. He should have changed his surname as well. Don't run, Jiang the Demon Butcher. Before she could say more thanks, a sharp shout rang from outside. The fox-masked boy spread his wings with a whoosh and then shot up. He smashed through the basement ceiling in an instant and disappeared into the sky. Don't run, return my Millennia Soul Ring. Another magical girl crashed in through the doorway like a meteor, smashing and careening. Because the basement space was so cramped, she collided at odd angles, knocking over many lamps and iron cabinets with a clatter, finally crashing into the central pillar. Ouch, she cried as she fell onto the chessboard. And Shiyu had wanted to catch her, but the momentum was too strong and she feared she would break her own arm trying, so she stepped back. The magical girl crushed the chessboard into pieces, then sat up rubbing her head. And Shiyu got a clear look at her face. Her hair was pale blue in twin tails, and her blue magical outfit was decorated with bubble-like ornaments. A pitiful white flying kitty perched atop her head, clutching her head as if it had landed hard and was dazed. The 4 or 5 children who had stayed behind huddled together in fear, too frightened to speak. Though anxious herself, and Shiyu stepped in front of them and faced the sudden magical girl. Told you to go slower. The flying kitty pouted. The blue magical girl quickly got up, patted her skirt. If I go slower, I can't catch up. That was a millennia soul ring I finally found. Damn it, the flight type external soul bone wings are too unfair. She prepared to leap back into the sky. She scanned the room and then froze for a moment, stopping. Where is this? Her gaze then fell on Shiyu, who had already transformed. Magical girl. And Shiyu looked helplessly at her, clutching her skirts. I don't know. You are a magical girl. The blue magical girl glanced toward the witch laboratory and at the panicked little girls, then inhaled deeply. You were kidnapped by the Witch Association, right? The Witch Association turned our orphanage into a laboratory. And Shiyu steadied her breath and placed her hand on her chest. It was Jiang the demon butcher who saved us. Ah, the magical girl blinked, surprised, then reacted. He probably did it casually. I followed him chasing all the way here. He's been releasing soul beasts everywhere. Ah, whatever. A rescue is a rescue, no need to split hairs. Anyway. She offered a radiant smile, tapped the kitty on her head and extended a hand. I'm Xingxuan, star of the starry sky. This is Sky Cat, the finest cat under the heavens. We're magical girls here to help you. And Shiyu hesitated, then reached out. Thank you. I'm kind of your senior too. You must be a newly minted soul user, probably at level 2 or 3. After I find you a soul ring and you learn skills, you'll level up fast. And Shiyu's head spun. Wait, aren't we not magical girls? Yes, read as magical girl, written as soul master, that's common knowledge. Is that so? Xingxuan patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'll teach you what a true magical girl is. She shouted loudly, watch my primary spirit. A magic wand appeared in Xingxuan's hand. But the wand was shaped like a jeweled pagoda, with 4 rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, and beneath the pagoda was a slot for cards. Xingxuan pulled a card from the card holder at her waist and inserted it into the pagoda. 7 treasures call forth Ruri, number 4. The 4th ring on the pagoda lit up. A mechanical female voice emitted from the wand. Stellar mark descends, a radiant, nourishing rain. Starlight poured down like rain over everyone. And Shiyu saw the wounds on the orphanage children slowly heal. She reached to catch that warm rain of light, whispering, is this the miracle of magical girls? No, Xingxuan sternly denied her. This is my 4th soul skill, 7 treasures divine light. And Shiyu, who had been moved, was suddenly confused. When twins left, Red Crane's expression, which had still worn a smile, turned dark. She immediately rose and walked toward the door. Several Witch Association members who had been waiting at the entrance followed at once. Shall we eliminate her? Red Crane shot a warning glance at the subordinate. You go. The subordinate grinned. Boss, you must be joking. How can I fight a complete witch? You know that, Red Crane's face darkened. Besides awakening disaster beasts, who else are you planning to use to handle twins? All across Hulin City, to avoid drawing the attention of the Disaster Control Bureau and to prevent magical girls from appearing, the Witch Association had, since 20 years ago when she arrived, refrained from openly using polluted magic or disaster beasts. Most Witch Association members were ordinary people, so they could act covertly. The only complete witch sent from headquarters 2 years ago, Scorpio, was sealed in the orphanage basement. Red Crane disliked that person. Always reckless, using polluted magic indiscriminately, didn't she realize how easily that would expose them? Typical low-level witch thinking, foolish. She had indeed complained when the Central Bureau casually deployed higher-level combatants. Still, the heart image remnant was about to appear, a huge opportunity for the Witch Association. They had to gain as much from that remnant as possible, or at least deal a heavy blow to the Disaster Control Bureau. The power from a fallen full-bloom magical girl could enable the Witch Association to produce far stronger complete witches, so Red Crane let Scorpio have free reign. She had specially arranged an orphanage for her to use as a laboratory. For the Witch Association, obtaining the remnants of a fallen full-bloom magical girl's mental landscape was not easy, and they could not compete directly with the Disaster Control Bureau, because both full-bloom and heart image techniques were proprietary to the Bureau. The Witch Association lacked the necessary tech to seize the heart image remnant resources and turn a fallen full-bloom magical girl into a witch required technical preparation, Scorpio's purpose for coming here. The Disaster Control Bureau had always made the Witch Association's research institutes targets for attack, so in cities with a bureau presence, it was hard to carry out such activities. Hulin City, one of the rare cities without disaster beasts and magical girls, had been sealed for so many years that the association found it difficult to infiltrate. When Captain originally planned to sneak into Beihai, it took great effort. They plotted for 2 years. And it was only thanks to some naturally arising small disaster beasts around Beihai that they managed to enter that otherwise sealed city. But Red Crane was clever. She had been in Hulin right before the city was completely sealed. Those 20 years in one city were the fruit of her life's work. She had painstakingly cultivated every disaster beast like her own child, protected and raised them. Now the city had over 200 Class B disaster beasts. Every time she checked the breeding app on her phone, she felt satisfaction. Being a mother didn't necessarily require giving birth. Raising disaster beasts gave a similar sense of fulfillment. If the Witch Association ever came into the open and controlled Hulin City, outsourcing beast rearing and industrializing it, making it a major business, she had already planned the advertising slogans. Road to Wealth, Perfect Women Run the Operation, Raise Disaster Beasts, Build an Empire. Perfect Women pair with Disaster Treasures, raise them big and secure retirement. Raise B-level disaster beasts, become a happy woman. She glanced at today's breeding app reports. The newborn Class B disaster beast babies had increased food intake, but were picky and malnourished, lacking exercise. Their growth metrics had even declined to third place. Red Crane tapped to adjust their nurturing and warned the Witch Association members about balanced diets, then phoned someone. Look at the disaster beast next door. Why is their data so much better than yours? That top pig is doing better than you. Increase the second feeding by 3 milligrams today. Add 2 milliliters more water for the third meal. And move its food bowl 2 centimeters to the right. The breeding app, Hulin City's most popular breeding platform, was not meant for uploading disaster beast data. Most content was ordinary citizens recording pet care. Red Crane, who felt lonely raising beasts, had started uploading masked disaster beast data to the app for fun. The app had leaderboards and data competitions. Watching the beasts grow from B-level to a level day by day gave her profound satisfaction. She was one of the top breeders on the app. Every day she received private messages asking how to raise big, obedient pets. She had hidden her beast raising for 20 years not because she was particularly restrained, but because she secretly enjoyed the thrill of raising them and seeing her results grow stronger. She could have kept this up 30 or 50 years without giving it up. So whenever the Witch Association demanded she act now, she always replied, wait. Wait until she had hoarded even more, then she wouldn't mind sacrificing some. After all, they were her children. The thought of sending them out to fight made her reluctant. But twins still must be dealt with. When she stepped out of the underground bar, Red Crane lit a cigarette and felt a little melancholy. Twins brings trouble wherever she goes. If you don't get rid of her soon, the Azure Cloud sect will sniff us out. Her underlings nodded. That's right, boss. Keep her under surveillance. Don't let her contact outsiders. Keep an eye on crystal balls and phones. Oh yes. And again, who will handle her? Red Crane asked. I can provide some disaster beasts to use. The underlings exchanged glances. Then one man said with a grin, we're just ordinary people, boss. That doesn't seem right. What's not right? I'll give you beast control devices. Just use them to command the beasts in battle. It's that simple, isn't it? That thing only works up close, a young man whispered. Besides, aren't you a complete witch? If you acted, couldn't you handle a little girl easily? Several underlings nodded vigorously. Right. Red Crane smiled, then kicked one of them hard. I've been in Hulin for so many years, spent so much money, raised so many, for what to let others take the glory. There are 5 major officials in Hulin, 4 of them are here. 6 underground industry heads are present, 3 of them before you. Look at yourselves. Who among you isn't dressed to the nines? Who isn't filthy rich? Who isn't one of Red Crane's confidants? And yet my trusted people of so many years are all cowardly and ungrateful. Useless trash. Boss, that's a bit harsh, a subordinate tried to object. Red Crane grabbed her hair. You're officials only because you've stayed in your spots a few years. You learned how to flatter me, didn't you? When it's time to act, you're full of excuses. Are you all that afraid? Why hire me to fight twins if you're going to hide behind money? She smashed the cigarette underfoot and kicked another man. The underlings were humbled. Red Crane took a breath, smoothed back her hair and calmed herself. It's fine, twins still needs time. She won't have enough time to cause much trouble right now. She lit another cigarette and took a deep drag, exhaling a smoke ring. The chill in the air made her feel cold inside. Rubbing her stomach, she picked up her phone. Forget it, let Scorpio handle it, this time she can act. She had initially not wanted Scorpio, who didn't know restraint, to act recklessly. Her outbursts could draw the Disaster Control Bureau's attention. But acting herself would be just as dangerous and might draw the Bureau's ire. In terms of power, Scorpio was not far less than her. She opened a crystal ball and connected to Scorpio. Suddenly she heard a distant explosion. She looked up. The blast came from the orphanage where Scorpio was located. "Scorpio, what are you doing?" She yelled. Such a small commotion could expose their location. If the witch laboratory was exposed, her 20 years of preparation would be ruined. This was decades of savings. She hadn't dared use it. The crystal ball she had just opened slipped and rolled on the ground, the image flickering. When it stabilized, it showed Scorpio's head torn open. Her anger instantly choked off. Red Crane trembled. Twins did this. Impossible it could happen so fast. What on earth had gone wrong? She could not finish thinking because explosions began erupting all over the city. The polluted magic aura of disaster beasts spread across Hulin City. Many disaster beasts that had not yet been fully raised were forcibly pulled out, stumbling and running wildly through the streets. Red Crane's cigarette fell and her eyes reddened. "My babies, the ones I raised for 20 years. I didn't even dare use them. Which damned person did this?" The next second, Red Crane saw a figure flying from the orphanage. When the moon climbed into the sky, peaceful Hulin City erupted into chaos. The wail of police sirens echoing through the streets, shuttling back and forth. And Shiyu watched as the magical girl efficiently summoned the government personnel involved. Bearing what looked like credentials and authority from the Disaster Control Bureau, she saw some formerly haughty officials grovel and beam obsequiously before Xingxuan, even wearing ingratiating smiles. A miracle brings not only power but status and authority too. People from the orphanage began leaving one after another. Sparrow was reluctant to go, hugging and Shiyu for a while, but in the end the adults led her onto the ambulance. "Don't worry." Xingxuan patted her back again. "It will be fine. The Disaster Control Bureau will take over here soon. Those hateful Witch Association members won't be able to hurt you anymore. Everyone will be safe." Is that so?" And Shiyu said softly, "Thank you for your help, senior." "No need," Xingxuan said plainly. "I didn't do much. It was you who overcame despair, became a magical girl, and saved everyone. You should thank yourself. I came late and haven't really done anything yet." "Actually, it wasn't me, it was Jiang Mo." She thought for a moment. Calling him Jiang Si directly felt a bit off. He seemed to be hiding his identity. Although she didn't know exactly what he was doing, he surely had his reasons and she wouldn't spoil things for him. Xingxuan froze for a moment and frowned. "Huh. Could it be that he's not with the Witch Association?" And Shiyu replied gently, "Absolutely not, Senior Xingxuan, he saved us." "All right then." Xingxuan scratched her head. "Still, he can't take my 10,000-year soul ring. That one took me a lot of effort to kill for." "What's a 10,000-year soul ring?" Just as she was about to explain, a disaster beast's roar sounded in the distance, and Xingxuan's expression changed instantly. "Bad news, a soul beast has appeared. We'll deal with the soul beast first, we'll talk on the way." As she took off into the air, Xingxuan suddenly realized, "You just sprouted, you can't fly yet, right? I'll carry you." But before she finished, and Shiyu had already unfurled wings. Beautiful white wings, angelic with bubble-like effects. And Shiyu, holding her magic wand, asked blankly, "Shouldn't all magical girls be able to fly?" "Well, normally you don't have wings." "How did you do that?" And Shiyu scratched her head sheepishly. "I used to imagine that after becoming a magical girl I'd have a pair of wings to fly. I never expected they would actually appear." "Okay then." Xingxuan wasn't as surprised as she pretended to be. The power that comes from a magical girl's belief is something even the Disaster Control Bureau understands. But to believe you could fly right after becoming a magical girl. The power of belief itself is a miracle, and miracles don't come easily. Sensing limitless potential, Xingxuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. A super rare beast spirit, white wings, could this be the legendary god-tier spirit, an angel spirit? This one might become a titled beast fighter. As a veteran soul master who often visits major cities to guide girls through spirit awakening, she recognized in Shiyu's potential at a glance. The two of them hurried along, Xingxuan drawing cards while inserting one into the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda, activating her first soul skill. Stellar mark descends. Ripples sprung from the Milky Way. Scattered meteors quickly pierced several nearby C-class disaster beasts. And Shiyu hovered above, looking down at the screaming, fleeing crowds, and an unfamiliar surge of emotion welled in her chest. She had once been one of them. The night wind carried louder and louder noises across Hulin City, shouts, sirens, the sound of crumbling walls in places rolling in succession. But more often were the low, throaty roars of disaster beasts. Police, firefighters, and troops poured into the city, dispersing onlookers, protecting citizens, and confronting the sudden flood of beasts. Yet these disaster beasts did not directly attack people. They scurried about as if searching for something. Xingxuan had been worried, but seeing that the beasts didn't go on a rampage eased her. Do you see those soul beasts down there? And Shiyu fell silent, unsure whether to nod. After her memory returned, much knowledge returned with it. She remembered the monster that had overturned their sky bus and the blue-haired magical girl who had defeated the monster. She remembered learning many things at the convalescent home. As a magical girl enthusiast, she had asked many questions about them. But upon leaving that place, those memories had naturally slipped away, including the memories of the monster and the magical girl. Only upon becoming a magical girl today did many of those memories come back, and the memories that returned felt especially clear, as if they had just happened. Yet Xingxuan spoke with such certainty that Shiyu briefly wondered if her memory had glitched. Wasn't that called a disaster beast? Xingxuan waved casually, her magic pierced a weak nearby beast. And then a blank card appeared in her hand. The beast's grief seed was sucked into the card. The polluted magic was compressed within the card and finally coalesced into a form of magic. Xingxuan traced a circle around the card with her right index finger, a pale white ring of light curling around it. This, she said while flying, is called a soul skill. After a soul beast dies, you can collect it with a blank card. This thing here is called a soul ring. Soul skills are stored in soul rings, and we use our soul power to activate and use them. But senior, and Shiyu, now growing used to flying by wings, asked cautiously, this soul ring, you made it just now, right? The air chilled with a bit of awkward stiffness. Xingxuan coughed and pocketed the card. This is a necessary lesson. Soul skills have ranks. The lowest is the white soul ring from weak soul beasts, only 10-year rings. Above that are yellow rings from 100-year beasts, purple rings from 1,000-year beasts. The higher the ring's grade, the stronger the soul skill. But you read it wrong. And Shiyu had no choice but to nod and say, oh. Anyway, a soul master can keep clearing soul beasts, taking their soul rings to practice soul skills, accumulating soul power, and keep leveling up. Xingxuan glossed loudly, your level's low now. Start by killing a C-class soul beast to collect soul skills. Ah, it really is a disaster beast. No, slip of the tongue, because you kept saying disaster beast, it made me slip. What I meant to say was soul beast. And Shiyu smiled helplessly but still nodded, okay, sorry I made you misspeak, senior. She didn't understand why Xingxuan insisted on calling disaster beasts soul beasts, but it wasn't a big deal. She looked at her own magic wand, puzzled, but senior, I don't have cards or a slot to insert them. What should I do? Oh, this I remember now. You should be a god tier or special mutated spirit, then you don't need to absorb outside soul rings. After South China, many magical girls have been like this. Maybe only top-tier spirits can awaken into magical girls. These usually don't need to hunt soul beasts to get soul rings. They only need to accumulate soul power, break through, comprehend their inherited top-tier soul skills, or condense their origin power into a soul ring to ascend. And Shiyu watched Xingxuan sweat nervously, and the other seemed to relax after saying it. She wasn't just making that up, and Shiyu thought this but didn't expose her, she wouldn't embarrass Xingxuan. Then how do magical girls like us get stronger? Train your abilities, continually refine your magic, keep defeating soul, disaster beasts to gain experience, and you can level up. Xingxuan inserted another card, and after taking out several beasts continued, as long as you fight soul beasts you can get stronger. When in doubt, fight a soul beast, remember that. Got it, senior. And Shiyu drew a deep breath. Fight. Beating her wings, she dropped altitude and confronted a disaster beast. The beast lunged at her. And Shiyu instinctively pressed on the beast's forehead. The beast's terrifying force and surging polluted magic almost made her lose her grip. But she didn't call for Xingxuan. Xingxuan was still busy finding something and defeating other beasts. Having become a magical girl meant shouldering responsibility. A fox mask image naturally surfaced in her mind. She changed from pressing to grasping, let the beast bite her shoulder, grabbed the beast's cranium tightly, and heaved with force. She pulled, the beast's black magic splattered onto her wings, but it dissolved quickly. And Shiyu steadied herself and looked at the split skull she had torn open in her hands, trembling a little. Then she smiled broadly, joyfully looking up at Xingxuan, waving the two halves of the beast's skull, letting the polluted magic flutter down. Senior, I did it. Xingxuan blinked and almost fell from the sky. How are you fighting like that? Where's your magic power? I couldn't use it, and Shiyu said honestly, my mind told me to do this, so I did. In truth, her first thought had been of Jiang Si. In terms of fighting, Jiang Si had left a deep impression on her without inspiring fear. On the contrary, deep inside she felt that when facing an enemy you should act like that. Only by doing this could you defeat them. As a magical girl, her conviction alone made it happen. Xingxuan paused and scanned the area. Jiang the demon butcher had vanished without a trace, but the disaster beasts were still active, and because they were searching for something, Xingxuan decided to follow their trail. She glanced back at Enshiyu, still tearing beasts apart everywhere. Wait, wait. She called out, and Enshiyu, who had just ripped the skulls of two beasts in half, held the halves and looked at her innocently. What's up, senior? How did you adapt so fast? Fighting disaster beasts isn't that simple. Most new magical girls are inevitably fearful at first. Even if long-distance magic barrages carry no psychological pressure, close-quarters combat with a disaster beast is a different matter. Xingxuan's first close-quarters fight had been terrifying. After all, they're hideous monsters that could wound you with one mistake, who wouldn't be scared. But this new magical girl showed no psychological burden at all. It wasn't that she tore through every beast effortlessly. Xingxuan had seen her grapple with D-class beasts at close range, even when bitten by the neck or head, and Shiyu didn't care. She held the beast's cranium and tore the head apart. What fierce first hunting? Nothing much, I just wanted to ask about your second spirit, Xingxuan said, wiping her face, and Shiyu touched her neck, still tired. When she was bitten earlier, she thought she might die. But after ripping the beast's skull open, she hadn't been hurt. So magical girls really are powerful. Hearing Xingxuan's question, she asked curiously, what's a second spirit? The pale flying kitten that had been perched on Xingxuan's head like an ornament finally moved. It's not a second spirit at all. It's a magical girl's best companion, an incubator. Before it finished, Xingxuan yanked it off and swung it like a toy. Anyway, it's that thing. The incubator is the unified second spirit issued to all magical girls, a beast spirit. Although it can't host a soul ring initially, it contains our combat data and records, and later it can get 10,000-year soul rings. Probably. She was making it up again. Though Enshiyu didn't quite understand, she checked herself and shook her head. I don't have one. The incubator angrily yanked her hand away. Let go. What are you doing? Show some respect. You lunatic. In any case, my second spirit is unruly. Xingxuan sighed. Actually, not having one is fine. Hey, what do you mean? Without my incubator, you'd have been slaughtered by beasts long ago. Anyway, once these soul beasts are dealt with, I'll take you to the Disaster Control Bureau to register. As she spoke, all the disaster beasts across the city suddenly froze. Even Xingxuan sensed the danger at once. All the beasts seemed to be drawn by some force. The countless disaster beasts in the city, Beast God Authority, she had never seen a situation like this. Disaster beasts do not normally cooperate. After all, their power is mutually consumable. Devouring one another makes a beast stronger. So naturally, there are rarely many beasts in one place that don't immediately fight each other. A unified march like this was unheard of. Could the Witch Association's corrupted soul masters wield the Beast God Authority? The next moment, all the beasts in Hulin City charged forward. Xingxuan immediately raised her wand to protect the citizens, but noticed that all the beasts avoided the crowds. From rooftops, from streets, from sewers, flying, crawling, running, the vast throng surged toward the city center. Senior, what's going on? How would I know? Xingxuan wanted to retort, but since the other had called her senior, it would be embarrassing to answer bluntly. Probably a little trick from the Witch Association. Xingxuan put on a look of having expected it. Anyway, anything involving disaster beasts must be the Witch Association's doing, blame them for everything. In fact, she had no idea what was happening. Hulin City had never had trouble in all these years. The Disaster Control Bureau hadn't sent any alert. Why had so many beasts suddenly appeared today? Luckily, she arrived in time, or Hulin City would have been doomed. While flying toward the beast's gathering point, Xingxuan contacted the Disaster Control Bureau. The opponent was probably not weak, at least Soul King level or higher, damn corrupted soul masters. And Shiyu, sweeping the area, suddenly said, there seems to be someone on the tower. Xingxuan then noticed two figures on a distant high tower. In the moonlight, on top of the central TV tower, stood a youth in a black windcoat flapping in the wind. The tower lights stretched his shadow long. Below him stood a glamorous woman with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. Disaster beasts coming from all over Hulin City charged at her. Many beast corpses were already piled around her, and she had numerous wounds. The polluted magic from the beasts' corpses was visibly scattered around. Xingxuan rushed over at once and with one glance quickly assessed the situation. A corrupted soul master capable of controlling this many soul beasts would be rare even within the Witch Association. John the Demon Butcher, you still claim you're not Witch Association. A normal person stopping soul beasts. Could this woman be the Witch Association's target? Another innate, full soul power prodigy who hasn't awakened their spirit. The nauseating stench of polluted magic hit her. As she got closer, she noticed the woman under assault was already being invaded by polluted magic, which kept dripping into her wounds, leaving her near collapse. Impure qi entering the body, Xingxuan was shocked. Damn Jiang the demon butcher, he's trying to turn an innate full soul power talent into a corrupted soul master. Immediately 4 soul rings shot from the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, the yellow ring shining bright. 7 treasures reveal glazed wonders, number 2. Stellar mark descends. Star vortex weaving the solar crown. Countless condensed white orbs of magic fell like a meteor shower, bombarding the beasts surrounding the woman. A few orbs formed a protective barrier around the woman to cushion the impact of the explosions and shield her. Second soul skill, Butterfly God's Light. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Red Crane looked up at the descending magical girl. She had never thought the day would come when she would find magical girls so adorable and radiant. After 20 years of careful accumulation had been wrecked in an instant, watching her treasured beasts, things she had spared and nurtured, get crushed and casually used by some mysterious person, Red Crane's heart bled. She had even lost control over her beasts and had to slaughter those that hadn't lost control. And who could she tell? No one would give her justice. My beasts of 20 years were stolen, get them back for me. Who would listen? Red Crane felt more wrong than ever. So when the shining magical girl appeared, her nose went sour and she began sobbing. Kneeling pitifully on the ground, she reached out to the magical girl. You must help me get justice, magical girl, save my children. Watching Red Crane's ragged cries that nearly took her breath away, Xingxuan hardened her expression and looked up at the youth on the tower. He stood with hands in his coat pockets, dozens of beasts proudly lined at his sides, their ferocity palpable from afar. Behind him, countless beasts roared and circled, even a huge serpent coiling around the TV tower, its head obediently at his feet. Couple that with the suffocating stench of polluted magic. If this wasn't the Witch Association's big bad, what was? Xingxuan had intended to warn Shiyu, but when she turned, the girl was gone. Now with the situation tense, she couldn't look for her, so she faced the terrifying fox-masked youth directly. Seeing the remaining beasts growl and approach under the second soul skill's assault, Xingxuan's gaze steeled and she drew another card. Don't think you can hurt everyone in front of me. The third soul ring on her wand lit up. 7 treasures reveal glazed wonders, number 3. Third soul skill, 7 treasures blazing wave. Stellar mark descends. King of purifying the world. An even more blinding light exploded, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. Light, so much light. Red Crane stared blankly at the shining figure before her, watching the beasts melt away under the light. Tears welled uncontrollably, even her body warmed beneath the power of the light. Is this the glow of magical girls? This light is so warm. Ah. A terrible scream suddenly tore across the sky, making Xingxuan clutch the pagoda and nearly be flung away as she looked back. Red Crane writhed on the ground like a drowning worm. As the polluted magic on her wounds dissipated, fierce black smoke began to spew from various places on her body. Xingxuan realized something was wrong. She seemed to have injured Red Crane by mistake. She quickly restricted her soul skill's direction toward Jiang the demon butcher and immediately said aloud, "Don't be afraid, I'll heal you right away." Fourth soul skill, Red Crane's cries became even more agonized. Jiang Si straightened with immediate respect. He hadn't expected anyone to be more cruel than him. He was only trying to buy time, but she was torturing the target bit by bit. Who were these people? The Disaster Control Bureau's gang? The Saints of the Hall must not lose to them. Xingxuan hurriedly stopped her healing, but it was too late. Red Crane was already gasping shallowly, flesh red and black like a grilling shrimp sizzling on a rack, steam puffing from her as if from an incense burner freshly opened, hot, burning, choked with a strange aura. Looking helplessly at the victim as white steam rose, Xingxuan immediately understood the reason and glared fiercely at the youth on the tower. This innate corrupted soul master of the Witch Association has already polluted this innate full soul power prodigy. But as an innate full soul power talent, he could resist polluted magic for a while and hadn't fallen completely. Until now. Feeling guilty, Xingxuan thought, I'm sorry, I wanted to save you, but I didn't realize the Witch Association had already harmed you. I will avenge you. She glared viciously at the youth and drew a card. You better explain what you're doing. The youth said nothing, drawing his right hand from his pocket to point at her and the woman behind her. Go ahead, Saints of the Hall. A roar of 10,000 beasts. Xingxuan inserted the card and looked up at the lofty youth. The beast tide surged from behind the unmoving youth, blocking out the sky and covering the earth. When Jiang Si charged straight toward Red Crane, Twins was startled. No, boss, it's only been half an hour. Jiang Si arrived so fast that Twins hadn't even prepared to welcome him, and as soon as he reached Hulin City, he'd gone straight to the witch laboratory she had just found without saying a word. She hadn't even had time to figure out what that place was for. Besides, Scorpio had bullied her back when they were at headquarters lab, and twins had been planning to take her sweet time getting revenge. Now the girl she wanted to punish had already been turned into two Scorpios. I know you're fast, but you don't have to be this fast. Boys aren't popular when they move this quickly, boss. Most importantly, only half an hour has passed. Sitting on the tall building, twins grew anxious. Lady Bingtang didn't forget to tell the boss, did she? Wasn't it arranged that they would eliminate the Witch Association in Hulin City after 3 hours? Or did the boss get carried away and forget right away? Boss, you're such an idiot, a dummy, a silly goose, a fool, a murderer, a slaughterer, a dissector, an executioner. How are you going to make it up to twins? As she paced in a whirl of worry, a goo insect crawled over beside the high-rise. The wind up on the building was fierce, and a gust nearly blew the goo insect off. But it clung to the power line by the edge of the building and grinned eerily. Fantastic, having Azure Cloud Sect as an ally brings such peace of mind, doesn't it, twins? If I have a next life, I want to join Azure Cloud Sect too. Ha ha, of course. My foot, the 3-hour speedrun record, would be broken. How could she then mock Chilean or get Chilean to leak the locations of surrounding witch associations? Back when she and the captain were in BH City, they were basically isolated, with little contact with witch associations in other cities. After all, the captain cared about face. No matter the reason, after losing like that, he wouldn't have the gall to mingle and communicate. Chilean, on the other hand, had developed well. At least no one in East China had outpaced her. She flaunted it everywhere, had connections with many witch association leaders, and knew their exact locations. So for twins, that 3-hour speedrun record must absolutely not be broken. Of course, in reality, twins didn't care that much about the witch association itself. Her real problem was she couldn't stand Chilean doing well. If the 3-hour record were broken, wouldn't Chilean be over the moon? People like that must be crushed. They must never be allowed to hold their heads high. The thing twins hated most was seeing someone toppled from the pillar of shame get back up, especially people she despised. If Chilean climbed down from the pillar of shame, who would fill the missing speedrun ridicule for her? No way, the boss must be careful, don't accidentally one-shot them. While fretting, twins saw a goo insect beside the building. Because of the high wind, one gust almost blew it off. That goo insect clung to the power line and cackled, "This is great." When Azure Cloud Sect is your teammate, the sense of security is unparalleled. Don't you agree, twins? If I have another life, I'd join Azure Cloud Sect. Ha ha, of course. What a load of craps. The 3-hour speedrun being broken would ruin everything. No more taunting Chilean, no more using Chilean to leak the positions of other cities' witch associations. At first, she and the captain in BH City were nearly isolated with no ties to other cities' witch associations. Because the captain cared about face, after losing so badly, there was no way he would shamelessly contact others. Chilean, however, had done well and boasted everywhere. East China at least had no one better than her. She had contacts with many witch association leaders and knew their exact locations. So for twins, the 3-hour speedrun record absolutely could not be broken. But in truth, twins wasn't that concerned about the witch groups themselves. Her real issue was she hated seeing Chilean succeed. If the 3-hour record were broken, Chilean would be unstoppable. People like that must be suppressed, never allowed to raise their heads. Twins' worst fear was the person on the pillar of shame getting back up, especially someone she despised. If Chilean climbed down, who would make up the missing speedrun mockery for her? No, the boss must be careful, don't accidentally finish them off. Nearby, Chilean suddenly grew anxious. What is this person doing? Can't they play properly? They've already controlled so many disaster beasts. Start killing. How can you lose when riding a disaster beast at someone's face? There aren't many strong people in this witch association. What's he wasting time for? He'll finish in a minute. Don't waste time. Twins glanced and laughed. The disaster beasts all over the city were only sniffing out witch association members and not killing people. In this short time, they had basically found all the witch association members, but they didn't attack, they just sniffed around. Some even urinated on witch association members like they were marking territory. They simply wouldn't act, they were toying. Damn, attack already. Chilean was about to go crazy. Although it hadn't yet been half an hour, Chilean wanted it over as fast as possible. If it just took a little longer, 2 hours plus, people might still mention it. Jiang Ming once had a 3-hour stalwart record. But if it were half an hour, or even less than an hour, who would remember that Chilean only endured 3 hours? When a champion breaks a record and shocks the crowd, no one remembers the runner-up. Who remembers the runner-up who lost to Usain Bolt? The problem was the situation was dragging on. If it stretched to 2 hours, there would be less impact and Chilean would still be remembered as the loser. Attack, little twins. Stop watching, go help Azure Cloud Sect. Don't be ridiculous, I'm the Witch Association's most loyal complete witch, number 4396 twins. The girl grabbed her hair and wagged her twin tails. How could I help the enemy? They hurt my beloved captain, I'd rather die. You're pretending. Don't use bad words, Miss Chilean, be a good child. Twins teased the goo insect with a smile, don't be anxious, why are you in such a hurry? There's still plenty of time before 3 hours. Watching the goo insect jump around on the power line like an ant on a hot pan, twins wanted to mock it some more but noticed something wrong. Why was that goo insect smoking? She hurriedly grabbed it off the power line. Damn, what kind of power line is this? It's leaking electricity. The already charred goo insect trembled and asked, TW twins, how is it now? Did they start killing? Soon. Slower. Seeing the disaster beasts meandering around like tourists, twins breathed a long sigh of relief. Although the boss had charged straight at Red Crane, after locking eyes with her for a moment, he had turned and headed toward the central TV tower. She didn't know what the boss was doing. But surely he wouldn't only think about dragging it out for 3 hours after charging in. What twins hadn't expected was that brainless Red Crane actually chased after him. Her eyes widened and she was momentarily confused. Has Red Crane always been this brave? Chilean paid her no heed and waved her tentacles, performing a lively show. Good job. Red Crane, don't leave the complete witches the credit. Seeing Red Crane charge forward and be struck to her knees by the disaster beast she had raised, Twin's face darkened and she furiously bit her fingernails. It's over. Twins had worked so hard, she'd unexpectedly made Chilean's victory look good. This is unbearable. She had planned to wait until 3 hours and then mercilessly mock Chilean, but now it might be over in an hour. There's no way I should go in myself, right? Twins didn't want to risk it. If the boss wasn't careful and struck too hard, twins might die on the spot. If there's a hell, she'd be ridiculed by the captain and Chilean together. As she fretted, she saw the Disaster Control Bureau's magical girl arrive. Her eyes lit up and twins snickered. Chilean, if a magical girl goes, won't Red Crane die even faster? Chilean paused and immediately nodded. Makes sense. Then we lure her over to Red Crane's side. Charge. But Chilean quickly realized something was wrong. No, what is this magical girl doing? Chilean barked. Why is she obstructing Azure Cloud Sect? How ungrateful a magical girl. Azure Cloud Sect dutifully eradicates witch associations and cleans up disaster beasts, and she opposes them. Shameless. Does a magical girl have no conscience? That's not your place to say, big sister. Twins chuckled and finally relaxed. No matter how ferocious the boss was, he wouldn't kill an innocent magical girl. First entangle with the magical girl, the Disaster Control Bureau's magical girls are all troublesome. Even if they lose, they might trigger a last-second breakout. Of course, a last-second breakout wouldn't change the result. Keek and Lee had both broken through before, the result was still the same. But even if they can't win, they can stall. After losing and canceling transformation, even without combat ability, they'd likely still try to stop the boss, forcing him to knock them out, which buys time. One thing led to another, then they could deal with Red Crane and the 3 hours would be exceeded. The more twins thought, the more confident she became, slapping her thigh and laughing. Look again, will you? Chilean's teasing laugh came from beside her. Twins glanced over. What the hell are you doing? Why is your skill hitting teammates? Chilean looked at the barely conscious Red Crane and finally exhaled in relief, excitedly rubbing her hands like a gloating fly. Tonight is settled, Hugh. Xingxuan panted heavily. The endless tide of disaster beasts was finally ending. When the last disaster beast fell before her, the 4 soul rings on Xingxuan's magic wand nearly dimmed. To match the setting, she'd only stored 4 cards for herself, 4 soul skills. After all, without a new 10,000-year soul ring, you can't use a new soul skill. The upside was her 4 cards recovered faster than others, cycling smoothly. As long as her mana was sufficient, she could use them continuously without pause. Recycling them felt a bit tedious, but it worked great. Especially the second soul skill, which grew stronger the more she used it. Stacking it allowed her to deal huge damage even to a level disaster beasts. Using soul skills personally was cumbersome and slow. Inserting a card was simple and fast. A single read provided the needed power for instant activation. Much more convenient. In this massive disaster beast onslaught, only someone like her could sustain uninterrupted soul skill use. Otherwise, the sheer number would exhaust anyone to death. Even so, Xingxuan's hands had gone numb. Counting the card draws and insertions added up to over 2,000 actions. Fortunately, her soul power was abundant. If it weren't for stalling on the 5th and 6th soul rings, she should have fully advanced to blooming, nearing the peak of Soul Emperor. so Xingxuan rarely felt short of mana. This was the first time she'd felt mana might be insufficient. The woman behind her was already unconscious, barely breathing. The pollution was too deep and the wounds too severe. This was a cruel witch association. There might be a life-or-death situation. She couldn't waste any time. She had to leave the battlefield quickly and get the person to a hospital. She glanced up. The dangerous fox-masked youth had already come down from the TV tower. No disaster beasts circled him, yet his aura remained terrifying. Your disaster beasts are all finished. Xingxuan raised her wand and stepped back. No matter who you are, if you've cleared your disaster beasts, you can't be an enemy of magical girls. I advise you to leave. Don't force me to act. He didn't answer, just looked at the time. There was a big clock on the TV tower. He glanced at it, nodded as if confirming something. Then he beckoned. The scattered grief seeds on the ground flew into Jiang the demon butcher's hand. Xingxuan retreated warily. A helicopter circled overhead but didn't approach. The Central Bureau must be controlling the city government's response and wouldn't let the military attack rashly. They were just scouting now. When she retreated to the unconscious woman's side, she relaxed. No problem, at this distance he couldn't catch them. As long as she carried the person away, they'd succeed. Get her to a hospital first. Never ever think you've already succeeded. The fox-masked youth suddenly spoke. Before she could react, a cold presence came from behind. Before she realized it, a blade pierced through her chest from the back, the tip protruding well past her heart, sizzling with black gas. The youth with the fox mask looked up as if he had suspected it, but spoke calmly. This slash admonish arrogance and haste. Xingxuan forced herself to turn and saw the woman who had been unconscious earlier, now emitting black gas and staring at her like a madwoman. You must die too. Anyone who kills my disaster beast babies must die. I'll use. Before she could finish, Red Crane had drawn her long blade, grabbed the miracle seed from the girl's neck and kicked Xingxuan outward. Tumbling on the ground, the magical girl hit the fox-masked youth's feet and then lost her transformation. Although the wounds remained, the cards scattered on the ground, and without the miracle seed she could no longer transform. Red Crane clutched the miracle seed, her eyes bloodshot, staggering as she walked. Left azure dragon, right white tiger. She muttered crazily, her hands gesturing in the air as if grasping something, movable at will. My witch association's strongest disaster beasts. 20 years of accumulation, all gone. All gone. She began to weep, tears streaming down her face. I was helping you, the now untransformed girl cried out in grievance. How could you do this? You're wrong. Before Red Crane could answer, the fox-masked youth sharply commanded, that's not the line. The girl stared at him in bewilderment. You should say Red Crane. What a red crane, heroes of the world, truly like fish crossing the river. Not only was the girl stunned. Red Crane herself froze, her madness easing a little. What are you talking about? She stabbed me in the back and you want me to praise her. Jiang the demon butcher slowly shook his head and sighed. After all, just a child of Duluo who doesn't understand the great Tao of the world and life philosophy. The girl retorted, it's Daomo. Red Crane pulled out her grief seed and embedded it into the blood cross at her brow. All of you die. Die. Hear it, the world's lament. A pitch-black magical outfit cloaked her, all her original wounds vanished. The girl on the ground, having lost her transformation, narrowed her eyes, complete witch. Then she saw the fox-masked youth bend down and pick up her card. He casually flicked the dust off the card. Then with his right hand, a grief seed in his grasp melted, reformed, and shaped itself. A brand-standard South China magical girl's wand appeared in Jiang the demon butcher's hand. Xingxuan gaped, dumbstruck. The black wand, aside from its corrupted mana attributes, showed almost no difference, and Xingxuan realized the wand wasn't even in her shape but in the shape of Senior King Ying's. All of you die. Red Crane transformed, raised her blade and struck down. Polluted magic condensed into a massive blade, crashing toward the two of them. Run. Xingxuan instinctively sprang up to push Jiang Si, but she couldn't move him. She fell back down hard. She stared at the youth in a daze. Jiang the demon butcher didn't even look at her, as if he hadn't noticed her shove. He simply took that card and inserted it into the wand he had constructed with polluted magic. Stellar mark descends. Even the broadcast voice was the same mechanical female tone. Weave the corona of a stellar vortex. Half the city was suddenly shrouded in pitch-black magic. Xingxuan had never imagined that her card could be so powerful. Because her magic, no, her soul skills, had always been characterized by low consumption and fast recovery. Back at the Central Bureau, her seniors had planned her development path exactly like this. Continuously cycling through small skills, combining and matching them as her usual means of engaging enemies, while also preparing one devastatingly powerful trump card. or simply advancing to the blooming magical girl rank and learning a mental landscape to serve as her trump card. But without two 10,000-year soul rings, Xingxuan was unwilling to advance so recklessly. She did have one powerful trump card, but unfortunately its power was so immense she couldn't use it casually. And while her Butterfly God's Light was considered quite powerful among her four minor soul skills, in reality, it was completely incomparable to her true trump card. However, the pitch-black magic covering half the city transformed into a new sky. An endless stream of pitch-black meteors fell from the sky, charging straight toward Red Crane. Yet Red Crane, as a complete witch, was not comparable to ordinary Witch Association members. Her longsword danced with ferocious power. Tens of thousands of meteors were cleaved apart under her blade. The flashes of her sword crisscrossed before her, weaving into a dense net. She actually managed to push forward against the bombardment of countless meteors, charging straight toward Jiang the Demon Butcher. Xingxuan's heart tightened. This strength was almost reaching the blooming level. Even without relying on sneak attacks, in a real fight she might not be a match for this complete witch. So why had she been forced to her knees by the soul beast earlier? And what was with that expression she made just now, that look in her eyes, those pleading tears, could it be, was all of that an act put on by that witch? Thoughts surged through her mind one after another. Xingxuan, well-versed in Battle Demon Continent, suddenly understood everything. It was all acting. Yes, it was all acting. Aren't all the corrupted soul masters of the Witch Association like this? They'll pretend to be anything to achieve their goals. She knew this all too well. Even though her idol, by family's third sister, had repeatedly emphasized the cunning of corrupted soul masters in Battle Demon Continent 2, she had still fallen for it. What a bitter pill to swallow, witnessing such treachery. Even a dignified soul sect member like her closed her eyes. What had she been protecting? Jiang the Demon Butcher. Red Crane let out a sinister voice that seemed squeezed through gritted teeth, snapping Xingxuan back to reality. Her body involuntarily trembled, and she glanced back at the fox-masked man. But he wasn't even looking at his opponent. He had been staring at the clock on the TV tower behind them the whole time. There was nothing special on it, was there, or was he in a hurry? Careful. Seeing Red Crane charging down while withstanding the meteors, Xingxuan couldn't help but urgently call out a warning. Yet the young man still didn't turn his head. He just casually extended his left index finger and pressed downward. The pitch-black sky rotated. The previously scattered meteors rapidly gathered together. Forming a gigantic meteorite, it smashed toward Red Crane. Xingxuan watched, dumbfounded. Of course, she knew what the Butterfly God's Light skill was. Each meteor light cluster could actually be made with slight differences in both shape and nature. That was the characteristic of Butterfly God's Light, including forming this kind of solid-like meteorite. However, the difficulty lay precisely here. Managing one or two meteor light clusters with different natures and shapes was fine, but once the variations increased, simultaneously merging meteorite entities with different shapes and natures like he was doing now required precise control over every gap and variation at the edges of each meteorite. Finding matching parts to lock together like puzzle pieces, or else meticulously manipulating the edge variations oneself. Whichever way, it was something fantastical, something that should be impossible. That's why she mostly used pure magic light clusters with only one or two natures. Moreover, this guy was using polluted magic, which was inherently more volatile and harder to control than pure magic. Unbelievable. Jiang the Demon Butcher. Over there, Red Crane's eyes were wide with fury. The meteorite smashed down fast and urgently. She had originally been charging toward the fox-masked man, and now there was no retreat. With a fierce shout, she gripped her sword and charged straight at the massive meteorite. Boom! Unexpectedly, she was truly forced to tap into her potential. That single slash almost cleaved away more than half of the massive meteorite. However, the remaining half was unavoidable. With a massive eruption of polluted magic all over her body, she instantly held up the meteorite that was almost crushing her to death. Is this all? Red Crane roared, is this all you dare to touch my disaster beast babies? Protecting them is my duty, damn it. I'll definitely slice you into 1,000 pike. Bam! Another meteorite instantly smashed onto the top of that half-meteorite. The massive shockwave sent Xingxuan tumbling 2 or 3 somersaults. Ouch, she cried, crashing into a telephone pole behind her before stopping. Clutching the telephone pole tightly, she looked up. A huge circular crater appeared ahead. Red Crane was immediately smashed so hard that polluted magic spurted from her eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Her chest heaved violently, unable to utter a single word anymore. She looked like a fierce and wretched evil spirit, yet also utterly miserable. Her straight back was forcibly bent, half her body buried in the dirt, like an old man carrying a mountain, finally unable to move. Xingxuan, clinging to the telephone pole like an octopus, turned her head dazedly to look back. The fox-masked youth was still looking at the clock. After a long while, he shook his head. This clock is inaccurate. Xingxuan, choked by the dust and unable to speak, felt her cheeks flush a little when she remembered how she had thought she could capture Jiang the demon butcher after finishing off the disaster beasts. She glanced back again at Red Crane, who was being crushed breathless by 1.5 meteorites. You didn't protect anything either, did you? Thinking it was finally over, she didn't expect Red Crane to actually stand up while supporting two, no, to be precise, 1.5 meteorites. She thrust her sword into the meteorite. Terrifying magic power flowed across the meteorite, causing cracks to spread wildly across it. She was actually going to shatter the 1.5 meteorites. You think this is enough to defeat me? Red Crane gasped heavily, then fiercely cleaved apart the meteorite on her body. I am their mother. The opponent was strong, far stronger than Red Crane had anticipated. Probably even a blooming magical girl would be about this strong. But so what? Red Crane's eyes were red. Although she was somewhat dazed from being smashed a few times, her originally chaotic and frenzied mind had cleared up a lot. But that anger in her heart, that flame of vengeance, would give her infinite power. This is maternal love. For the sake of her children, she could even break through her limits. The current her could even defeat a blooming magical girl if one came. She would not lose. She finally understood now. Which association: cadre, evil person, perfect witch, disaster beast emperor. These were the status and prestige she held in the eyes of everyone in Hulin City. Her codename was Red Crane, not the strongest person in the witch association, but none of that mattered. She had discarded all of that now. What mattered was her babies, the disaster beast babies who had entrusted their future to her, because they had chosen her. Her boundless maternal love transformed into the power to charge forward at this moment. That was hope. Now she held the future in her hands, that's why she could stand here. Behind her were countless wrongfully killed disaster beasts, countless children who were controlled yet forced to become her enemies. Nothing could stop a mother's vengeance. The anger of a hoarder whose 20 years of savings were destroyed in an instant. The hoarder descends from the heavens, wrathful and ferocious. It could burn the entire world. Gripping her longsword with both hands, Red Crane let out a piercing roar. Jiang the demon butcher. Countless times she shouted this name, as if wanting to chew it up and grind it to pieces. Witches were monsters created in imitation of magical girls, creatures of polluted magic. Similarly, intense emotions could also bring them terrifying power. Jiang the demon butcher, you have already lost. At this moment you absolutely cannot defeat me. The magic power in her longsword instantly pierced through the pitch-black sky, stabbing through the covering polluted magic. When moonlight leaked in from outside, it shone on Red Crane's face. On that wretched, filthy and dirty face, a trace of satisfaction and a cold sneer finally appeared. Die. Then she heard an extremely soft mutter. 3 hours and 1 second. Hesitating for a moment, her swinging motion didn't stop. But before the swinging longsword could touch the masked youth, it emitted cracking and shattering sounds. By the time Red Crane regained her senses, the large sword in her hand was already broken, with only half remaining. She stared blankly at the power formed from her maternal love, the resentment of the hoarder, and the support of many disaster beast babies, now completely shattered. Her mouth opened and closed unconsciously. Then she looked up. The sky was descending once more. The polluted magic that constituted the pitch-black sky transformed into the largest meteorite, crashing down toward her with overwhelming force. With a thud, she knelt on the ground, just crying out, "Spare." The next second, the pitch-black sky landed. And Shiyu watched the terrifying meteorite land, originally thinking the TV tower and surrounding buildings would be doomed. But they weren't. When the meteorite landed, although it created a massive crater, most of the polluted magic didn't spread outward. Instead, it shot skyward. The pitch-black polluted magic dissipated into the night sky. If one weren't a magical girl, being even slightly too far away, they wouldn't be able to tell what had happened. But the dispersing gale still blew to the surroundings. By the time Jiang Si casually tossed the card back to Xingxuan, the senior was still in a dazed state, completely unable to react. And Shiyu had hidden to the side, actually thinking that if there was any danger, she would secretly take Jiang Si away. If Jiang Si was more powerful, she would try to rescue Senior Xingxuan. After all, both Jiang Si and Senior Xingxuan had shown her kindness. If she were on the scene, she wouldn't know who to help, so she could only hide and watch the situation first. But Jiang Si's subsequent performance made her momentarily forget what she was supposed to do. So Jiang Si was this powerful. Although she had been saved by Jiang Si before and witnessed the youth tearing open Scorpio's skull with her own eyes, she didn't know how powerful Scorpio was. Nor did she know how Jiang Si had gotten in or what his actual combat power was. Especially after her own transformation, she had killed many disaster beasts along the way. Although still very unskilled, it gradually gave her some confidence. She was quite strong as a magical girl. Senior Xingxuan had also said she had some ability, plus she could fly, making her stronger than the average sprout magical girl. Actually, she had fantasized that if Jiang Si ever encountered danger, she would immediately appear and rescue him. On one hand, she could repay some of Jiang Si's kindness. Just being able to help Jiang Si would make her happy. On the other hand, it would also make Jiang Si remember her more deeply, just like she had such a deep impression of him. The fantasy was terminated along with the dissipating polluted magic. After recognizing Jiang Si's true strength, and Shiyu naturally wouldn't indulge in wild thoughts anymore. The gap in strength was too vast. Even after becoming a magical girl, there were still things she couldn't do. Watching Jiang Si's retreating figure, and Shiyu deeply understood this point. Soon, police and some related personnel approached. A massive number of helicopter searchlights illuminated the area. Although Senior Xingxuan was still sitting dazedly in front of the huge crater, seemingly unable to stand up due to weak legs. Sorry, Senior, I have something more important to do. Apologizing in her heart, and Shiyu immediately spread her wings and flew after Jiang Si. Jiang Si's speed was fast, but he wasn't flying. Instead, he was leaping by stepping on something in the air. And Shiyu couldn't quite understand how Jiang Si could double jump in midair. He was both agile and fast. And Shiyu pushed herself to the limit just to barely keep up behind him. Struggling to follow behind Jiang Si, she almost crashed into taller buildings several times. Fortunately, she gradually adapted to these wings, flying faster and more agilely, finally managing not to be shaken off. After leaving Hulin City, she saw Jiang Si leap into the nearby mountain forest. The mountain forests near Hulin City were famously dense, considered a pillar industry. Once he dove in there, just flying above would definitely make it impossible to keep up. She had to descend and enter the forest on foot. Even if she was familiar with the wings, flying in such a place in the middle of the night was really asking too much. However, soon in the silent and pitch-black forest, she became somewhat lost. Jiang Si's figure also disappeared. The most critical thing was that her magical girl form was about to become unsustainable. All the fighting along the way, plus constantly chasing Jiang Si in flight, meant that as a newly transformed magical girl, she had already maintained her form for a very long time. Now her magic power was finally depleted here, and her stamina was nearing its limit. After being tripped by a vine from who knows where, she fell to the ground and naturally cancelled her transformation. Clutching her miracle seed tightly, looking around at the sky-blocking trees, and Shiyu sniffled, feeling like crying for a moment. She just wanted to talk to Jiang Si, completely lost. Groping her way up, she looked at her seed. She couldn't transform for now. But how to transform again, Xingxuan had told her. She just needed to wait a while until the seed's transformation cooldown was over and she could transform again. Then fly up and leave. Looking up at the sky, scattered starlight fell down. Even after becoming a magical girl, many things wouldn't go so smoothly. And Jiang Si probably didn't want to see her either. He probably didn't recognize her anymore. He didn't seem to recognize her before, although her red hair was quite striking. After all, truly red hair was very, very rare. Touching her hair, and Shiyu tried her best to tidy her somewhat messy strands. Come to think of it, she didn't even know what she looked like now. Probably dirty and messy, if only she had a mirror. She wanted to tidy up her appearance, not wanting Jiang Si to see her looking ugly. No, she couldn't find him anyway. Maybe she might never see him again. Thinking this, and Shiyu suddenly felt a sour ache in her heart, an empty feeling. Holding her miracle seed, she spoke as if making a wish. Can you let me see Jiang Si again? If magical girls are miracles that can grant wishes, then my wish. What are you doing? A cold inquiry startled and Shiyu so much, she almost threw her seed. After a long moment, she gripped the seed tightly and looked up. The fox mask under the moonlight was staring straight at her. I'm lost. I can see that. And Shiyu instinctively brushed her hair, wanting to improve her less than presentable appearance, then said softly, I wanted to talk to you. Why? Back then on the bus, you saved me. At the orphanage, you saved me again, but I haven't told you my name yet. And Shiyu leaned on a nearby tree to stand up. My name isn't Shiyu, you can call me Shiyu. The she from poetry, the you from rain. That slender figure, though not tall, brought an unparalleled sense of security. All those rustling sounds that had made her anxious before now became just somewhat annoying background noise. Hello? The response was flat, but Shiyu didn't feel discouraged. As long as there was a response, it was enough. She didn't know what would happen in the future. Maybe they wouldn't meet again. Maybe they would, but there would never be another chance to chat like this. So no matter what, seize every opportunity, say what you want to say, gather your courage, Absolutely do not be cowardly. Jiang Si, my name is Jiang the Demon Butcher. She was interrupted. Her momentum was broken too, but Shiyu wasn't such a fragile girl. She took a breath, holding the miracle seed against her chest. As a magical girl you must be strong. Jiang the Demon Butcher. You might not remember anymore, but back on the bus we met before. That made him. Although Jiang Si didn't remember, he still nodded. Anyway, just go through the motions to make her leave. He was still waiting for information from twins. Back then, when you confessed to me on the bus, I didn't react in time. I didn't give you a response. But now I've thought it through. And Shiyu took a short, quick breath, quickly calming herself down. Come on, you must speak your mind. I hope you can listen to my answer and thoughts. Anyway, just handle it perfunctorily to make her live. And Shiyu raised her head, her clear eyes meeting Jiang Si's pupils directly. The youth's pupils were dark, ancient, and without ripples. Face Jiang Si directly, face your own heart directly, then gather your courage. I want to know more about you. I also want you to know more about me. I want to know your likes and dislikes. I want to know what you usually do. I want to stay by your side. I want. Some hard-to-utter words paused at her lips, but Shiyu still took a step forward, her eyes sparkling brightly as she looked at the youth. I want to be with you. The long wait felt like the silence before a sentence is pronounced. The sound of her heartbeat drowned out everything else. When she realized what she had said, the hand holding the miracle seed also began to tremble. A burning sense of shyness spread from the depths of her heart all the way to her ears, making her head feel somewhat dizzy. She instinctively wanted to press down on her heartbeat, to stop it from being so loud, afraid the youth right in front of her would hear it. Even her exhaled breaths became somewhat agitated. She didn't know how long she waited until the fox mask across from her nodded. It was like a judge's gavel striking her heart, making Shiyu feel breathless for a moment. She heard the youth reply indifferently, then keep wanting. No one said you couldn't. Kingman had just finished her report and returned to her own home. Although she hadn't been back for a long time, the result was still the same. The room was very clean, with almost no dust to be seen. Her father wasn't actually a neat freak. The one with the cleanliness obsession was her mother. In Kingluan's memory, when she was little, most of the time it was her mother complaining to her father about why he didn't clean up properly. Then her father would put on a cheeky grin and go clean. When he was with her father always smiled a lot. In fact, Kingluan rarely saw her father get angry or furious. He never seemed rushed either. As a shareholder in a large enterprise, he had long achieved financial freedom and possessed a certain amount of power. No matter what he encountered, he always appeared calm and in control. Until the day her mother passed away. Her father was at a loss and as agitated as a greenhorn. In the past, although her father rarely got angry or furious, it wasn't like it never happened. For example, there was a time when the family was out shopping and he found out someone in the company had leaked secrets to a competitor. Her father would press his lips together, shake his head. Although he would still show a smile when facing her mother, when he turned away, his expression would turn somewhat cold. Later, after returning home, he would sit on the rocking chair on the balcony, rocking leisurely back and forth. In the sunset, he looked like a lion lying in wait. Although he didn't speak or make any sound, she could feel that vast, overwhelming anger and killing intent just by watching him from behind. Mature people always restrain their emotions, whether it's anger or sorrow. You always thought that was the case. Until your mother passed away, you realized that even adults are not always able to restrain all their emotions. There are always times when they break down. Her father's breakdown was no different from anyone else's. Agitated, furious, kneeling before her mother's body, holding her hand, constantly begging her not to leave him behind. At that time, Jiang Ming was still young and didn't understand what death meant. She just thought it was an illness, something that could be cured by going to the hospital, just like before. Only later did she learn that the dead cannot be resurrected. Death means permanent loss, forever without a mother, never to see, touch, feel her mother's warmth or hear her voice again. She attended the funeral in a daze. Her father never once looked at her. Only after the funeral ended, everything settled and they returned home, did her father look at her. He seemed still immersed in the recent funeral, like withered eyes with red veins like bloodshot pupils. His gaze was full of bloodshot lines, so frightening. So oppressive, so utterly despairing, yet hiding a venomous tiger. Young Jiang Ming didn't understand what her father was thinking. She just clung to her mother's photo frame, the girl's pale fingers gently stroking the face in the photo, avoiding everything that was about to come. Later, Jiang Ming realized what that terrifying feeling in her father's eyes, which she couldn't comprehend at the time, actually was. It was later when she encountered a similar look, that she remembered it was killing intent. So at that time her father truly, genuinely wanted to kill her, but her father ultimately didn't do it. He just grabbed the cat she was raising at the time and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Why did you have to care about some cat? It's all your fault. It's all your fault for killing her. The cat was beaten to death by her father. Its head was even stomped to a pulp by her father's crazed feet. Qingying was terrified at that time. She had never faced such immense fury from her father before. Her father rarely got angry with her. Even if he was about to, her mother would be there to stop him or complain a few words. Many things would always pass by so lightly. That day, she realized for the first time that without her mother, her father's anger would not pass by so lightly. She cried as she went to clean up the cat's body, burying it in the backyard. Without her mother, and having lost her cat, Qingluan had no other friends at that time either. She could only cry in her bedroom, holding the doll her mother had bought for her. Until she met Little White and became a magical girl. Continuously saving others, then meeting more magical girls at the Disaster Control Bureau and making her own friends. As for the hatred towards her father, Qingying didn't care that much anymore. Taking off her shoes, changing into slippers as she closed the door, Little White popped out of her bag. It didn't like staying in the miracle seed. Under normal circumstances, Qingying kept it in her bag. Xiao Qing, Iris is looking for you. She keeps saying she wants to talk to you. Hurry up, she's been nagging constantly. Got it right away, right away. Qingying responded, then in her slippers, she went pat 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 asterisk back to her bedroom. Halfway there, the door to her father's bedroom suddenly opened. She immediately pressed Little White back into her bag. Looking up, a middle-aged man who had aged considerably stood at the doorway. Seeing Qingying, he also seemed a bit dazed. Qingying also stood there, pausing for a moment before saying, "Dad." The middle-aged man nodded, looked at her again and said, "You're back." "I'm back." A rather meaningless conversation. Actually, this kind of somewhat distant interaction wasn't new. It had been going on for quite a while. Just as she was about to return to her room, unexpectedly, her father called out to her again, "What have you been doing these past few days?" She had been supporting Jiangming City for the past few years, but it wasn't like she never came home. She just rarely returned. It's just that her father seemed to have never noticed she hadn't been home for a long time. After all, he spent most of his time at the company. Her father himself rarely came home. Even when he did return, father and daughter wouldn't talk much and never visited each other's rooms. But still, not noticing his daughter wasn't home for so long was pretty rare, right? I went to Jiangming to study. Qingying had indeed attended school in Jiangming, though most of her time was still spent supporting the Disaster Control Bureau against disaster beasts. In fact, the Disaster Control Bureau should have sent someone to inform her father long ago about arranging for her to study in Jiangming. It wasn't some secret. He probably just never remembered it. Why go to Jiangming's? The school arranged it, said it's better there. The disheveled middle-aged man scratched his head, which hadn't been washed in a long time. Oh, I see. What grade are you in this year? I'm in my second year of high school. Already in high school. It was unclear whether it was a sigh of emotion or awkwardness. I'll go back to my room now. In the end, there was nothing good to say. Actually, nowadays, most of the time between father and daughter was just silence. She didn't really want her father to know she had become a magical girl now. As for why she didn't want him to know, Qingluan wasn't sure either. Maybe it was resentment, or maybe she just thought it would be troublesome. Oh, right. Her father suddenly called out to her again. A few days ago, I saw on the news that quite a few people died in Jiangming. It seemed chaotic. So I came back. I won't be going to Jiangming anymore. Her father breathed out again, then nodded. That's good. Oh, right, your mother's death anniversary. Just as her father was about to say something more, the incubator in the bag finally couldn't hold back and popped its head out again. Xiao Qing, Iris is starting to get so frantic she's yelling randomly. She wants us to contact her immediately. Qingying was startled and instinctively tried to stuff Little White back in, but it was too late. Her father had already seen it. She tried pressing it back twice, but the incubator refused to go back. She finally had to give up. The man stared blankly at the white incubator. As he reached out to touch it, Qingying instinctively protected Little White and took a step back. Fortunately, to other people's ears, the incubator's cries all sounded like meow meow meow, otherwise it would have been exposed. The incubator didn't know what was happening either. It just knew the atmosphere seemed a bit tense, but the Central Bureau was urging urgently. It couldn't stay in the bag any longer. It didn't want to stay there anyway, it was dark and stuffy. Qingluan's father was also stunned by his daughter's action, his hand hanging awkwardly in the air. But he quickly withdrew his hand. You got a cat again. Although the breed looked a bit strange, it was basically a cat. Qingluan lowered her head. Its name is Little White. The same name. The man muttered, then just sighed, if you're keeping it, then keep it. Ask Auntie Yang to buy some good cat food. Okay. Letting out a sigh of relief, King Luan felt that her father seemed a bit different too, compared to before. And her father finally said one more thing to her: no matter how good the relationship is, a pet is ultimately just a pet. People are the most important, daughters. This time, King Luan didn't reply to her father. Instead, she hugged Little White, returned to her room, closed the door, leaned against it, and sniffled. Little White looked at her with some concern. Zio Ching. King Luan hugged her incubator. It's okay, I won't abandon you. Having lost her mother, having lost her own cat, with her father hating her, for King Luan it was Little White who accompanied her, chatting with her day and night, telling her about the wonders of being a magical girl, filling her with anticipation and longing for tomorrow. It was because of Little White that she managed to survive that most difficult period, so she would absolutely never give up on Little White. Holding Little White tightly, King Luan swore this to herself. However, soon Little White cried out again, hurry, hurry, Iris is going to throw another fit. King Ying then remembered the contact from the Central Bureau. She quickly called Iris. As soon as the call connected, the other side yelled, King Luan, you actually dared to leave me hanging for so long, I'm going to break off our friendship. Sorry, my dad just called me over. No way. This reason doesn't convince me. Dad probably wanted to tell me to go sweep Mom's grave tomorrow. Tomorrow is my mother's death anniversary. I'm sorry. It's nothing. So what's the matter that's so urgent? Oh, right. On the other end, Iris's voice suddenly became high-pitched again. On this side, King Luan was taking off her clothes, changing into more comfortable everyday wear while listening. Hulin City blew up, you know Yayayo, right? Yayayo? Magical girl Xingxuan. Kingman then realized, I remember her. That junior who's obsessed with Battle Demon Continent, always talking about 10,000-year soul rings and stuff. That's her. She discovered a lurking witch association in Hulin City. Someone went to take stock, over 3,000 disaster beasts with more than 200 being Class B. A plan and infiltration spanning over 20 years. Once it erupts, it'll be a full-scale disaster beast assault. Hulin City would probably become hell in an instant. It's just too terrifying. King Luan lay spread-eagled on her soft bed. The girl's petite figure sank into the mattress, as if returning to her mother's embrace. A familiar perfume scent wafted over, the one her mother loved to use. After her mother's death, she often sprayed her mother's perfume in the room. It gave her the feeling her mother was still with her, allowing her to sleep. Little White also jumped onto her stomach, lying there obediently. After petting Little White, King Luan said, that little Xingxuan is really amazing. She'll probably get a promotion this time, and her salary and benefits will improve too. Yeah, but Xingxuan said the Witch Association in Hulin City wasn't discovered by her, and the Witch Association cadre wasn't taken down by her either. It was an organization called the Saint Hall. I'm not familiar with East China. King Luan, have you heard of the Saint Hall? King Luan thought for a long time, then shook her head. In East China, I've only heard of the Azure Cloud sect. Never heard of any Saint Hall. Is it a recently emerged organization? Probably not. If it just appeared recently, how could it have discovered the Witch Association's 20-year plan? Most likely it's an old organization, but it's been hiding too well. Could it be related to the Azure Cloud sect? Not likely. The Azure Cloud sect disdains using such methods. You've seen it. Their leader likes to be direct, never hides her identity. With such formidable strength, what's the point of hiding? Although the Saint Hall destroyed the Witch Association's 20-year plan, Xingxuan said they use polluted magic. To be honest, anyone who uses polluted magic is an idiot. Maybe it's just dogs of the Witch Association fighting each other. King Luan nodded, that makes sense. Anyway, don't let this shady little roadside organization get mixed up with our Azure Cloud sect. The Azure Cloud sect is the righteous path's leader. And besides being tall, Miss Shin is the perfect, strongest magical girl of my dreams. Being associated with such an organization would be an insult to the Azure Cloud sect. I absolutely won't allow it. You're from the Disaster Control Bureau, Iris. Well, you want to join the Azure Cloud sect too, right? I can also switch jobs. Don't joke around, King Luan said softly. Don't talk nonsense. I just want to try. I don't know how it'll turn out yet. Anyway, after this heart image remnant incident ends, let's go check out the Azure Cloud sect. I heard there are 7 true disciples in the Azure Cloud sect, the 7 strongest magical girls. Maybe I'll become a true disciple as soon as I enter, since I can use mental landscape after all. But King Luan, you'll have to work hard. She smiled helplessly, not taking Iris's joking words to heart. She did want to join the Azure Cloud sect, but she actually didn't really want to bring Iris along. After all, no one knew what the inside of the Azure Cloud sect was really like. What if it wasn't as good as imagined? Wouldn't that harm Iris? It was all the incubator's fault for blabbing and letting Iris know about this. Now it was a bit troublesome, but no matter what, she had to go to the Azure Cloud sect to look for a way to save her senior. She didn't want to cause anyone else's death because of herself anymore, whether it was her mother or her senior. Oh, I almost forgot to say, King Gluin, Senior Golden Sparrow said you've been selected as one of the members to enter the Heart Image Remnant. But don't get too happy too soon. Hurry up and train to develop your own mental landscape. Otherwise, even if you enter the Heart Image Remnant, you'll just be dead weight. Iris should have been selected too, right? Tusk just missed it by a bit. Don't get cocky, I'll go find Senior Golden Sparrow for another test right away. After laughing and comforting her a few more times, she hung up the phone. The Heart Image Remnant was closely related to Full Bloom. She had to figure out exactly what was going on, not just to save her senior. This was an issue every magical girl had to face. I hope it goes smoothly. King Ying prayed like this. However, the incubator lying on her stomach then said, "It will go smoothly." At that time, even if there is any danger, as long as you're willing to achieve full bloom, or if Iris achieves full bloom, the witch in the remnant won't be a threat to anyone. Whether it's you or Iris, if you want to, you can both achieve full bloom. King Gluin was stunned looking at her little white butt. Achieving full bloom is dangerous. But being a magical girl has always been dangerous. If achieving full bloom can save friends and defeat enemies, then you should achieve full bloom. Isn't that what our senior did? If it comes to that. The incubator rubbed against her cheek beside her. Don't worry, King Gluin, I'll always be with you. I'm your best partner. No matter where you are, no matter what you become, I'll always be with you. Little White, you'll be a good kitty from now on, right? I'm not actually a cat, but if you like it that way, sure. She held her seed, looking at the incubator for a long time. For the first time, she felt a slight sense of unfamiliarity. Little White tilted its head. What's wrong, Xiao Qing? Nothing. All along, Little White had encouraged her to fight bravely like this. Nothing had changed, it's just. Why add Senior Iris? Full bloom. Taking a deep breath, King Ying closed her eyes, turned over, and hugged the cloth doll her mother left behind. She absolutely had to figure out the secret of full bloom. Red Crane felt like she had passed through an eternity. When her consciousness recovered a bit and she opened her eyes. The pain of her entire body being crushed by immense force still lingered throughout her. When she opened her eyes, she felt her surroundings were somewhat familiar. Witch Association property, underground bar, pair of threes. Joker bomb crushed. Can you even play? We're the peasants. I don't care if you're peasants or landlords, you're going down, airplane. Don't mess around, this round is mine. Some noisy voices came through. Looking up, she saw a big toe pressing on her head. The twins, who had taken off their shoes, had their feet up on the table, and the big toe was pressing on her head. Red Crane wanted to push it away, but found her body felt very strange. Flipping over and looking at her reflection in the glass table, she realized she had turned into a little mouse. Ah. She couldn't help but let out a scream. A goo insect, a captain made of vines, and the twins, the three people playing cards, all stopped their actions and looked at her. You're awake, Chilean welcomed her sarcastically. 3-hour 1-second sister. You need more practice, Red Crane. Look at you, you died without even knowing who your opponent was from start to finish. The captain sighed with disappointment. How many times have I told you, when you're out in the world, rely on yourself. Be cautious, then more cautious. The twins retracted their feet, took a sip of the carbonated drink beside them, then reached out and tapped Red Crane's forehead. Welcome to the Witch Association post-death debriefing team. Now let's review, during your confrontation with the Azure Cloud sect, as the biggest war criminal, how many forced errors and low-level mistakes you made. Wait, I was about to win this hand. The captain over there tried to stop her, but Chilean had already climbed onto the small blackboard prepared nearby. Twins also threw down her cards and had somehow changed into a teacher's outfit, complete with a pair of non-prescription glasses. Although she was a bit short and looked like a kid playing dress-up, she still managed to pull off the appearance quite convincingly. Her equipment was surprisingly complete. Let's discuss why, despite having so many resources at your disposal, you almost couldn't last 3 hours. Twins tapped the blackboard. First, the sin of arrogance. Knowing your opponent controlled disaster beasts and that you couldn't handle too many of them, you didn't even consider running away to stall for time. Instead, you charged straight in. Arrogant, reckless. If you don't die, who wills? I don't think the arrogance lies there. Chilean disagreed from the side. As a goo insect, she crawled around on the blackboard, leaving trails of writing. I think the most arrogant part is that she actually believed her disaster beasts would never go out of control. She took no precautions at all. That's what led to all her disaster beasts being compromised and becoming accomplices of the Azure Cloud sect. Twins adjusted her glasses. Exactly, if I recall correctly, the key turning point in this round was when you, Chilean, leaked the disaster beast control method. Chilean shouted loudly, suddenly turning on the captain. Speaking of which, Captain, what did you do? Why does the Azure Cloud sect know our disaster beast control method? Did you defect long ago to survive these 3 years? Did you set up this whole situation to drag us down? Dog. HMPH, the captain snorted coldly. I have lived my life diligently and cautiously with no regrets, never doing anything to betray the Witch Association. Isn't that right, twins? Oh no, I should say, you little newborn. The captain was suddenly grabbed by twins. Vines wrapped around the captain's head, making it swell up like a balloon, preventing normal speech. The captain started babbling and drooling. Twins quickly laughed it off. Oh, Captain, you really know how to joke. It was clearly you who specifically arranged for twins to infiltrate the Azure Cloud sect with an incomplete version of the disaster beast control method as a token of surrender, right, Tilda? Twins' mission was completed long ago. Can't blame twins, twins didn't know Tilda. However, Twins' tone shifted as she put down the vine-bound captain, whose face was turning green from suffocation and who started panting like a worm. Don't underestimate Twins' intelligence network. The complete method for controlling disaster beasts, you were the one who leaked it, right? Chilean immediately denied it. I didn't tell the Azure Cloud sect. Anyway, the Azure Cloud sect definitely managed to control all of Red Crane's disaster beasts because of the control method you leaked. After all, the Witch Association's technical application records show only you have publicly shared the disaster beast control method with others. The captain was stunned and turned to look at Chilean, so it really was you who leaked it. Dog, that's not the point. Chilean immediately cut off the captain. Even if I didn't leak it, wouldn't the Azure Cloud sect have gotten it anyway? The Azure Cloud sect would definitely have obtained it. The key issue isn't there, right? We need to look at the core problem. What's the core? Why didn't you have insurance? Red Crane remained silent for a long while. No insurance for the disaster beasts. Seeing her own disaster beasts get controlled, she got hot-headed, charged straight in, then couldn't bring herself to fight them properly and got beaten to her knees. Didn't use her ultimate early, didn't use it late, used it when about to die and missed completely. Chilean's words struck with force. Isn't this just pure trash? Lasting until 3 hours and 1 second was purely due to her good luck. As for me, I relied on solid strength. I endured for 3 hours and 3 minutes. The difference is obvious at a glance. Wasn't it just because you have a magical girl mother? HMPH, here we go. Can't compete on strength, so start slinging mud. I, Chilean, have never relied on my mother for anything in my life. All my achievements today are due to my own hard work and sweat. Those 3 hours and 3 minutes were earned by me, life by life through sheer struggle. As for how each of those lives came about, that wasn't a question to ask. Anyway, Twins couldn't be bothered to expose her and just looked at Red Crane. So in short, that's it. Defeated in 3 hours and 1 second. Hewlin City now has the Disaster Control Bureau re-established, the Witch Association branch dissolved, your subordinates mostly captured. The Witch Association headquarters is furious. They apparently gave you a very important task. This mission failure has hindered their plans. Captain, you really let the Azure Cloud sect win big. Chilean, the important thing is, do you want to take down the Azure Cloud sect or not? Talk. Red Crane Mouse, who hadn't spoken for a long time, rolled over. What Azure Cloud sect? The one who killed us was Jiang the demon butcher from the Saint Hall. I don't know what you're talking about. All three were stunned. Chilean was the first to react. Damn, it was the Saint Hall. So the Azure Cloud sect and the Saint Hall are connected. Twins, huh, you didn't know. We've been talking past each other this whole time. Have to piece together intel ourselves. Captain, what Saint Hall? Chilean immediately looked at Twins. You tricked me. The Azure Cloud sect and the Saint Hall are connected, and you didn't say anything earlier. I thought you all knew. The Azure Cloud sect and the Saint Hall have deep ties. Are you? The captain waved a hand. Stop arguing. Whether it's the Saint Hall or the Azure Cloud sect, it doesn't matter. Having them gone matters to us. With that, she looked at Red Crane Mouse, slumped limply on the table. Now she had lost interest in everything before her. The captain poked her from the side. Hey, Red Crane, what's wrong with you? Hurry up, we're waiting for you for a 3-player game. Play a couple rounds of mahjong, then go kill the Saint Hall and the Azure Cloud sect. Red Crane didn't move at all. After a long while, she said faintly, Mouse me, I really don't care anymore. Anyway, it's all gone. The three who were originally ready for a big fight and to properly welcome the new member were immediately dumbfounded. The three gathered around the table, huddled together. Twins whispered, "Tough situation, she seems to have given up." Chilean snorted, "She just hasn't been hit where it hurts yet." Then she took the lead and said, "3 hours and 1 second, girl. Do you know what kind of joke you've become in the Witch Association? People call you the Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix, the speedrun duo. Let them say whatever. Red Crane Mouse's eyes were lifeless. Anyway, I'm already dead. Chilean crawled back, "It's over." She seems really done for. Twins also sighed. After all, 20 years of accumulation gone in an instant, she's bound to be depressed. Understandable, just a pity. Bullshit. The captain's angry shout startled both Chilean and Twins. The captain strode over to Red Crane Mouse and kicked her. "Look at your pathetic state, should have let you die in the Witch Association's lab back then." Rolling and falling to the ground, the music from the dance floor outside became more piercing. Red Crane Mouse cried out, "Then what am I supposed to do? All my disaster beast babies are dead, I lost. What else can I do? I won't even ask if you can face those disaster beasts who trusted you. I'll just ask you, can you face the self who worked hard for 20 years? I don't know if I can face myself, I just know it's meaningless now. Look into my eyes." The captain grabbed Red Crane Mouse's front limbs and said solemnly, "Don't you want revenge? Do you want it to just end like this? Think about it. Back in the Witch Association lab you had nothing. Weren't you still willing to risk your life fighting others? What have you lost compared to back then? You've just returned to the starting point. Why have you lost your spirit? Tell me, Red Crane, are you a coward?" "Captain, I really can't beat them." "Just because you can't beat them, does that mean no one can?" Red Crane wailed, "Who else can beat them? Which Witch Association members who can come here can defeat Jiang the Demon Butcher? Headquarters is busy dealing with the Heart Image Remnant and definitely won't support us here." Twin's eyes lit up. She exchanged a glance with the captain, who immediately nodded. "I've even fought Shin. I understand your despair, Red Crane. The more it's like this, the more we can't give up. Giving up is true failure. The real battle has just begun. Tell me, do you want to avenge your disaster beast babies?" "I do," Red Crane replied, then added, "but I don't want to die again." "It's fine, we can have others go." Red Crane shook her head again. "No. Even if I die, I'm still a Witch Association member. I would never betray my comrades." The captain and Twins both looked at Chilean. Chilean coughed. "They're all like this at the beginning." The captain looked furious. "Do I look like a traitor to you?" "Of course not," Red Crane answered without hesitation. "The captain's loyalty is evident to heaven and earth. You know that's right. I, the captain, have lived my life with a clear conscience, only for the victory of the Witch Association. I've given everything, never giving up even after death. My goal is only one, to win, to make the Witch Association win." Such heartfelt words naturally made Red Crane believe deeply. The captain held Red Crane. "Since you're practically half my student, you should be like me and trust the Witch Association. Of course, it's also true that the Witch Association's current strength is insufficient to deal with this. So let's change our approach, send Jiang the Demon Butcher into the Heart Image Remnant. The Heart Image Remnant is full of dangers. He uses polluted magic. Once he enters, he'll definitely die." Twins looked at her with newfound respect. As expected of the captain, immediately grasping the key point. Earlier, she was still thinking about how to pry open Red Crane's mouth to get information about the Heart Image Remnant. Now Red Crane would have to volunteer the information herself. Sure enough, the previously half-dead Red Crane Mouse immediately perked up. But then she asked, "Wait, Captain, how do we send him into the Heart Image Remnant? What if he doesn't want to go in? How do we find him and send him in? Truly, Rottenwood cannot be carved. I ask you, why did he go nowhere else but specifically come to your place?" Red Crane Mouse looked blank. "Why?" "Because Chilean sold you out. The captain naturally wouldn't say that, just speaking seriously. Then let me ask you, where was the first place that guy went?" "The Witch Association experiment." Red Crane shuddered in realization. "Jiang the Demon Butcher's target is the Heart Image Remnant." The captain clapped her hands. "Right, that's exactly it. He came specifically for the Heart Image Remnant. Otherwise, why would he go to the Witch Association lab first when he came to Hulin City?" "Vols." "Actually, he came to test the new ability obtained from Chilean. Even this Hulin City training ground was provided by Chilean. Jiang Si had no idea the Witch Association in Hulin City was conducting experiments related to the Heart Image Remnant. He simply went there because Scorpio's magic was easier to detect. Of course, the captain and Twins didn't know at first either. They only found out later when cleaning up the Witch Association's remaining evidence that they were conducting experiments about the Heart Image Remnant there. Susan was tidying up documents in the main hall. The two incubators originally guarding the Disaster Control Bureau's main hall had now gone to the monitoring division. Occasionally, Susan would come to help with front desk work. Thinking about Camellia leaving, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. That ancestor really gave the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau a hard time. Fortunately, the strength of the two true transmissions, 4-leaf and 6-leaf, was astonishing. Who would have thought that at the seedling rank, they could defeat a blooming rank and alter the cognition of a blooming magical girl? Truly terrifying. Otherwise, something big might really have happened. She looked back at Peony, who was sitting at her workstation, drowsy. Every time she came to the main hall to help sort documents, she would drag Peony along. After all, Peony was the idlest in the bureau. Since Iris's paid leave last time, Peony had become increasingly lazy. Back then, she could still spar with 4-leaf and 6-leaf. Now she had completely become a bystander, not even bothering to go to the basement anymore. Anyway, can't outcalculate those two little girls, whatever. Saying the Azure Cloud Sect was a department under the Disaster Control Bureau. It's the other way around, right? Now the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau is just a vampire attached to the Azure Cloud Sect. Although for Susan, it was also a good thing. Thinking about various messy matters, she wondered when she could visit the Azure Cloud Sect. Recently, she had been extremely busy, with no time to go to the Azure Cloud Sect, so she still hadn't completed the Inner Sect test. She was only a nominal Inner Sect member. Although her salary had increased, she wouldn't be considered a formal Inner Sect disciple until the assessment was over. Everyone, long time no see, I came to play. Her thoughts were interrupted. She looked up to see Li Yi bringing Keek in from the main entrance. It had been almost 3 hours since Camellia left. Probably Li Yi deliberately waited for Camellia to leave before bringing Keek over to play. Remembering Keek's identity, even Susan's usually cold face couldn't help but show a smile. Welcome, Keek. Why did you come to the Disaster Control Bureau today? Has the Bureau lifted the restrictions on you? Yi helped settle it. Actually, it's not really a good thing. Leah pouted, but we can't keep Keek from entering the Bureau forever, right? After all, Keek is now the strongest in the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau. Susan thought about it and didn't deny it. After all, she was the sect master's sister. Being the strongest in the Disaster Control Bureau should be simple. Leah cried out again, and why are you so gentle with Keek but always stern with me? Can't you treat me better too? Captain Li, you know your place, we are just colleagues. So harsh. Keek, seeing the sad Li Yi, couldn't help but say, Senior Susan, be a little nicer to Yi too. Only then did Susan's cold expression soften. All right, since Keek says so. Wow, this favoritism is way too obvious. See, being a little nice to an idiot leads to this. I'm not. Keek originally found their bickering amusing too, and it somewhat reminded her of the arguments between Yinluo and Susan back then. Just as she was about to say something to stop them, the Disaster Control Bureau's main door opened again. Turning to look, she recognized her, the magical girl Camellia that Yi had mentioned before. As soon as she returned, the previously relaxed atmosphere in the Disaster Control Bureau immediately stiffened. Even the drowsy Peony instantly tensed up. Yi and Susan also looked as if facing a great enemy. However, Camellia just tugged at a girl behind her. The girl had red hair, looked somewhat haggard, but one could tell her features were delicate and very pretty. Although her aura seemed somewhat fragile, her bright, sparkling eyes gave a sense of strength. I ran into her just now when I went out. A new magical girl, I asked. She said she came to BH City looking for someone. Camellia added, I'll leave once she's settled. The three immediately sighed in relief, and the atmosphere relaxed instantly. Keek found it somewhat funny, just sipping the milk tea she brought and then going to distribute milk tea to the others. Unfortunately, she only brought 2 cups for Susan and Peony. Susan took out a registration form. What's your name? I'm Shiyu. Age? 14. After the usual questions were done and registration completed, Susan finally looked up and asked, Who are you looking for? Jiang Si. Leah was still sharing milk tea with Keek. Peony, who had been drowsy, looked up. Susan, who had just asked the question, was about to go photocopy the documents. Upon hearing the name, everyone turned their heads in unison, looking at Shiyu. Who? Jiang Si, and Shiyu thought for a moment, then added, He lived in Beihai 3 years ago, he should still be here. Over there, Keek couldn't help but ask, What do you want with him? And Shiyu glanced at her somewhat shyly but still said softly, I want to pursue him. The Disaster Control Bureau fell into dead silence. Li Yi touched the friendship letter in her pocket. The letter she had rewritten many times still hadn't been given the courage to send out. After reading it once at the place where she commemorated her sister, she felt it still needed more changes. Of course, the commemorative place was by the roadside where her sister had finally died. After all, she couldn't go back home now, and the cemetery was too far, she couldn't go there normally. So the only place she could go to commemorate her sister was the roadside where her sister died. Although the traces of the battle between Shin and her sister had been completely erased by the Beihai construction team, and the huge crater had been filled in, some traces still remained in the end. Li Yi had erected a memorial stone there, not exactly a tombstone, just a symbol to commemorate her sister. Besides working at the Disaster Control Bureau, Li Yi would occasionally come to her sister's memorial stone to visit, placing some miracle seeds her sister had most wanted in life, of course, imitation merchandise. And a bunch of merchandise of the magical girl Zhu Lu, her sister's favorite. Then she would take out the friendship letter written to Jiang Si and read it to her sister. After all, this was what her sister had suggested she do at the very end, and Li Yi wanted to do it perfectly. Other than that, she actually didn't have much else to trouble her sister with. Currently, the Disaster Control Bureau had specially rearranged a bedroom for her, letting her live at the bureau. Although she could no longer transform, the Disaster Control Bureau's arrangements for retired magical girls were always very generous, not only covering food and lodging, but also allowing applications for work and other living expenses. Especially since Li Yi's family situation was known to everyone at the bureau. Applying for subsidies was quite easy, even her tuition fees were covered by the Disaster Control Bureau. So most of what she could talk about was actually about the letters. As the final endpoint of the sisters' communication, talking about the new letters gave Li Yi the illusion that her sister wasn't dead yet. Anyway, when she heard in Shiyu's words, Li Yi subconsciously touched her friendship letter. Originally, she planned to wait until later when it was written better and then ask Keek to help deliver it. But suddenly she felt she couldn't delay any longer. Pursue Jiang Si. Peony pulled Susan behind her, then repeated the question, little sister and Shiyu, I need to tell you something, please don't be scared. This Beihai is a big city, there are quite a few people named Jiang Si. For example, we also know someone named Jiang Si, Peony said, picking up the mouse and starting to operate the computer, signaling Susan to start recording. Coincidentally, our Disaster Control Bureau backend can also access some citizen information. Although the information updates aren't very timely, it can save you some effort. Which Jiangxi are you looking for? And Shiyu nodded and began thinking seriously. He was a bit short 3 years ago. Tab. Peony lightly hit the enter key and a photo immediately appeared on the screen. She quickly rotated the monitor so Shiyu could see. And Shiyu quickly shook her head. No, it's not a Shiba Inu. Tab. And Shiyu shook her head again. It's not a cat either, not a pet, but. She paused, thinking of the fox mask from their reunion earlier. Compared to cats and dogs, he feels more like a fox, mysterious, agile, cunning. Tab. It's not a real fox either. Waving her hand, and Shiyu showed a confused expression. I'm talking about a person. Susan snatched the computer, giving her friend a fierce glare. Seeing the I'll break your legs if you keep playing look from Susan, Peony awkwardly smiled, picked up her milk tea, and took a sip to calm her nerves. Susan nodded at the confused girl. You can describe the person you're looking for more specifically. And Shiyu blinked and continued. He's about 1.6 meters tall. Peony, drinking her milk tea, seemed to choke and started coughing. Understood, please continue. Susan began filtering in the software. Black hair, black eyes, his appearance looks a bit delicate, but his eyes are very sharp, usually unsmiling. Leah's gaze drifted, looking into the distance. At that time, the bus I was on with him was attacked by a disaster beast. His parents passed away then, but he still had a sister. I remember her name was Jiang Keek. Keek covered her face and sighed deeply. Susan expressionlessly turned off the computer. At this point, what was there left to check? And Shiyu tilted her head, looking at the four somewhat strange people, a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Peony bit her straw, weakly pointing at the two girls sitting in the hall next to them. The Jiang Keek you mentioned is over there. Stunned for a moment, and Shiyu turned her head to look, staring at Keek for a long time before suddenly realizing. I remember now, the one who always clung to Jiang Si back then. Making Jiang Si hold her. Wah, you can't say that randomly. Keek almost threw her milk tea, waving her right hand frantically. I didn't. Yi beside her whispered. It's normal to like your brother when you're little. I already said I didn't. Seeing Keek so averse to talking about childhood matters, and Shiyu immediately realized she might have said something wrong. She tried to remedy it. Sorry, maybe I remembered wrong. I didn't think properly before speaking, sorry. Such a sincere apology actually made Keek feel a bit at a loss. After all, and Shiyu wasn't actually lying. She uncomfortably shifted in her seat, saying softly, It's nothing. Anyway, everyone tends to forget things from the past. MHM, thank you Keek for not minding. And Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief, then said with a smile, long time no see Keek, you've grown so tall. And become much prettier too. Keek wasn't very good at handling such conversations, just nodding slightly, thank you. She immediately turned and grabbed Lia's hand, whispering, we're doomed, Yi. She's so formidable. Yi's consciousness seemed a bit ethereal, vaguely responding with an MHM. Over there, and Shiyu tilted her head curiously, not knowing what the two girls were whispering about, but she didn't pay it much mind. Since she was Jiang Si's sister, she naturally had to work hard to build a good relationship, become friends. But Jiang Si already has a girlfriend. Susan, who had been steadily sitting at the front desk, suddenly interjected. And Shiyu was stunned, already has a girlfriend. Oh yes. Susan's originally somewhat stiff expression gradually became natural and cold. If you're here to pursue Jiang Si, sorry, you're too late. You can go back now. Peony immediately tugged at her friend. Wow, what are you saying? We finally get a new magical girl and you're driving her away. She doesn't come with good intentions, better advise her to leave early. How is she not coming with good intentions? A magical girl who comes for love, how can she protect Beihai? Susan said coldly. On the contrary, she'll cause us trouble. If she engages Shin, how will the Disaster Control Bureau get along with the Azure Cloud sect then? Better go work at another Disaster Control Bureau. Our Beihai isn't suitable for you, Miss Shiyu. And Shiyu stood there at a loss, glanced back at Camellia who had already left, then lowered her head. After a long while her tone was despondent. I see that's really regrettable. Keek and Li Yi simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, it seemed in Shiyu wasn't like Iris, the type who could unhesitatingly say, just make him change girlfriends, even if Jiang Si had a girlfriend. With a personality like that, if Jiang Si didn't have a girlfriend, it would be really dangerous. Peony glanced at her friend Susan, then at Li Yi, completely uncompetitive in front of Shiyu, you two. Good thing Shin had long since taken hold of Jiang Si. Feeling relieved in her heart, Peony spoke again, Beihai is still lacking magical girls after all. If she's willing to stay at the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau, it's good for us. Moreover, and Shiyu isn't the kind of bad child who would ruin someone else's relationship, right? And Shiyu. And Shiyu, who had been stunned for a long time, finally nodded after a while, saying, yes, yes. She murmured, originally wanting to say some nice, appropriate words, but then Keek beside her suddenly asked with concern, why are you crying? Huh? And Shiyu touched her own face and realized there really were tears. She hadn't noticed at all, but the tears kept falling uncontrollably. She wanted to wipe them clean, not wanting others to see her in such a sorry state. I didn't mean to cry. But the more she wiped, the more they came, the more she wiped, the more they came, until finally she crouched down. Sorry, I originally wanted, I didn't mean to cry, sorry, I've caused you trouble, but the tears came out on their own, they don't listen to me, really sorry. Hearing and Shiyu trying hard to suppress her sobs while still constantly explaining and apologizing. Susan, who had originally wanted to drive her away, swallowed the unpleasant words she was about to say, glaring at Peony beside her. Look at you, making her cry. Hey, you were the one who first said Jiang Si has a girlfriend, why blame me? Keek crouched beside her, carefully stroking Shiyu's hair. The red hair was soft, warm, and trembling slightly, making Keek's heart feel infinitely pitying. Keek comforted her in a low voice, don't cry. Although Jiang Si has someone he likes, you can still become friends. And there can only be one lover, but there can be many friends. You can totally become good friends, right? And Shiyu, her face streaked with tears, tried hard to wipe them away, sobbing. MHM, I just couldn't help it when I thought that in the future, I might not be able to talk to Jiang Si, not see him. And in leaving Beihai, I don't know where to go. Peony glanced at Susan, you made her cry, you have to take responsibility, right? What does it have to do with me? Susan curled her lip. If she insists on staying at the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau as a laborer, whatever, I can't stop her. I knew you, Susan, are the best, sharp tongue but soft heart. Get lost. Here, Keek wiped her tears while helping Shiyu up. After hesitating for a moment, she still asked, then do you want to come stay at my house first? And Shiyu's crying subsided a bit. She sniffled, her voice still choked, is that okay? Of course it's okay. Our house is big, one more person doesn't matter. And recently Jiang Si isn't home, I'm quite lonely living alone. There was a thud sound as Lia's milk tea fell to the ground. Everyone looked over. Lia was silent for a while, then bent down to pick up the shattered milk teacup, saying seriously, I'm going too. Sitting cross-legged atop a high-rise building in BH City, Jiang Si, who had been breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, slowly opened his eyes. My innate spell, I've finally mastered it. Mastered what? Wasn't it like this from the beginning? Jiang Si was slightly stunned, sending his spiritual sense inward to observe. It was actually that nascent soul black dragon, its thoughts connected to his. Smiling slightly, Jiang Si wasn't angry. This precisely meant his realm had taken another step forward, truly achieving mental communion with his nascent soul. This was something to celebrate. This trip to Hulin City served two purposes. First, to experiment with the modified spell Myriad Beasts, One Heart, testing the combat effectiveness of my main body after reaching the nascent soul stage. Second, to identify as many flaws as possible in this body's nascent soul, preparing for the method to complete the nascent soul. Currently, both objectives have been achieved. After all, the path of beast taming was unfamiliar to him. He couldn't grasp the essentials and ultimately needed practical combat to try it out. The 300 Class B disaster beasts in Hulin City gave him further insights into disaster beast control methods. He connected the complex determinant arrays, using fear as the core for transmission. This gave him super strong control over large numbers of low-level disaster beasts. And once the continuously transmitted fear was concentrated, it could easily break through the defenses of high-level disaster beasts. Not only could he attempt to control A-level disaster beasts, as long as there were enough disaster beasts as nourishment for the fear emotion, continuously flowing into his own nascent soul, both his control over the nascent soul and the nascent soul's strength would reach a higher level. This was the true advantage of the beast control path, making the controlled beasts elevate the beast master, willingly becoming the beast master's cultivation resources. What sublimated from this was Earth-grade spell Myriad Beasts, One Heart. But then he heard the black dragon muttering in his heart, "Are you fucking thunderstruck stupid? From beginning to end, besides learning how to control disaster beasts, what the hell did you master?" That statement is incorrect. Now that we are of one mind, this is proof that the innate spell has been mastered. Bullshit, I'm about to be assimilated by you. What one mind? This is you trying to control my brain. I'm about to become your puppet, of course we'd be of one mind then. Ignoring the nascent soul's nonsense, Jiang Si quietly felt his own power. Having verified his innate spell plus the massive supplement of polluted magic, no immortal power, the immortal power within his nascent soul was more abundant, his realm further stabilized, taking another step forward. Now his physical body could already fight against a blooming stage magical girl. An ordinary blooming stage might not even be his opponent. However, he still hadn't reached the ideal level. In Jiang Si's own view, he still needed to complete his nascent soul form. A single innate spell wasn't enough. His innate magic treasure, he needed to hurry up Ruo Yun in Jiangming City. He had given her so much time and resources, there should be some results by now. As for cultivation techniques, it was a bit regrettable. He was still missing the Witch Association's complete witch transformation profound art. This thing was hard to find, he could only keep trying in the future, but he definitely had to get it. And his main body had jumped levels too drastically, his realm was unstable. His immortal power reserves inferior to a true golden core stage, needing time to settle. This issue had been partly filled thanks to the selfless dedication of the Saints of the Hall. He could continue seeking out Saints of the Hall later. The missing breath of innate chi, no leads for now, he could quietly wait for an opportunity. This way, he had finally seen the road ahead somewhat clearly. Previously, even though his main body's realm was now nascent soul after undergoing tribulation, it could only barely compare to the extreme early or mid-golden core stage. It was only because of his profound foundation that he could display strength surpassing ordinary blooming stage. In contrast, his transformed state's realm had already reached the nascent soul formation stage, that is, half-step full bloom. Considering that half-step full bloom might be hard to understand, Jiang Si had delineated another transitional state between golden core peak and nascent soul. Right now, Shin was clearly in this state, even if he could make up for the nascent soul's deficiencies. But in the eyes of ordinary people, the gap between these was like orthodox versus unorthodox, true fruit versus external path, true methods versus false methods. It was a world of difference, a gap in status. Therefore, although this only contained his speculation, the two existing cultivation paths, the magical girl path of pure magic and the perfect witch path of polluted magic, could together be called this world's orthodox paths to be named. Supreme Unity, Yin-Yang Orthodox Position Cultivation Path. Bro, is that what these two powers are called? Did you get the worldview wrong? And the main body's disaster beast nascent soul path needed to be called borrowing the false to cultivate the true method. You do know it's false. This way, the entire system could be called the so-called two paths, three heavens road. Wait, what two paths, three heavens? Halfway through speaking, Jiang Si suppressed the nascent soul to avoid disturbing his train of thought. All the great Tao paths he could currently find were two orthodox cultivation paths plus one external path. However, in Jiang Si's view, what distinction was there between orthodox and unorthodox? Any path he walked was orthodox. Therefore, his current main body's disaster beast method also had a true name. Borrowing the false to cultivate the true, heaven and earth, only I pass. Only this path was newly opened now, with far too many areas needing completion. The grand name could wait until he accomplished great deeds far surpassing his predecessors before announcing it widely. Currently, the biggest problem lay with the complete witch path of the Supreme Unity Yin-Yang Orthodox Position Cultivation Path. The territories of the three major witch associations under East China's jurisdiction had basically been cleaned out, yet no related technique information was found. The complete witch transformation, profound art, I'm afraid only the Witch Association headquarters would have corresponding information. But even the Disaster Control Bureau didn't know where the Witch Association headquarters was. These so-called crooked demons and evil paths were truly hateful, always obstructing the path to heaven. If they had offered the complete witch transformation method early on, why would I be stuck here wasting time? I should have long since mastered the Supreme Unity Yin-Yang Orthodox Position Cultivation Path, taking another step forward on the Great Tao Path. In the hands of those inferior cultivators, whether genius treasures or profound techniques, they were all wasted, waiting for me to make full use of them. Thinking of this, he stopped meditating, stood up, and circulated his immortal power for two great heavenly cycles. No obstructions, the nascent soul's speed in mobilizing immortal power was also faster. Just as he was about to go home, Winter, like an ice flower, walked over from behind. Jiang Si glanced back. Yumo, who had been hiding and following behind earlier, was nowhere to be seen, probably chased away by Winter. Twins has obtained some news. Winter adjusted her temple hair, saying seriously, currently, the Witch Association and the Disaster Control Bureau are preparing to enter the Heart Image Remnant. The Heart Image Remnant was left behind by a full-bloom magical girl. Inside, there might still be the undispersed power and consciousness of a full-bloom magical girl. If one can enter, perhaps they can learn the secrets of the full-bloom realm. Jiangxi slightly nodded, hands behind his back, murmuring, finally here, huh? The forbidden zone of life, and the great emperor who severed himself with one strike. Twins also said that the Witch Association's laboratory in Hulin City was actually trying to find a way to enter the heart image remnant of a full-bloom magical girl. High up on the building, Winter used her ability to make snow fall around them, allowing her to walk over to Jiang Si's side and hold up an umbrella. She naturally leaned against Jiang Si, took out a handkerchief from somewhere, and wiped the dust from his face. The Witch Association doesn't seem to know how to enter a complete heart image remnant. That seems to be a technique only the Disaster Control Bureau has mastered. And Twins also heard from over there that the Disaster Control Bureau has control over quite a few incomplete heart image remnants of full-bloom magical girls. Why haven't we seen this in East China? Because East China is classified as a safe zone in the Central Bureau's assessment, so many technologies aren't deployed to this region. Jiangxi sneered coldly. Instead of deploying technology and expanding the combat power of branch bureaus, they hoard their treasures, only ensuring the combat power of their own central bureau. Truly the common failing of all major sects. After finishing wiping the dust and neatly folding the handkerchief away, Winter thought for a moment and still helped explain. Judging from the current strength of the Witch Association, it's not exactly a misassessment. Sending a few blooming magical girls as support should indeed be enough to handle it. It's just that the blooming magical girls sent as support so far are somewhat lacking in strength. Whether it was King Leon or Iris, from the Azure Cloud Sect's perspective, they were still quite far from being true blooming rank. If they were within the Azure Cloud Sect, with this level of magical power and control precision, they probably wouldn't be allowed to attempt a breakthrough rashly. See, major sects hoard their secrets. When small local branches encounter enemies they can't handle, they send out the young disciples from headquarters to resolve it, glorifying it as an external assignment mission. It both showcases the sect's authority and trains the disciples. The result is overconfidence and underestimation. Once they occasionally encounter a prodigy or a passerby great emperor, they just throw their lives away for nothing. Then the sect gets furious and even more furious, and then they send more reinforcements bit by bit, like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandpa. Utterly ridiculous. Jiangxi shook his head and said disdainfully, I've seen it plenty of times. In web novels. Winter smiled. Other regions do need high combat power more urgently after all. No need to defend them. In the records of our Azure Cloud ancestors' deeds, it's recorded in almost every volume. Open them and look, each word is written in blood and tears. There are even cases where they nearly wiped out 2 generations of 14 true disciples from the sect. If it weren't for that ancestor overcoming the strong with the weak, turning the tide, plucking the stars from the sky with a single hand in a desperate situation, and winning everything, I'm afraid all our ancestors would have been ridiculed by the whole world. There is nothing new under the sun, and all crows under heaven are equally black. This flaw is hard for every major sect to avoid. Not placing the lives of all living beings under heaven in their eyes, only considering their own interests, they will inevitably be. Sect Master Celestial Being. Brushing aside the stray hair at Jiang Si's temple to tidy the somewhat messy strands, her fingernail lightly grazing his earlobe before falling, Winter interrupted him as if somewhat helpless. The Azure Cloud sect does it too. Apart from Jiangming and Hulin City, which the sect master personally dealt with, for other smaller local branches of the Azure Cloud sect, Winter only dispatched some seedling magical girls to handle them. Moreover, technologies like polluted magic purification or skill development methods wouldn't be casually deployed to branch sects in other regions either. After all, there are few people, and branch sects in other regions could disband at any time. Deploying technology is not only a waste of time but also risks leaks. Jiang Si was silent for a while before speaking. Having said that, the Tao of Heaven is constant and eternal, and the torch of knowledge is passed on forever. If this method can exist for a long time, there must be a reason for it. This matter can't be generalized. The sect master speaks with great wisdom. Jiang Si nodded with a smile, not bothering to poke holes in anything. As long as the sect can convince itself, it's fine. Jiang Si was long used to it. The sect master loved to talk about grand principles and loved to casually quote classics and canons, most of which were little stories about ancestors. But sometimes the grand principle in the latter sentence might contradict the one in the former, the right brain attacking the left brain, the sect beating up Xi Ping. Just as the sect master himself said, it still depends on the situation. Clearing his throat, Jiang Si didn't plan to say much more and jumped down from the building. Winter also floated down after him, exiting her transformation state upon landing. However, the snowflakes didn't stop. This stretch of street was still snowing. Even without transforming, Winter could manipulate some mysterious ice using a bit of controlled magic to interfere with vision. The two jumped down from the building quite openly. Even though there were still quite a few people on the street, no one noticed. Compared to when she was at the Azure Cloud sect, Winter had changed her clothes. A haze-blue knitted dress, a white silk scarf hanging on her chest, plus a pair of pretty blue and white short boots, a gentle, sweet clothing style. It formed a nice contrast with Jiang Si's stiff, cool trench coat beside her, making them look very much like a couple. There was a thin layer of snow on the ground, but not much. These snowflakes wouldn't melt into water and make the street dirty. Winter hated dirty streets and hated getting her own, and Jiang Si's shoes dirty even more. The temperature on the street had dropped considerably. Many pedestrians weren't dressed warmly and were hugging their arms, shivering. Only some children were running around on the street, chasing the snowflakes and making a ruckus. What kind of weather is this, snowing out of nowhere? Winter pretended not to hear the complaints from the pedestrians nearby, just holding the umbrella and pressing close to Jiang Si. Twins said she wants to go take a look at South China. The slightly larger Witch Association branches here have basically all been cleaned up, and she can't get more information. Twins says going to South China might yield more news, and she has acquaintances there, so collecting information would be more convenient. If she wants to go, let her go. After a pause, Jiang Si added a word of praise. She has worked hard, though. If not for Twins, dealing with the Witch Association, whether in Jiangming, Hulin City, or even Beihai, would probably have been somewhat troublesome. That girl's contributions were obvious to all. When we have time later, give her an honorary true disciple status. In terms of strength, Twins was still a bit lacking. Promoting her to true disciple isn't quite appropriate. But with such great contributions, an inner disciple status also isn't quite fitting. Honorary true disciple is best. Hearing this, Winter was genuinely happy for Twins. I'll tell Twins. She'll definitely be very happy to receive your recognition. How about you personally give her this news when the time comes? Forget it, I don't know why, but she's always trembling when she sees me. Jiang Si also seemed puzzled. Did you use me to scare her? Of course not, Winter chided. It's clearly you who are too scary yourself, just turn into Shin. If you turn into Shin, Twins won't be afraid. Shin is easier for disciples to get close to. Not needed. As Jiang Si said this, the two walked out of the street. Winter's ability was almost spent, the sky cleared and the snow stopped. so he nudged the girl's umbrella beside him. Put it away, no more snow. Winter humphed, can't I use it to block the sun? Jiang Si looked up at the sky, he didn't really see any sun. But anyway, Winter was always doing weird, pointless things. He was used to it. The two of them had been like this for 3 years, so it wasn't like they forced each other to do anything. Halfway there, Winter asked, by the way, the gifts I asked you to buy for Yumo and the others. Forgot. They'll really cry, especially Yumo. Let's buy something. As she spoke, Winter tugged Jiang Si and walked into a shop next to them. Anyway, let's buy some small snacks for 4-leaf and 6-leaf first. Jiang Si casually picked up a snack from the store shelf. Then this one. Winter took a look, Overlord spicy strips and the triple explosive spicy version at that. You really want to see those two girls cry, don't you? Sighing, Winter pulled Jiang Si to the neighboring cake shop, which had a everything 30% off sign and was extremely deserted. Buy some small cakes and bread, 4-leaf and 6-leaf love these. Jiang Si casually picked one, Winter covered her forehead. Marmite toast, that's not for normal people to eat. Swallowing the starry sky pie, just looking at it you know it's not for human consumption, right? Blue cheese soda bread. Sticky fermented bean milk. Do you have a grudge against 4-leaf and 6-leaf? In the end, Winter had to put back the few things Jiang Si had chosen. I'll do it myself. While picking out the egg tarts and small cakes that 4-leaf and 6-leaf loved, Winter turned her head and said, girls generally like these kinds of pastries that are both pretty and delicious. Like these egg tarts, remember to buy these next time. She had said it many times, but he never remembered once. After packing the cakes for 4-leaf and 6-leaf, Winter handed the bag to Jiang Si. Jiang Si looked puzzled. Why don't you just take them back and give them yourself? Gifts have to be given personally, you can't have someone else deliver them. So troublesome, Jiang Si took the plastic bag. Be careful, don't ruin them. 4-leaf likes to take pictures before eating cake. If they don't look good, she'll be sad. Then they found a jewelry store that wasn't particularly high-end. Buy a hairpin for Yumo, something nice looking, Winter said as she went to browse the counters. Jiang Si stood at the entrance and looked around. It was mostly hair accessories and earrings for girls, and the customers were mostly couples. He hadn't been standing there long before a free salesperson immediately came over, all smiles. What are you looking for, sir? A hairpin for a girl to wear. Oh, the salesperson glanced at Winter, who was still browsing, her eyes lighting up. She then said in a low voice, I'll pick one for you. She'll definitely be pleasantly surprised. Okay, Jiang Si nodded, the faster the better. Right away. The salesperson trotted over to the side and then came back holding a small box. The small box was heart-shaped. Opening it, the hairpin inside was almost like a ring, with a shiny little heart-shaped stone embedded in it, the whole thing pink. It matches that elegant, gentle temperament. Girls absolutely love it. And the price isn't expensive. Jiang Si took it, looked at it, and immediately called out loudly. Winter, the salesperson picked one out. The salesperson was stunned. You're saying it now, the surprise is ruined. How can there be such a clueless guy? That girl must be blind to fall for this kind of guy. Winter, who was still browsing, was taken aback and looked back. She saw the glaringly obvious heart in Jiang Si's hand. Giving this to Yumo? Absolutely not. In the end, they picked a cute bow hairpin, very suitable for Yumo. The heart one was definitely not okay, it would make Yumo misunderstand. Coming out of the shop, Winter let out a long sigh of relief. Picking gifts for the disciples with Jiang Si was more tiring than fighting. Looking at the snacks in Jiang Si's hand and the accessories in his pocket, Winter asked, will you give them to them when you return to the sect later? I'm going back home first. I'll go to the sect in the afternoon. Okay. Winter waited a bit more, took a breath, knowing she probably wouldn't get an answer, so she asked, do you have any money left? Yeah. Swaying her little umbrella, Winter then leaned over and peeked at the shop next to them. I want ice cream, Jiang Si. Holding Jiang Si's wrist with one hand, Winter pointed her umbrella at a shop next to them. That ice cream is really good. Just buy it yourself. Didn't bring money. Jiang Si looked at her like she was an idiot. Mobile payments. Treat me to one, please, I'm begging you, okay? Shaking Jiang Si's hand like she was acting spoiled, Winter looked at him with pleading eyes. Anyway, the leftover money is useless. Buy it for me and I'll buy you something later. The richer people are, the stingier they get. Jiang Si was deeply aware of this. Winter's family could be said to be super wealthy, but for so many years she loved taking advantage of him. Although after taking advantage, she would still give sufficiently generous returns. But anyway, it was all gift money Winter gave him, so he didn't really care. It had just snowed, so Jiang Si wasn't really in the mood for ice cream. so he only bought one ice cream. When he handed the ice cream over, the girl revealed a somewhat sweet smile. Thank you for your generous sponsorship, Lord Jiang Si. You have your own money, don't you? Ah, isn't it that treats from others taste better? Winter took the ice cream, stuck out her tongue, and took a small lick. It really is delicious. Saying that, she then shoved the ice cream in front of Jiang Si's mouth. You try some too. It was bought with his own money anyway. Jiang Si directly took a huge bite, eating more than half. Eating such a big mouthful at once is really wasteful. Whatever, you're just like that. Winter humphed and continued licking the ice cream inside a few times. Oh, I almost forgot. Twins also said that Hulin City actually found a way to enter the heart image remnant. What? It's to find some girls with magical girl potential. Then use experiments to find a magical girl whose frequency matches the heart image remnant. Then they can use these magical girls to open the heart image remnant and find a way to get in. Winter, like a little hamster, crunched away at the cake cone around the ice cream, eating it bit by bit, then took small licks of the ice cream inside, showing a somewhat blissful expression. Apparently, they finally found one. But just after finding her, the witch association was completely wiped out by you, so they don't know where that girl who can open the heart image remnant passage went now. Is that so? That's a bit of a shame. But Twins has already found out the name. That girl who can enter the heart image remnant is called Shiyu. Jiang Si was taken aback and asked in return, and Shiyu. Yes, Twins said her ability can synchronize with the heart image remnant. Seeing Jiang Si's expression change, Winter tilted her head. What's wrong? I think I've met her. Winter's face lit up with joy. Where? I ditched her, don't know where she is now, Jiang Si thought for a moment. It was over in Hulin City, but it was in the forest at the time. She probably went somewhere else afterward. Ah, Sect Master, why didn't you bring her back? Too weak. Winter stomped her foot. You could have trained her, she's the key to entering the heart image remnant. Mainly, Jiang Si thought about it. She said something about wanting to be with me at the time. I found it a bit suspicious. Winter, who was originally a bit anxious, immediately calmed down upon hearing this and nodded repeatedly. That is indeed very suspicious. As expected of the sect master, recognizing someone with ulterior motives at a glance, this must be a witch association plot. Pity we lost a key, maybe I should go look for her again later. No. Leave this kind of thing to us, you should just rest properly. Winter immediately rejected Jiang Si's proposal. If you have to handle everything personally, then there was no point in us establishing the Azure Cloud sect in the first place. Jiang Si also nodded. Makes sense. Is the forbidden zone of life such an inconvenient thing? If Jiang Si wants to go, he can go even without a key. If it's lost, it's lost. Nothing to regret. Thinking this, Jiang Si didn't take it to heart. Instead, his gaze fell on Winter's umbrella. He subconsciously asked, why do you like carrying an umbrella when you go out so much? Winter, who had just finished her ice cream, was still thinking about how to tell everyone in the sect, how to have 4-leaf and 6-leaf search for Shiyu, and how to deal with this girl who actually dared to confess to Jiang Si. The young man's sudden question made her freeze for a moment. The sky had cleared, the sunlight wasn't harsh, and the warm rays refracted through the umbrella, falling on both of them. Winter stepped on Jiang Si's elongated shadow behind him, spinning the umbrella, making their shadows merge together, looking as if they were holding hands. Why does she like carrying an umbrella? That has to do with why someone brought an umbrella that day when transforming. That scene of him walking against the flow of the crowd, taking out the miracle seed under the umbrella. Even today, she could still clearly recall every detail. Whether it was the young man holding the miracle seed or the flame-like magical girl. For the little girl lying helpless in the rain, they were like the sun. One glance was enough to never forget. However, now that the person himself suddenly asked this, it still made Winter feel a bit like sighing. Perhaps for him, there was nothing particularly worth remembering. You're actually interested in this. Because sometimes the weather is perfectly fine and you're still carrying an umbrella. Isn't it tiring? Spinning the umbrella in her hand, Winter turned to face Jiang Si, leaning forward slightly, walking backward with light, brisk steps. She smiled somewhat slyly. This is a girl's little secret, you know. Jiang Si nodded, understanding in his heart. It must be some kind of cultivation secret. The secret techniques of others' cultivation methods are indeed not good to speculate about. I spoke out of turn. After parting with Winter, Jiang Si returned home. He bathed, changed clothes, quietly returned to his bedroom, pressed the play button on the tape recorder. The crisp, tinkling sound of wind chimes slowly rang out. Then he prepared 3 sticks of mountain incense. Today, he planned to properly undertake grain abstention. For a cultivator, the most important thing is grain abstention. Grain abstention is the greatest watershed between cultivators and mortals. Only by truly succeeding in grain abstention can one call themselves an immortal cultivator. Otherwise, if one still needs the 5 grains to enter the body, how can they be called an immortal? Although he failed the previous few times, Jiang Si had also found the problem. One was his own insufficient strength. Although his magical girl form was already at the nascent soul realm, his main body was still merely at the foundation building stage, and the foundation building wasn't even stable yet. Naturally, grain abstention was prone to failure. The other aspect was not using the most crucial item. The grain abstention pill, Jiang Si took out the grief seed and the calamity egg. He planned to use these 2 materials to refine a grain abstention pill. Although he wasn't very knowledgeable about artifact forging, he knew a little about the Tao of alchemy. He had once followed the Flame Emperor to participate in various alchemy competitions, crushing countless alchemy geniuses and making a name for himself in the alchemy tower. This matter was a piece of cake for him. The most important things in alchemy are first, exotic flames, second, equipment, and third, materials. And what alchemists value most is actually soul strength. The Flame Emperor back then had high soul strength because he was a transmigrator, which gave him the aptitude to become an alchemist. Coincidentally, Jiang Si was the same. Retreading the Flame Emperor's path of alchemy was right before his eyes. Just as he took out his prepared cauldron, planning to summon his nascent soul true fire to refine the calamity egg and grief seed into a grain abstention pill, he suddenly heard the door downstairs open. Thinking it was just Keek returning, he didn't pay it much mind. But 4 different sets of footsteps and somewhat chaotic conversation quickly made him realize something was wrong. Alchemy is most afraid of disturbance. No wonder alchemists always seclude themselves, finding a place with no one around. He temporarily gave up on alchemy, putting away the small cauldron, a small bowl he bought by the roadside, and also put away the calamity egg and grief seed. He went downstairs to see exactly who had come and why there were so many. However, just as he went downstairs, looking at Keek, Li Yi, Susan, and Shiyu, he glanced at the girl, and the girl was also staring blankly at him. Brother. Before Keek could finish speaking, Jiang Si abruptly turned around, went back to his bedroom, and immediately called Winter. The K came over. At first, no one paid attention to this disaster. It was just a confession, a report, the end of a meeting, the failure of an operation, until this disaster became closely related to every member of the Azure Cloud sect. The Confessor, rapidly entering the sect master's home, continuously expanding desire. In 100 minutes, the Confessor's desire will expand to engulf the entire sect master. In 300 minutes, Lady Bingtang's efforts will cease to exist. Beneath the spirit tablet, sitting in the main seat of the conference room, King Hua propped her chin on her hands, her face serious. Based on my 53 years of dating experience, I deduce this will be the greatest and most evil enemy the Azure Cloud sect has encountered since its founding. No, that's not right, I should say. King Hua lifted her chin slightly, her gaze heavy. It's the strongest, most cunning, highest, most evil demon king. This matter is of utmost importance. We must be fully prepared. With that, she slammed the table. True Disciple number 6, 4 leaf. True Disciple number 6, 6 leaf, prepare to receive orders. The 2 sisters sitting beside her immediately raised their hands. True Disciple number 6, 4 leaf ready. True Disciple number 6, 6 leaf ready. Good. Very spirited. Maintain first-level alert status. Contact Susan at any time, guide the conversation, strive to thoroughly understand and Shiyu's purpose, lock down her movements, keep her under our Azure Cloud sect surveillance at all times. Oh yes. 4-leaf and 6-leaf immediately activated their abilities. Although the effect of the spell Unclear Confusion was powerful, it was not actually omnipotent. The higher the level of the enemy faced, the more preparation was needed, the longer the time required for covert influence, and even if the target's level was not high, it still required quite a bit of guidance and suggestion. Once the target had similar fate-based or prophecy-based magical protection, more groundwork had to be laid to prevent detection by the opponent. Just like that magical girl inspector who came from the Central Bureau of the Disaster Control Bureau before. Although she seemed a bit foolish and somewhat incompetent, she was a genuine blooming stage magical girl. Not to mention having over a dozen layers of prophecy-based firewalls from blooming stage magical girls of the same type. She seemed to walk into the trap completely unaware and was ultimately easily influenced. But the efforts 4-leaf and 6-leaf put in were by no means small. From the moment Camellia saw the sect master crossing the street, 4-leaf and the others had already begun using Unclear Confusion to covertly influence her. Next, They arranged for other inner and outer sect disciples to take her to see the spell leaves while she was wandering around the city, pretending to be passers-by who occasionally went by to apply influence. Then, before she entered the Disaster Control Bureau, they secretly buried many four-leaf clover seeds, turning the bureau into a temporary trap formation. Thanks to the prophecy-based magical girl Aunt Peony slacking off heavily these past few days, not even going to the basement, otherwise she would have noticed immediately. Finally, they took advantage of Susan making tea to add something to Camellia's tea, finally silently piercing through this magical turtle's shell and perfectly completing the task. For them, unleashing blooming-level abilities at the seedling stage, then defeating a blooming stage opponent in reverse, engaging in a magical duel across the void against over a dozen blooming-level spells. It wasn't easy at all. It was all sweat and effort. As the sect master said, these were all necessary steps. Only by using foundation building-level insight to comprehend the mysteries of the golden core stage, relying on a body as insignificant as dust to grasp heavenly secrets and elevate the profundity of spells, undergoing 100 trials and refinements, could one obtain the favor of the great forest wood. Therefore, regarding Shin Cheng who suddenly arrived at Guan Xing's home, the two of them couldn't do much. The reason was simple. Shin Cheng was related to Full Bloom. Once it involved Full Bloom, unclear confusion was completely useless. After all, 4-leaf and 6-leaf were only seedlings and didn't have power like Li Yi's. Plus, there were a full 5 people there. Although Susan was on their side, Shin and Keek were not. Even if they could confuse Shin and Keek to cooperate with Susan, as long as Shin Cheng couldn't be influenced, Shin and Keek would immediately wake up. Not to mention, confusing Shin and Keek wasn't easy. Even if they could, without asking Li Yi for permission first, they didn't dare to casually act against Li Yi's sister. So 4-leaf and 6-leaf were currently only conducting reconnaissance, using Susan to transmit the voices from over there. Then, combined with Lady Bingtang's ability, they could achieve live broadcasting. Why did he suddenly run away? Regarding the sect master's action of glancing over and immediately returning to his room, the super formidable enemy in Shiyu voiced her doubt. It's because he saw you. Susan gave the perfect answer. Both 4-leaf, 6-leaf, and Qinghua couldn't help but admire. As expected of a disciple specially approved by the sect master to enter the inner sect, Susan's talent is commendable. It's only a matter of time before she becomes a true disciple. Immediately after, the sect master's younger sister, as if to comfort her, patted the dejected Shiyu on the shoulder. That's not the case at all. Jiang Si wouldn't be that mean. He probably didn't notice you at all, and Shiyu, don't worry. As soon as these words came out, the three of them couldn't help but applaud. Qinghua, as expected of the sect master's younger sister. The moment she makes a move, it's extraordinary. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the sharpest blade. That sentence definitely stabbed right into Shiyu's heart. In a game, it would be a quick bad ending CG collection. 6-leaf, so scary, the sect master's sister. 6-leaf would definitely be scolded to tears by her. 4-leaf. Luckily, she's the sect master's sister. The only problem was, Keek didn't seem to be a sect disciple participating in this operation. This was purely innate destructive power. With Keek providing assists, this mission shouldn't be too difficult. Watching the four of them enter the house and sit down, Qinghua suddenly asked, "Where's Yumo?" Such an important operation, and Yumo was actually absent. Qinghua felt a bit unsatisfied. 6-leaf immediately raised her hand and said, "I know, she was exposed while tailing the sect master earlier, then got sent back by Lady Bingtang. Now she's in low spirits and crying outside." "I'm not crying." From outside the conference room in the main hall of the Azure Cloud sect came Yumo's retort. 4-leaf whispered, "Anyway, she's in a bad mood." Lady Bingtang also said not to provoke her. Otherwise, if she gets angry, the sect will have to do a big cleaning and tidying up again. 6-leaf doesn't want to do big cleaning. Then behave. Qinghua felt some regret that she couldn't order Yumo around. After all, on regular days without using puppets, she couldn't beat Yumo and was often bullied by this girl who pretended to be introverted but was actually incredibly bold. She originally wanted to get back at her, since Lady Bingtang had finally entrusted this entire task to her to handle, and she herself had immediately rushed to the sect master's home. Now Super Qinghua's authority was infinite. But seeing Yumo truly in low spirits, for the moment she really shouldn't anger her. With Lady Bingtang absent, if Yumo really went berserk, no one in the entire sect right now could hold her down. Qinghua big idiot, 6-leaf big idiot, 4-leaf big idiot, got 0 on the test and are hated by Lady Bingtang and the sect master. Hearing Yumo's small, muttered complaints over there, Qinghua coughed, "Anyway, ignore her. Let's continue the mission." Then, amidst Yumo's quiet complaints and curses, the three of them continued executing the mission. Why did you follow us? As expected of the captain of the Disaster Control Bureau's Magical Girl Combat Team, she was very sharp, immediately noticing the unreasonableness of Susan's presence. With an unfamiliar magical girl entering Beihai and even moving into a team member's home, as the captain of the security team, I have the responsibility to monitor her movements. Moreover, her identity hasn't been confirmed yet. Captain Li Yi, please remain vigilant as well. A perfect official answer. She really was just a little girl. How could she possibly be a match for Susan, who had been through countless battles? Susan, you really like worrying about unnecessary things. You're the one who should be more vigilant as a captain. The three of them solemnly watched Susan's responses. Six Leaf suddenly tilted her head. Sister, it seems like we don't have much to do. We can only watch here. Four Leaf nodded. That's true for now. Miss Susan is very capable. Six Leaf wants to go to the bathroom. Didn't you go already before? King Hua was afraid of this, so she had specifically reminded them before starting the operation. Why do you need to go again? Six Leaf gets nervous and wants to go to the bathroom. King Hua could only wave her hand. Go, come back quickly. Getting off the stool, she disappeared in a flash. King Hua was a bit worried she might run out to secretly play on her phone and not come back, because she herself also felt like slipping out to play games right now. If Lady Bingtang hadn't specifically entrusted the task to her, King Hua would have run off long ago. Are you all staying here tonight? In the scene after Keek asked, the other three girls all nodded in unison. Then Keek continued, my house only has 4 bedrooms, 2 on the first floor, 2 on the second floor. On the first floor are my room and my parents' room, but my parents aren't around anymore, so you can stay there too. The rooms are also cleaned very well. The second floor has Jiang Si's room and the guest room, but the guest room hasn't been cleaned in a long time. I'm afraid it's very dusty and would take a long time to clean. I'm very good at cleanings. King Hua watched the proactive and Shiyu and bit her nails. Not good, this kind of enemy is the most dangerous. On the surface, they seem harmless, but actually their offensive power is extremely strong. When facing off against such a master, if you're not prepared, you might fall for them in a moment of carelessness. We can't let this kind of person get close to the sect master. It's too dangerous. With that, she immediately had 4 Leaf and 6 Leaf transmit a message to Susan. Inner sect disciple Susan, please note, you must do your utmost to secure the second floor bedroom position. This is an order. You cannot give her the opportunity to get close to the sect master. Otherwise, if she triggers a special CG, it's over. This is a moment of life and death for the sect. Remember not to be timid, go all out. Over there, Susan paused for a moment, then spoke up. You and Jiang Si aren't very familiar yet. The second floor bedroom position is something you can't handle. Let me take it. As the captain of the Disaster Control Bureau's security team, I can also better protect Jiang Si's safety. King Hua and 4 Leaf beside her clapped their hands in perfect sync. At the same time, they praised, well done. A perfect strike, even making full use of her own identity and duties to ensure Jiang Si's safety. This reason was practically unassailable. Rather than protecting Jiang Si, wouldn't it be better for you to keep an eye on the suspicious in Shiyu? You and her stay downstairs, I'll stay on the second floor to protect Jiang Si. An unexpected opponent had entered the fray, Li Yi. King Hua's expression turned serious. She hadn't expected the situation to be this severe, vaguely forming a three-way standoff. This was bad. She rarely dealt with multiplayer team fights and group parties, only being good at one-on-one solo. Jiang Si likes to walk around the second floor without his clothes on. If you stay over there, it might be inconvenient. Better for me to go. I'll give you my room. Keek also joined the battlefield. King Hua slumped into her chair. It's over. How did even Keek join the battle? Now it's a complete mess. Isn't it just right for Keek to stay on the second floor? 4 Leaf asked curiously. After all, Keek is the sect master's sister. It's safer and more convenient between family members. King Hua was stunned for a moment, then immediately sat up and nodded. Oh right, sorry, I got confused. I subconsciously imagined it as a sister-themed work, thinking it would be a big free-for-all. What's a sister-themed work? Children shouldn't ask. Then King Hua cleared her throat and immediately commanded loudly. Team member Susan, please immediately assist Keek in securing the throne of the bedroom opposite the sect master. Susan, sitting over there, seemed to pause for a moment, then opened her mouth and said, I still think it's more appropriate for me to do it. You don't have relevant experience in protecting others and aren't very sensitive to this aspect. I have ample experience and technique, and I don't mind seeing Jiang Si without his clothes. Wait, team member Susan. Please respond, we need you to assist Keek, not to compete again. I don't mind either's. Same here. Watching as Li Yi and Shiyu both intended to compete again, King Hua anxiously slapped the table. Team member Susan. Team member Susan, are you awake? Quickly assist Keek. Team member Susan, I'm going to report you to Lady Bingtang, disobeying orders, acting recklessly on your own. I order you, in my capacity as captain of the security team, to give the second floor bedroom to me. Four Leaf opened her mouth. Has she gone crazy? Using her position to pressure people here. King Hua was so angry she laughed. What a treacherous villain, a rebel, a scoundrel, a thief, a stubborn thief. What a roadside stepping stone woman from a game. She was practically the perfect villain before the male and female leads achieved a happy ending. Thinking of this, King Hua couldn't help but feel sorrow welling up in her heart. All her martial skills were utterly useless. It was rare for her to have lifted the restrictions of her first form for this operation, entering her second form with 100 years of dating experience, only to encounter such a pig of a teammate. My reputation as a master of the forest is about to be ruined. Just wait for Lady Bingtang's punishment, HMPH. Shouting angrily, the powerless King Hua originally intended to leave. But then she thought that if Lady Bingtang came back later and the mission failed, she wouldn't be able to escape either. She could only sit back down with a tearful face. Four Leaf, what to do? Susan, how could she be like this? She's too bad. Four Leaf pursed her lips. I also need to go to the bathroom. Just as Six Leaf was about to return, she was pulled away by her sister again. The isolated and helpless King Hua stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment, all strategies exhausted. She was going to be locked up again. Unexpectedly, someone walked in at this moment. Turning her head dully to look, it was Yumo, who had been shrinking outside just now. I have a proposal. With the voices being so loud just now, Yumo had naturally heard everything. King Hua just asked woodenly, what proposal? The current problem lies in the fact that what they're fighting over is the bedroom opposite the sect master. Hugging her little rabbit, Yumo lowered her head and whispered, then, wouldn't it be fine if we just take the sect master away? The atmosphere in the room was somewhat stiff for a moment. Keek also hadn't expected the bedroom opposite her older brother to suddenly become a fiercely contested strategic point. How about? We eat something first. She could only change the subject for now. Continuing to stalemate wasn't a solution anyway. There was still some time before dark. Avoidance might be shameful, but it was useful. They could talk about it when it was time to sleep. However, Susan, Li Yi, and Shiyu all seemed somewhat unwilling to temporarily set aside the dispute. If they had other thoughts before, at a time like this, what they were fighting for was a matter of pride. Regardless of the outcome, since they were going to fight, they had to win. Just as they were thinking this, a pair of small hands brought over a plate of cut watermelon from the side. Keek politely said thank you. And Shiyu looked at the watermelon placed on the table, then picked up a piece in confusion. Since no one is willing to back down, let's choose a fair method to decide the winner. Leah said seriously. I propose using Chinese checkers. Go. And playing cards. As she spoke and Shiyu picked up her half-drunk teacup. Why is it full again? The three of them couldn't agree on a decision again, finally looking at Keek. Keek, you decide. Seeing the three of them closing in with intense gazes, Keek leaned back somewhat uncomfortably. The pressure was immense. What was this situation now? Older brother, it's all your fault. Come down and save me. With a tearful face, she was about to go all out and help Yi first. You all want that room that much. A cold voice abruptly rang out. Li Yi and Susan subconsciously reached for the guns at their waists to stand up when a hand rested on each of their shoulders, pressing them back down. Relax, this is my home. I wouldn't go so far as to make a move in my own house. In the center of the four of them, although she had changed into a fresh set of casual clothes and was slightly taller, that exquisite face and signature purple hair and pupils were absolutely unmistakable. No one had noticed. By the time they realized, it was already too late. Even Shiyu, who had just recently become a magical girl, could sense the terrifying power emanating from the other. The pressure seemed to materialize, making it hard to breathe. Teacher, Keek stammered, when did you get here? Early's with your brothers. Keek calculated the time in her heart. From the time she left to when her brother returned, that period shouldn't have been enough to do anything. As her thoughts ran wild, she noticed Li Yi's expression looked somewhat unpleasant. Keek immediately grabbed her hand, calling out worriedly, Yizzy. It's fine, Li Yi shook her head, gripping her friend's hand in return. It's fine, Keek, I'm not that stupid. What happened with my sister? It's not her fault. I know. Although it still felt uncomfortable. However, Shin was only sizing up Susan and Shiyu. The bedroom opposite Jiang Si isn't fit for living anymore. It's been converted into a storage room. The two of you will stay on the first floor. Susan just nodded repeatedly. The other's unquestionable, natural air of being the lady of the house left in Shiyu also unable to say anything. She glanced at Keek. The younger sister's attitude was all too clear. This was Jiang Si's girlfriend. Yet looking at Shin's incomparable face and that terrifying aura for a moment, and Shiyu didn't even feel much disappointment. She sighed inwardly, was this person even real? Indeed, only this kind of girl was suitable to stand by Jiang Si's side. She just felt somewhat inferior and regretful. Keek, you can sleep with her as usual. Simply arranging things for the four of them, she resolved the argument in one go, and not a single person could voice any objection. Not only instantly taking control of the situation, but also making everyone deeply realize in their hearts. The girl before them was the true master of this house. Keek asked breathlessly, then Teacher Shin, where will you stay? There are too many people in the house, it's a bit too noisy. Saying this, Shin looked up and called out Jiang Si. Soon, Jiang Si, who had returned to his room earlier, came out from the second floor carrying a bag of small cakes. Coming. Do you know how long you've made me wait? Sorry, you're never on time for our dates. Won't happen next time. The conversation was brief, but the intimacy within was self-evident. Even their postures seemed as if they were alone together. The four of them quietly watched Jiang Si come downstairs. After he changed his shoes, Shin naturally linked arms with him. When Jiang Si opened the door, Shin looked back at Kiku. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. I booked a hotel room for Jiang Si to study seriously. He won't be coming home these next few days. Rest well. Opening her mouth, Keek hadn't had time to speak when Shin had already left arm in arm with Jiang Si. The living room fell into dead silence for a moment. After looking around, Keek's gaze fell on Shiyu, who was still in a daze. Anyway, that's how it is. Teacher Shin really likes Jiang Si. They're a couple and their relationship is very good. As she spoke, Keek herself became somewhat unsure of what she was saying. Older brother and Shin are going to a hotel. Isn't it too early? Should I go check on them? It's probably really just for studying and tutoring, right? They won't do anything, will they? However, over there, and Shiyu gently stroked her chest and whispered, I saw. They really are a good match. Liya then said, so give up. MHM. And Shiyu raised her head and said softly, I won't say I'll never like Jiang Si again because that would be a lie. I can't deceive myself, nor can I deceive others. But there's a better girl by Jiang Si's side, so I will absolutely never speak my feelings out loud again. Both Jiang Si and Miss Shin are very, very good people, so I will work hard. The girl took a deep breath, clenched her fist over her heart, and revealed a faint smile. Whether it's Jiang Si or Miss Shin, I will definitely work hard to become their friend. Looking at Shiyu's gentle yet brilliant smile, Liya felt a pang for a moment. There was a time when she had thought the same. To become friends with Jiang Si, to become friends with Shin. But ever since she lost her sister, lost her power as a magical girl, she had rarely smiled like this, and hadn't had such pure thoughts in a long time. As a former magical girl, Yi should also work hard to become friends with Shin, to get close to her, understand her, get to know her. Sister, I'm sorry. Even though you were killed by Shin, you were also at fault. The 7th day after your death has passed. I suppose any resentment should have dissipated. Sister, you would definitely support me from heaven, right? Please bless me to successfully become friends with Shin. Yi has decided to overcome her hatred for Shin. I believe Sister in heaven will definitely be able to overcome it too. How was I at saving the day? When they came out of the room, they saw Bingtang grinning mischievously. Save who? Jiang Si glanced sideways, then looked back. Susan. I mean save myself, okay, the girl pouted, naturally looping her arm through his. I want to fight Shin for Jiang Si too. Jiang Si habitually gave her arm a casual push. You got nothing better to do. Just joking. Bingtang didn't let go. She kept tugging him forward because as long as she held on, Jiang Si wouldn't forcibly pull away. This had been their pattern for 3 years. Anyhow, let's go back to the sect first and deliver your gift to Yumo and the others. She was about to say more about arranging the key for Shiyu, when Bingtang suddenly heard the idle gossip of the neighbors next door. What's going on? Why'd that kid switch companions again? He dumped the last one, such a wild life. The old Jiang family's son has potential, always bringing girls home. This time it's 2 at once, each prettier than the last. What a waste, give one to my son please. My son sulks at home all day, always asking why he's worse than that Jiang kid. Don't be ridiculous, your son isn't any catch either. Go on, your son's the same. How does that kid get 2 girls to behave so nicely together? My son would tear the house apart if he brought one home. Different strokes, I guess. I don't think that kid is some god descended to sleep with four at once. Bingtang smoothed her hair and momentarily forgot what she was about to say. Jiang Si seemed to sense it too. He tilted his head and glanced at her. Why so quiet? Nothing, I heard someone say I'm well-behaved. Bingtang pursed her lips and smiled softly. Do you think I'm well-behaved? Yeah, definitely. You really think that, but if it's mine, I absolutely won't give it to anyone else. Jiang Si nodded, rightfully so. Talented and precious things belong to the deserving. Heh, Bingtang tightened her hold a little, you said that yourself. They walked openly down the street, the two girls arm in arm with a young man, naturally drawing countless looks. Bingtang remained composed, ignoring the curious and envious stares, and said in a low voice, leave the rest to me. Well, to become friends, and Shiyu was sincere about it. For a girl who had lived in an orphanage and hadn't had much contact with others afterward, the kinds of relationships she understood were limited. She had fantasized about lovers, but if asked what defined a lover, she couldn't clearly say. She simply felt that being lovers meant being together forever, living like family. What is a true lover? Where is the line between lovers? What is one's true feelings? What is the distance between lover and friend? What does it feel like to want to rely on someone? And what do lovers do with each other? She only had a vague idea. She couldn't speak her feelings aloud, so she tried to get along with them as a friend, whether Shin or Jiang Si. But how far could a friend relationship go? While lost in thought, Keek got up to rummage through the fridge. Finding little food, she said she'd go buy groceries. Susan went along. The lively living room suddenly left only in Shiyu and Li Yi. It was a bit awkward, but seeing Li Yi silent, and Shiyu decided to take the initiative to build rapport. Be friends, make more friends. She poured Li Yi a full cup of tea, then asked properly, Miss Li Yi, I have something I'd like to ask you, may I? Li Yi had been commemorating her sister's spirit. An unexpected question startled her for a moment, but she quickly picked up the teacup and said, I know, you want to ask about Shin, right? Well, I'm really curious about Miss Shin. The strongest magical girl in Beihai, Li Yi said with complicated emotion. You saw her, right? She's beautiful and the most powerful. I can't imagine anyone who could defeat her, perhaps only a full-bloom magical girl from legend. As a newly minted magical girl, and Shiyu showed an odd expression. That's strong. Not only that, the largest magical girl organization in Beihai, the Azure Cloud Sect, is actually under her. And Shiyu widened her eyes. Then what about the Disaster Control Bureau? Isn't that the official magical girl organization? Well, for various reasons. Li Yi coughed. We plan to support the Azure Cloud Sect as Beihai's largest magical girl organization. The new magical girl was amazed and admiring. So magical girls can reach that level. I thought you could only join the official organization. Could I join the Azure Cloud Sect? Don't get your hopes up. For a newbie like you, it's better to join the Disaster Control Bureau first. Li Yi recalled the first time she found Keek, and how she had disparaged the Azure Cloud Sect's tactics. She couldn't say more now. You can't join the Azure Cloud Sect if you're not capable. Although disappointed, and Shiyu nodded. Okay, I'll learn at the Disaster Control Bureau first, then we'll see. Why treat the Disaster Control Bureau like a stepping stone? Keek must have thought the same at first. When will our Disaster Control Bureau stand tall? Li Yi thought, sighing. Anyway, Shin is the perfect magical girl, the strongest, small, and emotionless, a natural disaster of a magical girl. No matter what you call her, you can't beat her. Luckily, we aren't enemies. Hearing in Shiyu's remark, Li Yi paused. The sentence rippled in her heart. Yes, thankfully we aren't enemies. If we were enemies, the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau would probably be gone already. Li Yi added, actually she's a very gentle person. Aside from being gentle toward her sister. Even so, gentle is a lot. If she weren't gentle, most people in Beihai would probably be dead. Of course, she's ruthless toward the Witch Association and the like. Including Li Yi's sister. Though the cruelty could be extreme, it was hard to argue with it. After all, it was justice being carried out. So wanting to be her friend isn't impossible. And Shiyu nodded repeatedly and poured Li Yi more water. She kept a humble posture, like a model student asking a teacher's advice, even taking out paper and pen to write down what Li Yi said. For Li Yi, the feeling was good. After all, she had never been a teacher before. Then Senior Li Yi, and Shiyu asked respectfully, if you become friends, how far can it go? Li Yi blinked, not expecting the question. She thought for a bit and answered, friends, if the relationship is good enough, it can be almost like family. Family? Li Yi said this, though she actually had many friends. At school, many classmates were her friends and worried about her safety and life. After her sister died, classmates and teachers had taken care of her and comforted her. Li Yi appreciated them and liked them as friends. But being that close, Leah felt she still fell a long way short. Outside of school, she had almost no contact with others. They occasionally walked home together from school, but that was it. No one knew her true identity, no one knew her family situation, no one could help her. Leah's only true close friend was Keek. Keek knew all her secrets, worked by her side, and protected her from her parents' reproach. Keek was her best friend. If it's a close friend, you can joke around freely. You could even live together, change clothes in front of each other, sleep together at night, chat, share what you've encountered and works you've seen. Thinking of Keek, Leah couldn't help but smile. Being with Keek brought her many happy moments. Leah liked being near Keek. Of course, Keek getting stronger so fast sometimes made her anxious and insecure. When Leah was a magical girl, she was far weaker than Keek. Even with such feelings, Keek always comforted her. Because now I have both my own strength and Yi's, of course I'll be stronger. No matter what, although Leah sometimes felt uneasy about Keek's rapid growth, she never envied it. She felt proud and happy, hoping Keek would become stronger and a pillar of the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau. But if things continued like this, one day Keek might no longer be able to stay by her side. The Central Bureau would gather such a powerful magical girl for special training to obtain a mental landscape, and more dangerous places would need Keek's help. Although the Central Bureau didn't force magical girls, Keek could refuse, but once you become a magical girl, how could you stand by and watch others fall into danger? The gap in power would eventually become a chasm between them. Thinking of this, Leah felt some agitation. If only she could become a magical girl again, she could stay by Keek's side forever. Her mind raced with many thoughts until the pensive and Shiyu asked, "Then, friends hugging and cuddling should be fine, right?" Leah considered the meaning of the question and nodded, "Of course. If friends are close enough, hugging and cuddling are normal." She remembered Keek hugging and comforting her when she was sad, and saw in Shiyu taking notes quickly. "I see, hugging is fine, so holding hands is also within the safe range." Muttering to herself, and Shiyu asked again, "Then, kissing, does that count as being friends?" "Kissing, how could?" Leah hesitated, then said, "It depends on the situation. If the atmosphere is right, even friends can have a quick kiss. It shouldn't be a problem." And Shiyu wrote it down again. So kissing depends on the atmosphere, it's harder and not part of daily contact. She thought a moment more and whispered, "What about a bridal carry?" Leah cleared her throat, thought a bit, and quietly replied, "Between friends, that should be okay." The girl's face brightened. "Great, so a bridal carry counts as normal behavior between friends." Leah watched the elated and Shiyu and felt a twinge of guilt. But she hadn't said anything wrong, had she? She glanced at the friendship letter and took a deep breath. Become friends with Jiang Si, then let him do a bridal carry. She quickly shook her head and pinched her burning earlobe. What nonsense am I thinking? Friends trimming each other's nails, cleaning ears using lap pillows. All fine, all fines. How many star pursuit from the Azure Cloud sect can you escape? A few days apart, and twins noticed the Witch Association seemed to have a new pastime. Although the large Witch Association cells in East China had been mostly dealt with, everyone knew the Witch Association wasn't so fragile. There were many small-scale Witch Association activities. Some members were down-and-out elements, some were traitors dissatisfied with the Disaster Control Bureau, and some were simply anti-human. Under the Disaster Control Bureau's control, normal black market gangs aren't allowed, because they promote the birth of disaster beasts. Any large-scale illegal organization inevitably generates massive negative emotions, which the Disaster Control Bureau absolutely forbids. Without support from a power like the Witch Association, any gang can be handled by a single magical girl. The Disaster Control Bureau's first 3 magical girls did just that, wasting 2 days to demolish local gangs and illegal organizations. And with magical girls' ability to erase civilians' memories, there wasn't even a risk of exposure. So aside from disaster beasts and the Witch Association, most cities have no major public security issues. That led those seeking alternative paths to look for access through the Witch Association. Small-scale Witch Association groups were inevitable, especially with members from other regions drifting here. Avoiding the Disaster Control Bureau's control isn't that hard for Witch Association people. After all, if a member couldn't avoid Disaster Control Bureau oversight, they shouldn't be in the Witch Association at all, better go home and nurse a bottle. Now the Witch Association had a new high-level challenge. Escape the Azure Cloud Sect's pursuit. This challenge began to surface after the captain's death. Some wondered how such a strong captain died so quickly. After Chilean was eliminated, the project spread. Then Red Crane's death in Hulin City was confirmed to be the Azure Cloud Sect's doing. Confirmed by twins. Azure Cloud Sect's reputation soared within the Witch Association. Many Witch Association members were eager to try the challenge. Not long ago, when internal news of the heart image remnant spread, entry slots were limited. The Witch Association's upper echelons decided to use the Escape the Azure Cloud Sect challenge as a qualification trial for entering the heart image remnant. So Twins Entertainment became watching these Witch Association members challenge live streams. Yes, challenging Azure Cloud Sect Pursuit had become a popular Witch Association livestream event. Hunched in a basement with freshly delivered takeout, Twins turned on her crystal ball and opened the public room. She could see more than a dozen livestream channels at once. Mostly it was people challenging the East China Azure Cloud Sect Pursuit. Many viewers threw generous contribution points to push these Witch Association streamers into high-risk areas. The Witch Association internally ranked the East China Azure Cloud Sect by alert level and displayed a banner on each stream's front page. Choose your wanted level. 1-star menial or fringe members, no challenge here. New Witch Association rookies pick this level, usually just relying on the Azure Cloud Sect name with no real strength. 2-star, external sects. Azure Cloud Sect has many branches, but most are weak and some dissolve and join the Disaster Control Bureau. Challenges here are like challenging the Disaster Control Bureau, dangerous but manageable. 3-star, Jiangming Inner Ring. As Chilean's fall zone, Jiangming City's branch seems the Azure Cloud Sect's biggest, and it's formidable. The 4 challengers who entered left only a flash of swordlight before their feeds cut off. 4-star, Beihai Demon Den. As the captain's fall site, few dared challenge here. Witch Association members believed few were stronger than the captain. 5-star, directly clash with the Azure Cloud Sect and survive. The 5-star level exists because people actually achieved it, otherwise it wouldn't be a set challenge. Only one person claimed the 5-star legendary feat. That person was Twins. Twins herself had been bewildered when she learned of this. When she checked the records and asked other members, she realized the 5-star challenge was based on experiences she had reported herself. Well, fair enough. Twins had lived a legendary life and did accomplish 5-star. At the last moment of Beihai's fall, only Twins remained. Facing the destruction of the entire Beihai Witch Association, she alone fought Shin and survived. No doubt about it. Twins opened her takeout and the crystal ball, choosing the most popular stream to eat too. Behind her, Chilean, the captain, and Red Crane were engaged in heated discussion about which allies to unite with against the Azure Cloud Sect and the Saint Hall. When she opened the most popular stream, a rat, an insect, and a vine leaned over and watched with her. Arrived at East China's highest point, Beihai, easy peasy family, is this the Azure Cloud Sect? 4-star challenge is too simple. A trendy-dressed Witch Association streamer swaggered, boasting and showing the scene behind him. No doubt he was in Beihai, the demon den so many Witch Association members feared. Ah, nostalgic like home, the captain sighed behind him. I lived in Beihai for 5 years at least. The last 2 years they chased me outside the city and I didn't dare enter home. Who knows you in Beihai? The captain did great. The 3 of them jabbered. Twins just munched her takeout. She glanced at the live stream and saw the streamer swaggering down the street. All right, family, watch me. I'm going to directly challenge the Azure Cloud Sect. Throw in your contributions. See those 3 ahead. That brat's left and right hugging makes me jealous. Young and spoiled, I'll tame him first and turn him into a disaster beast. The streamer laughed and pointed at the 3 across the street. A boy in a trench coat, a blue-haired girl, and a purple doll-like girl. Okay, family, I'm starting. I'll take down the Azure Cloud Sect's Beihai Challenge. Secure qualification for the Heart Image Remnant. Let's go, come out my treasure. On the crystal ball, the streamer released a bunch of disaster beasts charging at the 3. The captain intoned, the anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage. Twins rolled her eyes, dead people talking. In the crystal ball, the purple flames and blue frost tangled and exploded, instantly engulfing the whole stream. Rare sight. Winter kicked at a dead Witch Association member like a roadkill dog. Not many Witch Association people are brave enough to confront us directly. I wish they all were this bold. He said something about qualifying for the Heart Image Remnant. Oh yes. Twins said the Witch Association is using Azure Cloud Sect challenges to distribute Heart Image Remnant qualifications. Winter messaged Susan to prepare to deal with the Witch Association members here, while pulling Jiang Si aside to avoid attracting attention. Boring, few slots are distributed this way. It's more like internal purging by the Witch Association, and it all has to be live-streamed. I've been having King Hua work overtime to make puppets for this. Don't worry. Qualification for entering the Heart Image Remnant. You mean the Qi and Shiyu? Winter smiled slightly as she manipulated Shin's puppet back toward the sect. Don't worry. That key is safer in Beihai's Disaster Control Bureau. With Susan there, there's no risk. When the heart image remnant appears, we can use Shiyu to enter it directly. No, Jiang Si shook his head, a flash of sharp light in his eyes. I mean, I'm also a Witch Association member. I can take the Azure Cloud Sect's wanted level challenge too. Winter's delicate face went slightly blank, like a statue. Thank goodness, it ended safely. King Hua patted her chest. This Shiyu was truly the most formidable opponent she had ever encountered. Beautiful, with a good personality, and most importantly, she was currently the key to entering the heart image remnant. You could say all the flags were raised, giving her ample reason and initiative to actively approach the sect master. Most importantly, she was a childhood friend who appeared out of the blue. As someone well-versed in all kinds of romance stories, King Hua knew full well the destructive power of a sudden childhood friend. With that attribute, isn't it practically being chosen by fate? Anyway, absolutely no opportunity should be given to Shiyu. Otherwise, a daily life childhood friend like Lady Bingtang would definitely end up as the fixed loser. Having the sect master withdraw was the best choice for now. But the next problem was what method to use to keep the sect master away for a long time, or how to make Shiyu leave. That was another huge dilemma. If the sect master became a controllable character with dialogue boxes and choices, Super King Hua could definitely achieve the true ending. 4-leaf, 6-leaf, and Yumo. Before she could think about the next step, Bingtang and the sect master had already returned to the sect. The twins, who had been in the bathroom all this time, immediately jumped out at Bingtang's call. King Hua had thought they'd fallen into the toilet. Yumo, though she seemed a bit down, was still hugging her rabbit plushie and followed behind the twins to the door. Bingtang naturally stepped aside, pushing Jiang Si forward from behind her. You go ahead. Jiang Si didn't hesitate either. He took out the dessert that Bingtang had told him to protect along the way. This is a gift for you, 4-leaf and 6-leaf. When the two little girls first received the gift box, they were a bit at a loss. 6-leaf eagerly wanted to open the packaging, but 4-leaf quickly swatted her sister's hand. She first pulled her sister into a bow to the sect master. Thank you, sect master. It's fine, let 6-leaf open it, Bingtang said with a smile from the side. Be careful, don't break it. Only then did the two girls excitedly carry the gift box to the side. Opening it and seeing the perfectly arranged cake inside, their beautiful eyes sparkled. 6-leaf reached out to grab a fork to eat, but 4-leaf swatted her hand again, picking up her phone to start taking pictures left and right. After a good while, having taken who knows how many photos, the two finally started sharing the cake, each with their own fork. Yumo quietly watched the happy smiles on her friends' faces, just hugging her plushie tighter and burying her face in it. Because the sect master had nothing else in his hands. Anyway, it just wasn't Yumo's turn. Yumo. Jiang Si called out once, but the girl didn't react at first. Only after he called again, come here, did Yumo raise her head, dazedly saying, oh, and then walked over. Jiang Si fumbled in his pockets for a good while before finally pulling out the gift box containing the hair clip. After all, the gift box was quite small, and he had many pockets on him, convenient for carrying things. Now he couldn't remember which pocket he'd put it in, so he had to search each one. Finally, he pulled out the small, exquisite gift box and handed it to Yumo. Jiang Si then planned to go inside the room to announce his plan. But he was pulled back by Bingtang from behind. Wait and see Yumo's reaction first. You bought a gift, you should see if she's satisfied with it or not. So troublesome. Jiang Si stopped and looked up at the little girl who often hid her face behind her plushie to conceal her expression. Her eyes had become bright and sparkling. The rabbit was now pressed against her chest, held by something. With both hands holding the gift box, she carefully opened it. Her pupils reflected the beautiful stone on the hair clip. Then she raised her head, her gaze shimmering as she looked at Jiang Si. She took off her hood, mustered her courage, and held the hair clip out to Jiang Si. Sect Master Si, could you help me put it on? Let Bingtang help you, I don't know how. Jiang Si refused offhandedly. He was still thinking about contacting Ryu Yun. The Saint Hall should make a move now. Like a deflated balloon, Yumo immediately shrank back, tightly hugging her plushie. Tears quickly welled up in her eyes, but she didn't cry. That pitiful, adorable little expression would melt even the hardest heart with one look. Unfortunately, Jiang Si didn't even glance at her. Bingtang behind him sighed. Help her put it on, I'll teach you. Otherwise, if Yumo cries later, it won't be good for carrying out the mission either. Jiang Si, who had been about to leave, heard this and nodded. He casually picked up the hair clip. Tell me where to put it. Under Bingtang's instruction, Jiang Si successfully clipped the hairpin onto Yumo's head. The butterfly-shaped hairpin indeed suited the little girl very well, making her look even more adorable. Coupled with the delicate, tearful look, it involuntarily made one think of a flower adorned with dewdrops. Carefully reaching out to touch the hairpin, a shy and happy smile appeared on Yumo's face. She gently shook her little head, and the butterfly hairpin on her head seemed to come alive. How is it? Is it pretty? Jiang Si nodded, quite pretty. Hiding her head behind her plushie again, Yumo let out a small, muffled laugh before saying vaguely, "Thank you, Sect Master." "What about mines?" Qinghua immediately cried out over there. "Why am I the only one without a gift?" Only then did Bingtang let go of Jiang Si, allowing the Sect Master to return to the main hall. She then went over and flicked Qinghua's forehead. "Didn't the Sect Master just give you a gift when he returned? The phone and the magical girl idol project account." "Oh right, then my gift is still better." Though Qinghua said this, she still ran over, grinning cheekily as she looked at the twins. "4 leaf, 6 leaf, look how well I took care of you before. Give me a bite, okay?" After shamelessly snatching a bite of cake, she ran over to Yumo, who was still lost in thought, daydreaming about something. Yumo, we're such good friends. Lend me the hairpin to wear for a bit." She reached out from behind to touch it, but before she could even touch the person, she was sent flying. After crying and begging for mercy for a long time, even comically kowtowing in the air like a frog, she was finally let down by Yumo. After shamelessly snatching a bite of cake, she ran over to Yumo, who was still lost in thought, daydreaming about something. His share was given to Yumo. Yumo, now wearing the hairpin, didn't even put her hood back on. From time to time, she would reach up to touch it, as if afraid the hairpin might suddenly disappear. When children receive a gift they really like, they're probably like this. Bingtang thought so, then walked into the meeting room and slapped the table. "You've all pretty much received your gifts. Now it's time to work hard." "Oh yes." Several true disciple girls filed in one after another, each taking their seats, waiting for the sect master to announce what needed to be done. But they saw Jiang Si walk in and not go straight to the prayer mat beneath the spirit tablets. Instead, he first took out a tape recorder and placed it behind a nearby screen. Bingtang immediately understood, pulling out a bundle of stick incense from under the table. Yumo, 4 leaf, and 6 leaf immediately straightened their clothes. Even Qinghua put away her half-played phone game. Joking aside, the current sect master and the others were terrifyingly serious. Every time they did this, it meant they were about to discuss major matters. When the clear sound of flowing water began to gurgle, a wisp of sandalwood immortal aura slowly swirled and spread out like a swimming dragon in front of the prayer mat. Jiang Si sat on the prayer mat, feeling the wisps of blue smoke being carried by a faint, almost imperceptible breeze circulating within the room. He nodded in satisfaction, and his gaze towards Yumo held a trace of relief. Finally not acting like an NPC anymore. Then, with a wave of his hand, 3 more sticks of incense floated into the air, igniting on their own and landing before the tablets of the various founding masters. Jiang Si spoke, "Since the establishment of the Azure Cloud sect, over 30 years have passed." "It's 3 years, right?" Qinghua interjected from the side. "Over 30 is an approximate number," Bingtang explained. "Also, when the sect master is speaking, don't interrupt." Hello? After Bingtang finished, Jiang Si continued. "Over 30 years, the Azure Cloud sect has grown from its initial obscurity to its current state. We have 7 true disciples, countless honorary true disciples, even more inner disciples, and our outer branches are flourishing, spread across the land. It is a scene of thriving prosperity. I observe all of you under my sect. Your wisdom shines from the void, your spiritual pivots converge within you. Every move you make, your edge is hard to conceal. The actions you undertake are rarely seen even in ancient times." The girls couldn't help but think, apart from the sect master, it didn't seem that rarely seen in ancient times. However, heaven and earth change, divine vessels shift. The world of cultivation has never been a place of eternal peace, and neither is the Azure Cloud sect. Over these 30-odd years, more and more enemies have encroached upon the Azure Cloud sect's territory. The level of our opponents has gradually shifted from foundation building minor cultivators to golden core great experts. There are even supreme beings who have cut themselves down a notch, watching covetously from within forbidden zones. 4 leaf and 6 leaf listened, stunned. Qinghua stammered, "There are." So Jiang Si called out, "Yumo. Oz Yumo is here. You tell me, have you noticed the enemies becoming more and more troublesome?" Yumo. Doesn't seem to feel any difference." Jiang Si waved his hand without changing his expression. "Sit down. I have a premonition that the era of great contention is about to arrive." Bingtang face-palmed. So what was the point of having Yumo answer the question? We cultivators seek longevity and contend for the great Tao. In short, for over 30 years, I have allowed you to cultivate freely. Now on a whim, it is time to test the results. Since we cultivate the great Tao, why fear a battle? From today onward, the Azure Cloud sect will hold its first grand sect-wide competition to test whether your Tao hearts are firm, whether your spells are exquisite, and whether you can face future great enemies. King Hua tremblingly raised her hand. Sect Master H. How will the competition be held? Drawing lots for true disciple internal battles. Jiang Si shook his head. The goal of the sect-wide competition is only one. For everyone in the entire sect from top to bottom to exert their full strength to defeat me. The sect, which had just become somewhat lively and warm due to the gifts, instantly fell into dead silence. Bingtang covered her forehead and sighed. Only the sect master was full of vigor, his eyes shining brightly. With a grand wave of his hand, he said in an expectant tone, "In short, please give it your all." After announcing the competition requirements in the sect, Jiang Si proceeded to seclude himself. He took out the cauldron and then lit the fire. First, he refined the grief seed into pure medicinal extract essence, then processed the calamity egg in the same way. The two materials were added in order, though Jiang Si didn't know what the order was, so he went by the order he discovered them. He discovered the grief seed first and the calamity egg later. With this causal relationship, the order of the materials became clear. Immortal pills ultimately depend on cause and effect. Slowly heating and refining them in the cauldron, he formed the pill embryo. Then, he slowly infused the pure magical energy from the miracle seed into the pill embryo. This step was particularly dangerous, as the conflict between pure magical energy and polluted magic was severe. The slightest carelessness could cause an explosion. But who was Jiang Si? The Azure Cloud sect master's control over magical energy had long reached the pinnacle. Under his precise control, the two opposing types of magical energy showed no rejection reaction. Instead, under the influence of the mysterious material from the calamity egg, they gradually began to merge. The two types of magical energy ultimately perfectly fused within the pill, then were continuously nourished by the exotic flame until the pill became round and smooth. Only when the pill fragrance and luster emerged was it considered truly successful. Although it didn't take much time, Jiang Si still felt it wasn't easy. He tossed one into his mouth to taste. A wave of warmth instantly flowed through his limbs and bones. Along with the warm current, that abundant power also circulated throughout his entire body. It felt so comfortable he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Even though he hadn't eaten, only having had a bite of Bingtang's ice cream, he didn't feel hungry even now. Indeed, for grain abstention, you still need grain abstention pills. I think it might just be that you haven't reached the point of hunger yet. This thing probably only replenishes magical energy, right? Jiang Si suppressed the black dragon heart demon. Simply absorbing the magical energy from grief seeds had a low conversion rate. He even needed a large supply of disaster beasts to keep up with his consumption. Now, this grain abstention pill could not only help him overcome hunger, but also replenish a large amount of magical energy. It was clearly a genuine treasure medicine. He planned to refine a large quantity for backup and incidentally informed Bingtang of the refining method. Pill refining could also help improve magical control, so Jiang Si planned to promote it within the sect, having them help him refine pills. Such treasure medicine, the more the better. Once proficient, Jiang Si basically didn't need to put much thought into it. He could just casually toss grief seeds and calamity eggs into the cauldron, and pills would come out within 3 minutes. The problem was there were currently too few calamity eggs. Although they had wiped out 3 major witch associations, there were still only a few hundred calamity eggs, completely insufficient for sect consumption. Although he had the method to create disaster beasts and calamity eggs, it could only be used once. The memory imprint of the blood cross would disappear once used. He hadn't found a good solution for this yet. But he could buy calamity eggs from the Witch Association people with money, especially since he had the identity of the Witch Association's East China Regional Director. Wanting to make a comeback and purchase calamity eggs was a sufficient reason. As long as enough money was offered, someone at headquarters would be willing to sell. Thinking of this, his mind stirred, and he considered the Saint Hall. Wasn't money meant to be spent at times like this? The Saint Hall should have quite a bit of money by now. He planned to first prepare 1,000 or so grain abstention pills for himself as backup. You could never have too many pills. In which web novel Cultivation story isn't the protagonist a pill guzzler, so putting on his mask, he opened the crystal ball and contacted the Saint Hall in Jiangming City. Unexpectedly, only Hua Hu was there. How much money has been raised? Eep, reporting master, a total of 300,000 has been raised. So little. Over there, Hua Hu looked like she was about to cry. Master, since being acquired by the Ice Color Group, the company's capital flow has been strictly monitored. Several accountants have already been caught. We can't act recklessly, otherwise it would be killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Forget it, 300,000 is 300,000. Transfer it all over. Now there's only 100,000 left. What, where's my 200,000? Miss Ryo Yun used 200,000 to forge equipment and maintain a disaster beast hunting team of over a dozen people. It's basically all spent. After a long silence, a low, muffled roar came from the other side. My money, she monopolized 200,000 by herself and I get 100,000. Am I supposed to thank her for that? In the crystal ball, the St. Hall envoy who had just called was in a state of magnificent fury. Actually, Hua who also wanted to complain. 300,000, she said to spend it sparingly, but in reality, most of it was spent by Ryu Yun. Although forging weapons was her ability as a magical girl, she couldn't generate materials out of thin air. Purchasing large amounts of materials, plus paying salaries to the team she established herself, 200,000 wasn't actually considered expensive anymore. But the St. Hall only had that much money. What was left was even less than 100,000. The shortfall was made up by Hua who digging into her own pocket. My St. Hall, it seems to have become something she established. That wasn't wrong either, Hua who thought. Up until now, the St. Hall had basically been her raising money, and Ryu Yun spending it. Because Lord Jiang the Demon Butcher basically didn't manage things and was hard to contact, Hua who couldn't very well oppose a magical girl. 100,000 is 100,000 then. Where is Ryu Yun now? Have her contact me immediately. Report Master Ryu Yun has been out clearing disaster beasts. Ever since you said grief seeds could also be exchanged for points. She's been out exterminating disaster beasts and searching for remnants left by disaster beasts to make weapons. Tell her. I'm kicking her out of the St. Hall, Jiang Si was furious. Tell her to get lost, don't come back. Yes, Master, Hua who was all smiles. Finally, she could get this ancestor to leave. Otherwise, who knew how much more suffering she'd have to endure? Ah, right. Because we've been clearing disaster beasts and witch associations outside the city during this period, we've collected over 700 calamity eggs. Some were left by Chilean, and quite a few were left by other witch associations. Over 700. That's right. Jiang Si was silent for a moment. She only spent 200,000. Does Ryu Yun think my Saint Hall has no money? Let her spend. Tell Ryu Yun to collect as many calamity eggs as possible. She won't be short on points. Ah, Master, but just now. I told you to go, so go. Do you want to delay my opportunity? Yes, yes. Thinking of those over 700 calamity eggs, Jiang Si took a deep breath. In the Witch Association, over 100 contribution points were needed to exchange for one calamity egg, and one contribution point wasn't cheap. Putting on his mask, he contacted twins who opened a live stream for him. Hello, family, here's a live stream announcement. In about 3 days, Isimo II, the East China Regional Director, will be undertaking a challenge from the Azure Cloud sect. Changing his surname shouldn't expose him now. Imitating the Witch Association streamers he'd seen, he said, the challenge difficulty isn't high, 4 stars, 1 trip to the North Sea Demon Lair. The sect's grand examination, huh? Bai Mei propped her chin on her hand, sinking into deep thought. She was naturally extremely familiar with the sect's grand examination, having experienced it countless times. Back in the sect, she had also looked forward to the Azure Cloud sect's grand examination many times. However, back then, the Azure Cloud sect was still a small faction with few members. Even by the time she left, there were only about 4 or 5 people. Holding a grand examination would undoubtedly have seemed rather pathetic. But times were different now. Not to mention the branch sects in other cities, just the Azure Cloud sect headquarters in Beihai alone, excluding the 7 core disciples and honorary core disciples, had over 20 magical girls as inner sect disciples. There were also dozens of outer sect disciples, some from Beihai and others stationed in other cities. Add to that the magical girls with affiliated status. If a grand competition were to be held, there would absolutely be enough participants. Regarding the grand competition, what Bai Mei loved most was actually the plot in slaying demons. The protagonist, as the weakest junior brother of the Great Bamboo Peak, was brought along to make up the numbers but repeatedly defeated opponents with luck and magical treasures, advancing all the way to the semifinals. In the end, he lost to his future wife because he held back. That feeling of seeming somewhat capable, yet actually not being truly capable, stumbling and fumbling one's way to the semifinals to stand shoulder to shoulder with other genuinely talented disciples. That sense of humility had always fascinated Bai Mei immensely. If possible, she hoped her students could replicate that. Of course, it was just a hope. Because this grand competition wasn't an ordinary disciple sparring match at all, but a competition within a competition within a competition. Disciples below the sect's core disciple rank were participating in the all-sect city witch hunt finals, divided into two tiers, with participation areas also restricted. Those not in Beihai locally could only participate in the secondary East China Outer 100 Cities League, while disciples in Beihai could participate in the primary event presided over by core disciples, the Beihai Hunt Dual Points Invitational Tournament. The team with the highest points in the All-Sect City Witch Hunt Finals would be the champion, earning the title of Azure Cloud Sect's Glorious Demon-Slaying Supreme Hunt Champion and substantial rewards. Additionally, points rankings would also yield corresponding benefits. During these days, Qianjing and Shui Ling had actually worked hard enough. To bring Ryu Yun back, they had trained much more desperately than before, mastering almost all of the Azure Cloud Sect's basic courses. They had never progressed this fast before. Could it be? This was also within Master's calculations. Probably not. After dismissing the thought, Bai Mei sighed as she observed Qianjing and Shui Ling training in the courtyard with her mind's eye. She had the sect's weakest disciples, two of them. The problem was, if they participated in the grand competition, could these two really make a stunning debut relying on luck or something? Like reaching the semifinals of the Outer Cities League or something. You too. Bai Mei asked lightly, do you want to participate in the West Wind Minor Competition? Huh? Is there really a minor competition? Shui Ling was full of curiosity. How does it work? Qianjing said even more seriously, I want to participate, I want to become stronger. Good ambition. Bai Mei praised them then said, the rules for this sect grand competition are quite complex. Simply put, initially, you'll compete in dealing with those miscellaneous witch association members who have infiltrated the city. Oh, that's just what we do every day. Easy peasy. Ultimately, it will probably involve challenging the sect master. After these words, the entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Only a gust of wind blew through, causing a few yellow leaves to fall from the small tree in the yard. This courtyard was originally chosen for her by Lady Bingtang. It had many rooms. Since it was fully paid for and gifted to Bai Mei, she had rented it out for a long time to earn some pocket money. Located in a bustling part of the city, the tenants were mostly office workers. At this hour, they had all gone to their companies, which was when the two girls came over to train. Bai Mei tilted her head, gently brushing away a leaf that had drifted onto her shoulder. The leaf was neatly sliced by her fingertip. What's wrong? Shui Ling stammered, although I really want to get stronger, teacher, fighting the sect master. That wouldn't make us stronger at all, right? Yeah, Qianjing also nodded immediately. Why do we have to fight the sect master at the end? We wouldn't last a single hit, would we? Back in Jiangming City, that magical power that blanketed the entire city, the technique so precise it skewered every disaster beast in every corner. Both the control and the sheer power were maxed out. Previously, thinking the sect grand competition was an internal disciple competition, they had been somewhat interested, wanting to see the other powerful magical girls in the sect and test their efforts of late. But upon hearing it was the sect master, all thoughts were immediately dismissed. To be honest, useless little magical girls like them didn't have the guts to challenge someone so far above their level. They just didn't have the capability. Especially Qianjing, who had personally witnessed how the sect master skewered all those disaster beasts. On one hand, she was very admiring, recognizing the formidable depth and heritage of the sect she had joined. On the other hand, she was actually somewhat fearful. After all, that method was truly terrifying. Later, Qianjing often had nightmares about the sect master accidentally skewering her too, turning her into a kebab. Although Qianjing was confident in her crystal defense facing the sect master, she always felt it would be shattered. Bai Mei smiled. Forget it, I didn't have high hopes for you two anyway. Then why did you mention it? I just hope you can strive for inner sect disciple positions in a branch sect sooner. In the future, you might be able to participate in the sect's grand examination, compete for a Beihai inner sect spot, make a name for yourselves. Then I'd have face in front of my master. Teacher, you care about face too. Who doesn't hope for praise from their elders, Shui Ling? That's true too. Teacher is actually only about high school age. Only then did Shui Ling and Qianjing realize that although they had always regarded Bai Mei as a teacher and elder, Bai Mei's age wasn't actually much older than theirs. Naturally unaware of what her students were thinking, Bai Mei just sighed inwardly, lamenting that she couldn't participate in the grand competition. She silently wished for a properly organized sect grand competition in the future. Her master had specifically told her earlier that, as the chief core disciple, she was not allowed to participate in this sect grand examination. Otherwise, Bai Mei really wanted to sneak up behind her teacher and give him a sword strike. Stay humble and avoid impatience. After all, Bai Mei styled Ningbing. She felt somewhat regretful that she couldn't replicate that sword strike, but she also somewhat guessed that since they had already crossed swords in Jiangming City, her master probably felt there was no need to test her strength again. Actually, her sword energy had improved again these past few days. She wanted to show her master. However, her master planned to test her separately later, which was also a privilege. They could talk about it another time. She hoped the other core disciple junior sisters would strive hard and deliver a rebellious strike of disciple love to their master. As the two disciples continued training, while Bai Mei was meditating and concentrating her energy, she received another message from the Disaster Control Bureau. The last remaining student was naturally acting as an inside agent at the Bureau. Whenever the Disaster Control Bureau had news about disaster beasts or the Witch Association, it would be promptly relayed to Bai Mei. More Witch Association members are coming to challenge. She, as a core disciple, was aware of what the Witch Association had been up to lately. Jiangming City, as a 3-star challenge target for the Witch Association, had recently attracted many Witch Association members targeting the Azure Cloud sect here. No matter, she would handle it. After receiving the specific location information from there, Bai Mei took out a seed and softly recited her transformation phrase. Sword opens the gate. Pure, transparent magical power erupted from her body. The commotion wasn't big, not even scattering the fallen leaves around. Since she originally wore white clothes, her transformed state remained simple white magical outfit, making it easy to miss that she was transformed. It also had a certain chance of misleading enemies. Her mind's eye, originally confined to the courtyard, rapidly expanded. Then, using the power of a magical girl, she extended the expanded mind's eye all the way to the corners at the city's edge. 4 people, 1 complete witch. The remaining 3 are ordinary Witch Association members using corrupted magic power. After confirming the 4 individuals' information, Bai Mei brought her 2 fingers together like a sword, pointing distantly at that complete witch. 1 sword. A magnificent, clear sword energy flashed like lightning across the city's sky, piercing through layer upon layer of obstacles, accurately striking the complete witch's head. The sword energy pierced through the blood cross mark on the complete witch's forehead that resembled a target, dragging her body backward. Finally, it nailed her firmly to the wall. Sufficient. After saying this, she covered her mouth and coughed a few times, a bright red trickle appearing at the corner of her mouth. Since it's the sect's grand examination, our branch sect can't fall behind. If we're not going to Beihai, let's participate in the 100 Cities League. Judging by Beihai's movements, more points might flow over. Shui Ling, Kaianjing, the remaining Witch Association members are your trial. Go. Especially Kaianjing, who had personally witnessed how the sect master skewered all those disaster beasts. On one hand, she was very admiring, recognizing the formidable foundation of the sect she had joined. With that, Shui Ling, who had tucked one arm into her clothes, pushed Kaianjing, who was sitting in a wheelchair, out the door with her free hand. Without a doubt, they were advancing along their teacher's path. With the imagery of heaven crippled and earth deficient, they empty proved, body transformed into sword. This was their determination to win Ryu Yun back. As the two rushed towards the Witch Association members pushing the wheelchair, sharp sword energy rose from their bodies. Damn, can this Azure Cloud Sect challenge really be completed? Isn't this challenge level set based on Twins' experience? I'm just saying, is there a possibility that Twins was just lucky? Then do you want to go test her yourself? Better not. At the edge of Hulin City, Zilan, who was investigating the surrounding situation of Hulin City while watching the live streams in her crystal, silently closed another stream. The team heading to Jiangming City's 3-star challenge area, with a complete witch as the core, had their stream cut off before they even saw anyone. Such was the power of the Azure Cloud Sect's core disciples. Taking a deep breath, Zilan looked around. The remaining few people also had grave expressions. Actually, many Witch Association members weren't actively seeking challenges, most had no choice. Either they couldn't make it elsewhere and could only come here to try their luck. If they obtained a spot to enter the Heart Image Remnant, even if they didn't want to go in, selling the spot to someone else would make them rich. Some were forced by their superiors to come seize spots. Another part was simply curious or wanted to challenge themselves. The people around her were mostly forced to come challenge here. Zilan was different. She was a complete witch dispatched to support East China. Her destination was Beihai to support the new East China director, Jiang the Demon Butcher. Before coming, her superior repeatedly warned her that the situation in East China was unpredictable now, especially Beihai, which was very dangerous. She must be extremely careful and prioritize self-preservation if in danger. Her superior always cared about her, which Zilan knew, but she scoffed at it. Zilan was different from other witch association members. She even looked down on other complete witches, including twins. They were just a bunch of little girls without any sense of conviction. Zilan was different. She had actively joined the Witch Association with lofty goals and pursuits. To change this world. Although she hadn't figured out exactly how to change the world yet, starting by taking down the Disaster Control Bureau was definitely correct. The current world's rules were anchored by the Disaster Control Bureau. So first, destroy the Disaster Control Bureau, then slowly think about how to establish new rules to make the world better. Therefore, she had absolute loyalty to the Witch Association, because only the Witch Association could change this world. Self-preservation, those two words didn't exist in her dictionary. If she could eradicate the Azure Cloud sect, what did it matter to pay with her life? For the Witch Association, she would go through fire and water without hesitation. No disciples here. A magical girl wearing light green magical outfit appeared in the sky at some point. She even had a hood covering her face. The magic wand in her hand looked like a rabbit plushie which she held. The Witch Association members who had been resting were all stunned. Then someone immediately charged forward. Polluted magic condensed on the controlled blade in their hand, stabbing straight at the magical girl's face. The magical girl didn't move at all, just slightly raised her head. A gentle breeze brushed past. The Witch Association member's arm holding the blade flew off. Their body stood before the magical girl, suddenly motionless. The green magical girl slightly raised her head, revealing only a pair of pupils like dandelions. Filled with icy killing intent, Witch Association deserves death. As the magical girl walked past the Witch Association member whose hand had already been severed, that person's head slowly slid off their neck. Blood gushed forth. Run! It's a core disciple. The other Witch Association members who had been mixed together immediately scattered and fled. They never expected to encounter a core disciple in Hulin City. The reason Jiangming City was listed as a 3-star challenge area was because a core disciple was stationed there. Whether a core disciple was stationed or not had a huge impact on the challenge level designation of an area. This popular challenge project actually distinguished two concepts in detail: wanted star rating and challenge level. Initially, there was only the challenge level, with a total of 5 stars. But because the mortality rate for 3-star challenge level was too high, to reduce difficulty and mortality and encourage more people to visit Beihai, the legendary Perfect Witch Twins, the only one who had completed a 5-star challenge, proposed the concept of wanted star rating. This linked the Azure Cloud Sect's pursuit star rating to the composition of the pursuers, thus dividing it into 6-star ratings. Although only 1 star more than the challenge level, it greatly reduced the completion difficulty. At the 1 and 2-star stages, the division between wanted star rating and challenge level was roughly similar. 1-star wanted involved Azure Cloud Sect laborers and affiliated personnel. 2-star wanted involved branch sect outer sect disciples. From 3 stars onward, it became different. 3-star wanted pursuit was handled by branch sect inner sect disciples and Beihai's outer sect disciples. 4 stars was the domain of Azure Cloud Sect inner sect disciples. 5 stars, core disciple level intervention. Legend had it the Azure Cloud Sect had 7 core disciples, each terrifyingly powerful. Therefore, any area with a core disciple was actually considered a 3-star challenge. Comparing this, you realize how treacherous and unbalanced the challenge level was. What you thought was a 3-star challenge, just mid-level difficulty, was actually almost the highest difficulty under the wanted star rating system. If you don't die from that, who will? So sneaky. A bunch of people even wanted to find out which bastard initially set up the challenge level classification. What a piece of crap. If not for Lady Twins stepping in, everyone would still be in the dark. However, dividing it this way only made the challenging Witch Association members more cautious about Jiangming and Beihai, not reducing the danger level much. Because the Witch Association also didn't know where these 7 core disciples were. So the danger of challenging in East China lay precisely here. Even if you just wanted to challenge a 1-star wanted, who knew if a 5-star core disciple was hiding there? Fortunately, this time the Witch Association members banding together were numerous enough. After scattering and fleeing, even a core disciple would find it difficult to capture them all at once. Zilan followed a team of 4 as they fled all the way to a nearby construction site that had stopped work. There were cover and hiding spots everywhere here. Seems like a seedling-level magical girl. After things calmed down a bit, one member asked curiously, "A magical girl who could control wind?" According to previously streamed intelligence, one of the 7 core disciples, Dandelion, had a complete witch die by her hand. As long as you survived her pursuit, it counted as successfully completing a 3-star challenge. However, the sense of pressure didn't seem that strong. While hiding in the abandoned construction site, the magical girl was wandering outside searching. For some reason, she didn't seem to have discovered them. One Witch Association member, panting, whispered, "Something's off. Why is it only seedling level? Intel error." But just now, Cha and the others were directly killed. Maybe it was a sneak attack. How long are we hiding here? What if it's a trap? Chattering away, they couldn't reach a unified decision for a while. Then a member with a violent, reckless temper said fiercely, "Seedling magical girls, I've killed plenty, let me handle it." With that, she actually charged out from behind cover in the construction site, rushing straight at the magical girl. The others were all shocked. One cautious member immediately said, "Let's run." Everyone understood tacitly. With this idiot attracting attention up front, if not now, when? With the whole process being live-streamed, as long as they escaped, the 3-star challenge would be considered successful. Playing mysterious die for me, ah. Sure enough, that Witch Association member who charged up didn't even get to finish her second sentence. Her body was torn to pieces by the gale. The attack was invisible, even imperceptible. Just a gust of wind passed, and the body split apart. The other Witch Association members were so terrified their livers and gallbladders felt like bursting. They didn't dare delay half a moment, running desperately in 4 different directions without looking back. Yet that hooded core disciple just waved her hand. 3 tornadoes simultaneously shot towards 3 directions. She herself chased the remaining one. Soon, the abandoned construction site fell quiet, until the wind faded into the distance. After a good while, an ordinary crane suddenly moved. Zilan's body gradually separated from the crane. Her ability to evade Dandelion just now was because Zilan had merged her entire body with this inconspicuous crane on the construction site. This was her ability to assimilate herself with objects, completely merging into them. For a short time, even her polluted magic would disappear. This ability had helped her escape countless dangerous situations. Looking up again at her companions elsewhere, Zilan couldn't help but shake her head. They couldn't escape. From the first moment she saw the other party, Zilan knew they couldn't escape. Zilan could sense magical girls' magic power and the flow direction of their magic power. The control was too precise, that opponent. Such a degree of precise control, and a magical girl controlling wind at that. Once locked on, as long as there was wind, she could find them no matter what, impossible to escape. As Zilan got down from the crane, she felt her legs go a bit weak. Must avoid core disciples. Their aura was far too dangerous. In North China, even blooming magical girls hadn't given her this much pressure. Taking out her crystal, she opened the live stream interface. As she expected, the streams of those 4 Witch Association members were now empty. All deceased, Zilan didn't dare use polluted magic, just started running on foot towards the distance while again browsing streams on her crystal ball. Other places were the same. Many Witch Association members just wanted to challenge 1 star, looking for outer sect laborers and affiliated personnel to earn some contribution points. The result was, as soon as they made a move, a bunch of Azure Cloud Sect intersect disciples, even core disciple magical girls, popped out from who knows where. 1 star turned to 3 star, then to 5 star. This Azure Cloud Sect was like a hornet's nest now. Poke it, and a bunch swarmed out, then ran people over like a concrete mixer truck. Completely different from the magical girls she had encountered in other regions. Those Witch Association members earlier were the same. They originally just wanted to challenge 2 star, but a core disciple popped out, automatically upgrading it. And there was nowhere to complain about game challenge imbalance. But anyway, Zilan wasn't here to challenge. She was here to support East China's Jiang the Demon Butcher. Those earlier were just done along the way. If they died, they died. Jiang the Demon Butcher wasn't having it easy either. In this damned place, he could actually maintain the Witch Association. Others were just here to challenge, but he had been developing the Witch Association here all along with Chilean, Captain, and others. To the extent that now, under the pressure of the Disaster Control Bureau and the Azure Cloud Sect, they could still barely survive. Such persistent loyalty, how could it not move people? Zilan always respected and had a favorable impression of such loyal Witch Association members. This was also why she was willing to come to such a dangerous place to support. The Witch Association lacked such down-to-earth, hardworking, and loyal talents. Silently, cautiously, Zilan avoided all magical girls, passed through Hulan City, and headed towards Beihai. Although Beihai was now considered a demon lair, a 4-star challenge where almost anyone who went died. But Zilan believed that since Jiang the demon butcher could gain a foothold in Beihai, he must have found a loophole, a way to survive safely under the Azure Cloud sect's nose. There was an opportunity to exploit. After spending 2 days running from Hulan City to Beihai, Zilan was even somewhat excited. Jiang the demon butcher, I'm here. She fantasized about the two of them slowly corroding the Azure Cloud sect from the shadows, corrupting those magical girls, making them fall, gradually taking control of all of Beihai and East China. Thinking of the current wretched state and difficult situation, her emotions inevitably began to soar. However, before she could get close to Beihai, she saw from afar a masked youth appearing above Beihai. Comparing him with the photo, it was indeed that Jiang the demon butcher who contacted her superior. Why was he in the sky so conspicuous? Azure Cloud Sect. A mighty voice spread out, seemingly echoing throughout Beihai. The youth stood proudly, hands behind his back. The Witch Association's East China director is here. Come out and face your death. Zilan's mouth hung open, staring dumbfounded as the youth loudly proclaimed. Beihai seemed to fall silent for a moment. Then a magical girl flew up from the city. For a good while only this one appeared. Zilan's eyes flashed. So that's it. Beihai didn't have many magical girls left now. Indeed, right now, magical girls from the Azure Cloud sect were hunting down Witch Association members coming to challenge all over East China. As the demon lair, Beihai actually had fewer magical girls. That's why Jiang the demon butcher dared to be so bold. Indeed, those who could survive in the Beihai demon lair always had more courage and vision. I'll help you. She laughed loudly and was about to fly forward. The next second, hundreds of magical girls densely flew out from Beihai. Then, everyone was attracted by this loud shout, turning their gaze towards Zilan, including that masked youth. Zilan came to an emergency stop in the distance, kneeling in midair. Clasping her hands in front of her, she kept nodding and bowing with an awkward smile, backing away. Sorry, wrong person, wrong place. You all continue. Xingxuan had been worried lately, worried because the Witch Association kept picking fights with the Azure Cloud sect. But the Central Bureau said not to intervene for now. They would only step in when the Azure Cloud sect could no longer hold out. Her seniors had also told her the same. The Azure Cloud sect was a free magical girl organization and didn't fall under the Bureau's jurisdiction. If it couldn't handle the Witch Association on its own, then dissolving that kind of free organization and bringing the magical girls into the Bureau would be safer. You couldn't exactly call the Central Bureau wrong. But Xingxuan always felt the Bureau didn't want an organization like the Azure Cloud sect to challenge its authority, or maybe they were just jealous of the combat strength of the sect's magical girls. After all, the magical girls here jumped across ranks in battle as easily as drinking water. Newbies who were supposed to be seedlings could fight B-class disaster beasts and complete witches without breaking a sweat. If that's the case, it makes the Bureau look useless. At the Bureau, many magical girls were discussing how the Azure Cloud sect trained its members. Besides a single mental landscape technique from the Bureau, most of the time the Bureau didn't provide training methods. Seniors taught juniors through experience, helping newcomers get stronger and quickly master combat techniques. In South China, seniors sometimes gifted powerful cards to boost a magical girl's combat ability. But overall, training rarely increased raw power by much. Combat technique, learning new spells, and proficiency in magic, though not useless against disaster beasts, weren't decisive. Most fights still came down to how much mana you had and direct brute strength. Those special techniques and spell proficiency often mattered more when fighting other magical girls, so not many were trained specifically in them. The Bureau never forced that kind of training. Only Golden Sparrow would frequently urge them to grow stronger and protect themselves. Of course, since Xingxuan wanted to become a titled battle demon, she had been searching for ways to get stronger from the start, making her somewhat different from other Bureau magical girls. In truth, Xingxuan never felt at home with the Bureau. To her, the Bureau was like a martial spirit hall. Official, it helped with awakening martial spirits and gave some subsidies to rookie spirit masters, which was helpful early on. But later it often became the biggest villain and enemy. A voracious reader of Battle Demon Continent, Xingxuan had long planned to leave the Martial Spirit Hall and join another free magical girl organization. However, most free organizations were cliquish clubs, not formal enough. She didn't want to stay in the Martial Spirit Hall, but if she joined an organization, it should at least be a lower third-tier sect like Xiangjia sect, not something casual. Free magical girl organizations were mostly roadside clubs, with little capacity to take on the Bureau. So at first, she assumed the Azure Cloud sect was similar to other free organizations. When the Central Bureau said they'd wait until the Witch Association put pressure on Azure Cloud sect before stepping in, Xingxuan was anxious. What if the magical girls there got hurt? Those witch association members were ruthless, and Xingxuan had tasted hardship before. She couldn't help worrying about Azure Cloud Sect's magical girls. So during that time, she secretly followed and tracked some distant Azure Cloud Sect members. The Azure Cloud Sect had many outer disciples. In many East China cities, some magical girls who didn't want to join the Bureau chose the Azure Cloud Sect. But most were just a seedling with a few rookie magical girls in a small team, not many people. For example, the rookie magical girl Xingxuan was watching right then. A very ordinary sprout magical girl, she had just joined the Azure Cloud Sect not long ago. She had registered at the local Disaster Control Bureau and had just refused the Bureau's invitation, saying she wanted to join the Azure Cloud Sect and be a magical girl with her friends. What? Treating it like an extracurricular activity so relaxed. She hadn't expected to run into trouble now. Although she was an inexperienced newcomer, she had the Azure Cloud Sect's name, so the Witch Association had targeted her. The Witch Association specialized in bullying the weak. Xingxuan didn't immediately jump in because she wanted to see how the Azure Cloud Sect would protect its newbie. After all, an organization's reliability was measured by whether it could protect newcomers. If it couldn't even protect rookies, then the organization had no reason to exist. Run, keep running. Unfortunately, in the end that sprout magical girl was forced to cancel her transformation and was cornered by 3 Witch Association members, trembling, yet no support appeared. Sighing inwardly, Xingxuan mentally marked the Azure Cloud Sect with an X and prepared to act. Just then the sprout magical girl trembled and pressed a button. Before Xingxuan could insert her card, the heads of the 3 Witch Association members dropped to the ground. Mouth agape, she looked up and saw a magical girl in a green magical outfit holding a small notebook, seemingly unfazed by the 3 dead Witch Association members. Number 132, assessment failed. Please continue to improve. The sprout magical girl answered miserably, yes. After speaking, the green-clad magical girl turned and flew away. Her cards almost fell from her hand. Xingxuan stared at the disappearing magical girl, stunned, then finally looked at the rookie who was getting back up from the ground. She jogged over and asked, "Are you okay?" Yeah, the magical girl hung her head dejectedly. "I'm fine, I just failed the assessment. No chance for promotion this time, boo-hoo. I thought I could get a raise, I already planned to buy the latest Orilla mini bag." Xingxuan felt a little choked, assessment. Yeah. Azure Cloud Sect's assessment these days. If you can deal with the Witch Association, you can be promoted from an auxiliary member to an outer disciple, and then you'll get a pay raise. The magical girl paused, then eyed Xingxuan. "Wait, who are you?" "I'm Disaster Control Bureau Magical Girl Xingxuan. I followed because I was worried you'd get hurt. This assessment is too dangerous." "It's not dangerous, just call for a True Transmission Senior." The magical girl shook the red button in her hand. "Every member has one. If something goes wrong in the assessment, press it and a True Transmission Senior will appear and the assessment ends. Anyway, I failed." Xingxuan's heart stirred. What a well-organized group, such thorough procedures. But she was worried. "Are you allowed to tell me this?" The magical girl shook her head. "It's fine. The seniors in the sect said anything they let us know can be told to outsiders. Things we can't know, auxiliary members can't learn, Sai." She looked dejected again. Xingxuan followed her and pressed on. "So tell me, what's a True Transmission Senior?" A True Transmission is one of the 7 most powerful magical girls in Azure Cloud Sect. Big shots, they're powerful, high status, and their salaries are beyond our imagination. Everyone wants to be a True Transmission, but there are only 7 fixed slots. Even if others have the strength and contributions, they can only be honorary True Transmissions. To replace a True Transmission, the Sect Master must approve. The more Xingxuan listened, the more excited she became. "Isn't this the Shrek 7? The Shrek Academy I've been looking for, so it was right next to me all along." She grabbed the rookie's hand. "Senior, take me into Shrek Academy. I want to take the entrance exam." What? "How are there so many magical girls?" Above Beihai, Zilan wanted to cry. Because she had acted rashly and been targeted, the group of magical girls now treated her as their attack target. She couldn't run. She stood beside Jiang the Demon Butcher. "You really screwed me over, Jiang the Demon Butcher. I'm going by Simo 2 now. Whatever you call yourself. What do we do now?" "Didn't you notice?" Jiang Si tilted his head and coldly looked at the complete witch. "The magical girls in front of us are all puppets." Hearing Simo 2 say this, Zilan, already transformed into a witch and blocking the continuous mana bombardment, did notice something odd about the magical girls' mana. Though numerous, their movements were slightly stiff. Even though their spells differed, the mana flow was nearly the same. Critically, many of them, though masked, were clearly the same person. But this is too realistic. And so many of them. They could almost be an army. If the Witch Association had this capability, wouldn't the Bureau be finished? Ants, no matter how many, are still ants. Simo too just shook his head, then waved. Polluted magic condensed in his hand, forming a large bow. Zilan widened her eyes at the polluted magic flowing into a bow. How did he do that? Even as a complete witch, she couldn't control polluted magic this quickly or lightly. How did you think Super King Hua would let you succeed? Dozens of magical girls quickly closed in on Simo too, unleashing vast amounts of pure mana that enveloped Zilan and Simo too. Even as a complete witch, Zilan felt her polluted magic inside her surge wildly as if about to explode. Desperately suppressing the rampaging polluted magic, Zilan retreated. Behind her rose dozens more magical girls who seemed to share one mind. Each grabbed a weapon and pierced through her body, knocking her from the sky and pinning her to the ground. On the other side, the pure mana interference caused the large bow in Simo 2's hands to begin melting into droplets of black liquid that fell away. Ki, this is Super King Hua's full power. Prepare to die. As hundreds of magical girls readied mana barrages to fire simultaneously, a cold voice suddenly sounded from underground. Where are you looking? Zilan froze and followed the sound, seeing on a tall building a youth in a trench coat drawing a dark-colored longbow to full tension. Simo 2, trapped by hundreds of magical girls, slowly melted and turned into polluted magic that dripped away. Shit, run. A shriek came from one of the magical girls. The hundreds of magical girls in the sky quickly tried to scatter. But it was already too late. The long-accumulated polluted magic arrows fired brazenly. The arrows streaked like meteors across the sky, and every magical girl puppet touched by them exploded. A continuous thunderous barrage ripped the air as dark meteors carved lines like fireworks, igniting a blazing scar across the sky. When the wind-blown trench coat of the youth fluttered down and his bow dissolved, the sky was left with a deep ravine. This was the Witch Association leader capable of standing firm in East China, even in Beihai. This was Simo 2, Zilan's inner light abruptly dimmed. With someone who could wipe out hundreds of upward-rising seedlings in one strike, plus her ability to merge with objects and hide her aura, they could certainly defeat all magical girls and conquer the world. The two puppets that had been restraining Zilan immediately released her to put distance between them. But Simo 2 leapt down from the sky, grabbed a puppet's head with one hand, and smashed it deep into the ground. The puppet's mask shattered, revealing vacant, broken eyes, and then the puppet began to disintegrate. Watching the puppets dissolve into magic, Zilan looked up at the youth opposite her, her pupils filled with worship and longing. Let's see. Simo 2, please let me follow you. Jiang Si appraised her for a moment. Weren't you originally assigned to support East China? It's not support anymore. Zilan gripped his hand, wildly excited. Now I want to be your official subordinate. I want to conquer the world with you. You should go back and complete the paperwork first. I'll terminate my contract with my supervisor immediately. Azure Cloud Sect, Illusory Moon Cavern Dwelling. Bingtang, who had been leisurely watching the show, saw that complete witch grab Jiang Si's hand and passionately proclaim her desire to follow him. She sighed softly. The Witch Association is getting more excessive. Beside her, King Hua, whose puppet had just been completely destroyed, nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's outrageous. If this keeps up, people will laugh at us. Bingtang propped her chin on the back of her left hand, eyes narrowed as she stared at the screen where the complete witch appeared almost lifelike. Show your full power, Super King Hua. Eek Lady Bingtangs, isn't this enough? I said full power, Super King Hua. Bring out your final killer moves. You use that now in front of the boss. Right here, decided in one go, Super King Hua. But the boss, he can't transform, can he? I have my limits. King Hua stuck out her tongue. Ah, you want to do it yourself, huh? Win and you get 1 year paid leave. Damn, Lady Bingtang, why didn't you say earlier? Captain King Hua is already prepared. Bingtang smiled faintly. Go all out. Our sect master himself said so. King Hua trembled slightly at Bingtang's sweet smile and didn't dare speak. So cold. Boss, good luck, meow. Before long, over Beihai, all the exploded puppet mana began to converge. Zilan, who had been planning to pull Simo 2 away, stopped. Jiang Si also turned to look. The dense mana kept gathering until in the dust, a magical girl appeared, smaller than any previous puppet. Countless mana poured into her. Her purple-gold long dress fluttered in the wind, her face was sculpted to artistic perfection, expressionless, her gaze indifferent as she looked at the two of them. As if gazing at trash. Zilan was startled by her features. Such a face would stun even those who had seen many magical girls. But she sneered coldly, thinking the girl reckless. If hundreds of magical girls couldn't shake Simo 2, now they only sent one. Just as she turned to let Simo 2 deal with her, the adult voice behind them spoke softly. Feel lucky. You brat, Simo 2 glanced sharply at Zilan, then looked to the sky, and to the young friends of the Azure Cloud sect. You will sit in the best seats and enjoy the following spectacle. At those words, the world suddenly brightened. A massive purple expulsion cloud flashed and filled the entire sky. The tiny purple magical girl stood atop it like a demon queen in the heavens. The earlier disdain vanished without a trace, and Zilan felt her heart sink. Her aura was even more dangerous than a true transmission. I'm going to die, while panic gripped her. Simo 2 suddenly grinned. Hess. So lofty, sect master of Azure Cloud sect. The youth stepped forward, hands behind his back shin. Your days of sitting atop the mountain are about to end. Return, Beihai. A fierce wind lashed out, the masked youth's coat flapping wildly. Under the dazzling purple celestial fire, his arrogant voice resounded across the scene. From today onward, it's my turn to stand above the heavens. Rampaging mana charged forward. The terrifying momentum made Zilan tremble as she looked to Simo 2. But under the fox mask came a confident, hearty laugh. Why not fear him? Zilan couldn't understand, yet she saw Simo 2 step forward another pace, polluted magic erupting around him, shielding her behind him. Zilan was deeply moved. So there really are people who would fight for the Witch Association with their lives. She watched the adult leave his back open without hesitation to face the most dangerous attack. For the first time, she clearly felt she wasn't among those Witch Association members who fled in danger to save themselves. Something inside her seemed to ignite. Zilan suddenly felt less afraid. Maybe having someone worth trusting isn't so bad. She clenched her fist and released polluted magic. She decided that, however the future turned out, she would choose to believe. The magical girl's hand in the sky simply grabbed. A purple mana javelin fell into her palm. It locked onto the two of them. Zilan stepped forward, intending to fight side by side with Simo 2 to show by action that she wasn't a coward. But when she turned, she found Simo 2 had already sprinted 100 meters ahead. He was running crazily outward. Retreat, Shin is invincible. What the? Before her words finished, purple light flared again in the distant sky. Silently, the javelin sliced through the sky. It struck behind the two of them. Overwhelming mana engulfed them, erupting into a mushroom cloud that soared into the heavens. For Jiang Si, it was indeed a bit of a miscalculation. He of course knew. With his flesh at the pinnacle of half-step ninefold impeccable golden body perfection, combined with immortal power at half-step impeccable golden core foundation building peak perfection, paired with a nascent soul at half-step ultimate blooming seedling, and having just broken through from half-step ninefold impeccable immaculate ultimate golden body foundation, building peak perfection into early blooming with a depleted nascent soul. Facing 7 true transmission disciples at full strength was actually not easy. So the first thing he did was banish Bai Mei, not letting her participate. If she'd been given the chance to land a couple of sword strikes on him, he figured he wouldn't have been able to hold out and would have had to transform. Bai Mei was well-read in online fiction, erudite and cunning, versed in subterfuge. When it came to sneak attacks, she had a reputation, never shy about underhanded methods. A sword cultivator should fight openly and head-on. But against crooked methods and stronger opponents, one needn't be bound by such rigid rules. Just call on your ancestor to possess you. That was the mark of a good disciple, he had taught. As for the other true transmission disciples, Yumo was to manage the outer matches. Although she was a little unhappy, among the true transmission disciples, Yumo was the fastest and had top-tier locking and tracking ability, so if something happened, she could arrive at any time. Plus, King Hua had another eternal puppet, Dandelion, and a swarm of ordinary Dandelion puppets for support. The branches' matches could be carried out in earnest, without risk, and they would raise the disciples' level. That was Bingtang's plan. Keek could go, you could go. It made sense that only Azure Cloud Sect would be treated as the Witch Association's trial target. The Witch Association likewise shouldn't be treated as the sect's trial target. When sect interests were at stake, Bingtang was willing to take any loss. Before Yumo left with a bunch of colorful dandelion puppets, only King Hua and the Twin Leaves remained among Beihai's true transmission disciples. The Sectmaster was more ambiguous about the Twin Leaves' ability than anyone. Because the development direction had been proposed by the Sectmaster, the method to avoid being interfered with by the Twin Leaves was crystal clear. Just use one heart of 10,000 beasts. As a core method cultivated before the primogenitor ascended to nascent soul, it was not limited to controlling disaster beasts. As long as a few disaster beasts were carefully spawned, the nascent soul could not split off any magic sense to synchronize with the disaster beasts, anchoring their perception of reality. Then simply bury them nearby. Unclear confusion drops a tangible curtain between the target's perception and reality, making the target able to see in a certain way what's called clarity. The reverse is also true. If the caster themselves sees the disaster beast, then how could they be affected? The resulting misjudgment becomes perceptual delusion. So there was no question of seeing the sect master's nascent soul. Mind and soul were unified, and the nascent soul provided another safeguard. Besides, an S-level disaster beast's nascent soul was comparable in stature to the peak of the Joda tier. It was precisely the kind of thing the two girls could temporarily exceed in rank. Therefore, the ones to deal with were only Bingtang and Qinghua. And although Bingtang and Qinghua hadn't yet broken through to Zilan's level, even if their technique and related abilities matched Zilan's, they were still limited to the seedling tier. He himself had already broken through to half-step fourfold impeccable ultimate golden body foundation, building peak minor perfection. Facing two seedlings should be manageable. Boom! A terrifying purple magic force slammed into them with a strong shove to the back. The rampaging power whipped up a tsunami of dust, obscuring sight, and the chaotic magic surge made magic sense locking impossible. Jiang Si rolled several times to steady himself, then saw the complete witch fly over, grabbing and pulling someone out. Looking again, he saw half of Zilan's body was gone. Fortunately, a complete witch can regenerate as long as the grief seed remains. But the grief seed had been shattered. Though there was still a breath and a heartbeat, without the grief seed, the complete witch, having suffered such a heavy injury, was basically finished. Bingtang's shot had been aimed at the complete witch. Sighing, Jiang Si dragged the not-quite-dead Zilan and rolled behind a mottled courtyard wall. This nearby courtyard had been uninhabited for a long time. Under the sweep of howling magic, it was oddly not much damaged. Bingtang's control of magic was not much worse than his. He patted his pocket with a grimace. Life and death wheel pill, you're lucky. He pulled a grief seed from his pocket and pressed it to Zilan's skull. Of course, a complete witch's grief seed was not identical to a disaster beast's grief seed. Its composition and magic properties differed slightly. But that didn't matter. He had already memorized the structure and magic properties of her grief seed. Now his emergency alchemy skills would have to do. He simulated the way magic circulated in Zilan's grief seed. When the seed on her brow began to function again at the dried blood seal mark, the hollow, vacant look in her eyes gradually returned to life. Good, the emergency alchemy succeeded. Then a large amount of polluted magic began to fill her damaged body. After a short pause, Zilan began to gasp for breath in huge gulps, even retching. Tears welled up in her eyes from the stimulation. She grasped Simo too tightly. Although the near-death experience was hazy, she had noticed what he had done. Her voice trembled as she said, "Simo too, thank you." Waves of emotion surged through her heart. She had heard what artifact had been used to save her. Her heart swelled with gratitude and admiration. Within the Witch Association, there was never a consciousness of saving comrades. Most members followed a kill the comrade, spare the sect mentality, especially in that near-fatal moment just now. Zilan was certain no one else in the Witch Association would have been willing to save her. Not even someone like herself. "Brother, from now on you will be my rebirthing parent. If you tell me to go left, I will never go right. If you don't mind, I am willing to." She meant to voice her gratitude emotionally, but the words stuck in her throat and never came out. A large shadow covered them from overhead. When she looked up, she saw the purple-gold magical girl standing heavily under the mottled courtyard wall. There was a rustling wind from the long-abandoned yard, skirts and purple hair fluttered. The girl bowed her head to look at them, voice cold and indifferent. Finished speaking. Jiang Si threw Zilan forward. A magic spear instantly pierced where Zilan had just been. The huge impact sent Jiang Si flying. He rolled twice and slammed into a long-abandoned high-voltage tower nearby. The steel frame creaked and swayed. Several power lines snapped with loud cracks, producing blue electric sparks. Jiang Si rolled to his feet, and the next second Shin was already in front of him. Tilting her head slightly, that heart-stopping face showed the faintest hint of a smile. "Go all out, that was your promise after all." A tiny hand touched her face gently. Then Jiang Si felt an unstoppable, terrifying force lift him up. So this was what facing her felt like. He thought this as he tightened his right hand with the knuckle duster and punched Shin's chin. That delicate, exquisite chin raised slightly. The knuckle duster grazed along it, and Jiang Si hooked around and grabbed her visage. Both of them exerted force, slamming each other's foreheads hard against the support of the high-voltage tower. More electric sparks burst above, the wires whipped wildly, and the high-voltage tower tilted and began to fall. Shin had already released her grip and tried to make distance, but Jiang Si would never allow that. There was a fundamental gap in magic strength. Once distance was opened and they began to compare magic, there would be no chance. He knew her body better than anyone. Grabbing with one hand the tilting high-voltage tower, Jiang Si's eyes flashed savagely. He yanked the falling tower and defiantly hurled it toward the opposite-facing Shin. Purple magic detonated. The petite magical girl kicked the incoming tower aside. The scattered steel supports fell in pieces, raising dust and a thunderous crash, just as she tried to step back and gather the magical spear in hand. The fox-masked youth had already closed in front of her. The spear in his right hand was instantly grabbed, and then with a sudden heave. The previously stable pure magic, having been interfered with by polluted magic, began to churn violently. A fierce magical explosion swallowed the two of them. Shin was the first to be thrown out. The magic armor on her right arm had already vanished, revealing a fair little forearm. It was impossible to imagine how that tiny arm could have erupted such terrifying power. She had no time to gather magic and cast a spell. Jiang Si had already charged out of the blast. Although a corner of the fox mask had been blown off, it still concealed the youth's face. Wearing the knuckle duster on his right hand, he delivered a blur of stabbing punches to Shin's face. She dodged deftly and attempted to gather magic for a counterattack. But Jiang Si's reflexes were too fast. While the stabbing punches came in without a gap, his left hand could always catch her movements as she attempted to condense magic, inserting polluted magic at the right moment and disrupting her plan. This tactic would have been useless for Jiang Si himself. After all, when transformed he could perfectly manipulate polluted magic. But against an ice puppet posing as Shin, it was highly effective. Bingtang hadn't expected Jiang Si could pull this off. In her view, bringing out the Shin puppet was already a victory. They held an absolute advantage. Even if Jiang Si could manipulate polluted magic, in terms of raw magic and everything else, he was massively outclassed by the Shin puppet. Yet unexpectedly he had them suppressed. No wonder it was Jiang Si, always capable of the unpredictable. Bingtang had become used to it. Jiang Si always managed what others could not comprehend. Too bad the gap is still too big, she muttered. Jiang Si's pupils narrowed slightly, the tide-like right-hand assault dulled for a moment, looking up. A purple finger had silently formed above their heads. It slammed down with a roar. Before the knuckle duster could fire its bullet, his right fist had already arrived at Shin's face. The moment Shin reached to catch the punch, the bullet skimmed past her cheek. The next second, Great Baron imprisoning heaven finger pressed down from the sky. The magical shockwave spread everywhere. Zilan, hiding in the ruined courtyard, was instantly hurled outward. If she hadn't grabbed a beam mid-flight, she didn't know where she would have landed. The crystal ball in Simo 2's embrace dropped and shattered from the blast beyond repair. When everyone looked up, the purple magical tidal waves rippling outward gradually faded. Simo 2 had been embedded into a farther wall and took a long time to pry himself free. His coat had more tears now. It billowed less heroically than before. On the other side, Shin looked even more tragic. Purple fluid flowed down her fair little arm, like blood but thicker, more like concentrated magic. Although the rest of her magic armor remained intact, her flawless face now had a tiny scar beneath the left eye. The wound was minuscule yet painfully conspicuous. Like a precious art piece marred by a hairline scratch, it destroyed the perfect beauty. Any blemish on that face was a profound desecration. Silently, Shin used her forefinger to lightly wipe the wound on her face. "What did you do?" Jiang Si smiled coldly. "You won't forget, unclear confusion is something I taught them, right?" Against a being far above them in rank, unclear confusion could do very little. If it had been Bingtang herself or Shin personally, it would have made no impact at all. But controlling a puppet was a different matter. Magic transmission was never perfectly real-time. Perception and cognition through a puppet had inherent delay. That was where unclear confusion could operate. That invisible veil was perfect to drop between a puppet and its controller. If you slightly offset Bingtang's perception of her own magic in timing and space at the last moment, even a sliver was enough to decide the outcome. That had been the plan, but Jiang Si admitted he had still underestimated his own puppet. Even a direct, full-powered Great Baron imprisoning heaven finger impact infused with polluted magic did only minimal damage to Shin. It could be said the scene looked dramatic, but it hadn't actually caused substantive harm. This mechanism as a boss design could be likened to one of those beloved infinite world attractions, the God's Gate of Enile heirloom from the Shadow Realm. "Whatever, I've never beaten you before anyway," Bingtang murmured, controlling the puppet with a gentle smile. Still, even as a puppet, having the face injured is unbearable. For a moment, Zilan felt suffocated. It was as if something in the air had frozen. The next second, Simo 2 lunged over. He grabbed her collar from behind and ran like mad into the distance. Facing Shin, he clearly saw the purple-gold magical girl holding a small lotus blossom in her hand. Icy blue and purple merged. The two colored lotus like petals of flame slowly rose into the air, growing larger and larger. She breathed slightly, her smile faded and a hint of fatigue showed. Unfortunately, I've only trained to this point for now. Please accept it. Buddha's wrath lotus of fire. The immaculate destruction lotus floated lightly, pulsing in rhythm with the heartbeat. The quietly rotating petals subtly warped space, swallowing surrounding light and sound then. As the blossom dropped behind them, a dazzling aurora engulfed the entire world. Zilen lost consciousness again. Everyone stared in shock as Beihai's East District outside the city turned to wasteland under the fire lotus. It even affected several high-voltage towers. Power went out across a swath of the east side. The Disaster Control Bureau sprang into action, although whether it was truly quick was debatable, but at least they acted. Qinghua even spotted Keek. Listening to the sirens and the civil engineering team's vehicles outside, Qinghua inhaled sharply. Lady Bingtang, is this really okay? Bingtang smiled faintly. Trust him, he can cross these boundaries. Gazing at the half-sky scorched deep purple, Qinghua whistled but said nothing. To be honest, the sect master's close quarters brawl with the Shin puppet had been shocking. Qinghua had made the puppet herself and knew its strength. This version was very close to the original. With Bingtang, who knew Shin intimately, directly operating it, it could reach roughly 70 to 80% of the original's combat power. Yet the sect master had still been able to suppress it in close quarters combat without transforming. What next? Would the sect master be able to defeat all of them without transforming? Bingtang retrieved the Shin puppet while asking, Twin Leaves, did you clearly see how the sect master used unclear confusion? Six Leaf stuck her head out from the Azure Cloud sect's spiritual hall next door. Yes, Lady Bingtang, we saw, the sect master was too sly. So all our interference didn't work. Four Leaf looked downcast. We tried so hard, but the sect master still used it better. Four Leaf, I want to ask, was that first magic spear failing to completely annihilate the complete witch because sect master celestial being used unclear confusion? Six Leaf immediately raised her hand. Yes, Lady Bingtang, the sect master used unclear confusion to cause your perception to shift. No wonder my feel was off. Propping her chin, Bingtang pondered. During the fight, every time my magic condensed, it was dispersed. The sect master used unclear confusion to make you think you were being disrupted. Some of your condensations were indeed successfully interfered with, but some were not. Even the sect master couldn't perform interference that fast every time. He made you think you were disrupted, and so you canceled your actions. The battle moved too fast for the Twin Leaves to warn Bingtang in time. Nodding, Bingtang sighed, didn't expect we'd be taken in the whole time. Qinghua nodded repeatedly. No wonder I didn't notice when the sect master suddenly vanished from among my puppet army. It turns out he used unclear confusion on Qinghua. How despicable, sect master. No, that's just you being terrible, Four Leaf said without hesitation. The sect master didn't use unclear confusion on you. Ah, this, Qinghua immediately shook her head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The sect master must have used it secretly, otherwise Super Qinghua would never have fallen so easily. He didn't. It must be that Four Leaf didn't notice. No way. Watching the noisy disciples quarrel, Bingtang chuckled and didn't stop them. She fell into thought. If the sect master had entered the heart image remnant using a witch association slot, then they could use Shiyu as a key. But she'd keep that in reserve for Jiang Si if the witch association failed and Shiyu could send him in. Although Bingtang wanted to avoid leaving the two of them alone, Jiang Si's opening to the world was not something to be careless about. She was considering whether to find another way into the heart image remnant when she received news from Susan. The Central Bureau suddenly contacted us, saying they want to cooperate with the Azure Cloud sect. Is that young man one of your witch associations? In the opulent villa, the walls were covered with exquisite gemstones and various ornaments. The statues were almost all of disaster beasts, and the radiant gemstones on the walls, upon closer inspection, were mostly grief seeds. A long-legged woman with golden hair, wearing a bathrobe, had just stepped out of the villa's courtyard swimming pool. In front of her was a large screen projecting a crystal ball, within which stood a blurry figure wearing blue work clothes. It looked like a ghostly shadow, but anyone with common sense knew the crystal ball wasn't activated. The other party had appeared on the screen through a mirror. I believe I've said before, don't just barge into my private residence, right? Your activities seem quite interesting. How come people aren't all dead yet and folks from other places already know about it? Could you let me join in? Don't worry, I promise I won't treat your people as experimental material. Shaking her wet golden hair, the woman with sapphire blue eyes looked at the ghostly shadow reflected in the screen. You people from the Mirror Kingdom, do you all enjoy stealing? The figure in blue work clothes gave a slight bow. My apologies, I was discourteous, but upon seeing such an outstanding talent, I couldn't help but get excited. Such excellent abilities, such perfect adaptation to polluted magic. I couldn't resist wanting to test him. Presumably, this is Alice who originated from our Mirror Kingdom. Cut the nonsense, the Mirror Kingdom perished long ago. What Alice could possibly have spread from there? I don't know when your Mirror Kingdom was unsealed. The lazy voice carried a hint of mockery. The person in blue work clothes sighed, you jest. What belongs to the Witch Association belongs to the Mirror Kingdom, and what belongs to the Mirror Kingdom belongs to the Witch Association. Why distinguish between us? Back in the day, many talented individuals from the Mirror Kingdom were scattered across this world. Surely this person must have Mirror Kingdom bloodline. What I said isn't wrong, is it? Although we have cooperation, don't get it wrong. The Witch Association is the leader. You can only descend under the Witch Association's arrangements. By the way, every time you encounter someone with some talent, you claim they have Mirror Kingdom bloodline. And you haven't proven that wrong either. Activating the crystal ball, watching the purple-haired magical girl being suppressed at close range by the young man, the golden-haired woman's radiant eyes flickered, and a smile involuntarily spilled from the corner of her mouth. As the vice president of the Witch Association, she hadn't seen such an outstanding regional director in a very, very long time. Close quarters combat that could completely suppress a magical girl and not losing out in several exchanges. His mastery and adaptation to polluted magic could also be described as astonishing. As the huge finger descended during the young man's confrontation with the purple-haired magical girl, the live broadcast feed cut off. Jialan, however, didn't mind. Clearly, the advantage lay with the young man. Moreover, as you saw, his magic adaptation is completely abnormal. The person in blue work clothes asked in a low voice, your Witch Association has been searching everywhere for people with high adaptation to polluted magic for so long. But aside from those raw gems who can become magical girls, the adaptation rate is basically only 20 to 30%. Even magical girl raw gems require multiple experiments to adapt. And this one. He hasn't undergone experiments, right? This adaptation rate is at least 70% or above. Do you think he's a normal person? There have been cases before. The last time someone with such high adaptation appeared. That dates back over 100 years ago. The blue work clothes shook his head. The most vicious and evil S-level humanoid disaster beast in history, causing half of humanity's casualties. If that scene were real, it must have originated from your Mirror Kingdom. That's enough. Jialan rolled her eyes. Anyone with a bit of skill is from your Mirror Kingdom. The truth always hurts, my dear. Jialan casually smashed the screen. Don't disgust me. The figure in blue work clothes, however, gradually materialized outside the swimming pool. However, I heard the Disaster Control Bureau has gathered quite a few magical girls at the peak level of blooming, or above this time. The blue work clothes spoke softly, interrupting Jialan's reverie. They are probably determined to obtain this heart image remnant. Jialan was taken aback. What peak blooming? Ah, Jialan, you, as the vice president of the Witch Association, actually don't know about this. The blue work clothes chuckled in surprise. Several days have already passed. The Central Bureau passed the realm revision vote. Now it's fully aligned with that free magical girl organization, the Azure Cloud Sect. Each major realm is divided into 6 minor realms. Initial entry, ordinary, advanced, peak, ultimate, and perfection. Each minor realm is further divided into 100 levels. Jialan listened with a headache. What is all this nonsense? 100 levels, initial entry, peak. Has the Disaster Control Bureau gone mad, following a free magical girl organization? Since Jincha entered the parliament, changes at the Central Bureau have become increasingly frequent. That woman is serious about changing the Disaster Control Bureau from within. The blue work clothes seemed somewhat admiring. To even do something like this, actually changing the realm system that's been used for so long without hesitation. Just wasting time and energy on useless superficial efforts. Jialan snorted disdainfully. I don't think we should say that. Compared to vague ranks, this more detailed classification might be more reasonable. I heard someone previously proposed in the Witch Association to also classify disaster beasts in detail. Like a level upper, a level middle, a level lower. Are you treating me like a fool? I'm serious. Scoffing, Jialan ignored the other party, boring classification. She would absolutely never acknowledge such nonsense. Let's not talk about this for now. The Disaster Control Bureau is very serious about obtaining that heart image remnant this time. The tone of the blue work clothes became serious. You know, we've plotted for so long for this moment. So many years of resources have almost all been invested. We cannot accept failure. I know, no need for you to emphasize it over and over. Interrupting the blue work clothes nagging, Jilan's expression showed some impatience. She sat down under the sun umbrella by the pool, picking up a cold drink with a straw from the table and taking a sip. We've also been looking for elites to enter the heart image remnant to counter the Disaster Control Bureau's magical girls. But you know, when the Disaster Control Bureau gets serious, those misfits in your witch association simply can't handle it. Moreover, inside the heart image remnant, there are no ordinary people or controllable disaster beasts for you to use. Of course I know. The biggest gap between the Witch Association and the Disaster Control Bureau lies in magical girls being generated continuously, even if the Disaster Control Bureau does nothing. Wherever disaster beasts are born, magical girls will appear. They can pick and choose as they please, but the Witch Association can't. Complete witches require experiments. Lose one and there's one less. Personnel replenishment is also very slow. Most join the Witch Association for short-term benefits or because they have no other way out. The truly loyal core members are just a handful. But now it's different. Jialan reactivated the crystal ball, her gaze fervently fixed on the newly appeared Simo 2 in the crystal ball, currently fleeing with the complete witch. Clearly the battle had ended. He never gave up and knelt to beg for mercy until the last moment. Instead, he protected the complete witch. What a young man with backbone and spirit, he didn't disappoint her. Do you know Simo 2's experience? He held out for 3 years in Beihai under the Azure Cloud Sect's encirclement and suppression. Jialan slapped the table beside her, her expression excited. Even the captain couldn't hold on. Chilean also died. But he stubbornly held out until today, can still fight the leader of the Azure Cloud Sect organization to a standstill, and retreat unscathed. The blue work clothes looked at Simo 2 fleeing helter-skelter in the crystal ball, momentarily thinking Jialan might have some misunderstanding about the phrases, to a standstill, and retreat unscathed. With talent like this, why worry about not being able to secure the heart image remnant? Pity he's male. Can't become a complete witch. Looking at the confident Jialan, the blue work clothes added, the Azure Cloud Sect's magical girl is also troublesome to deal with. That Shin, from the looks of it now, will probably be very difficult to handle. No matter, among the personnel heading to the heart image remnant this time, I specifically transferred the magical girl hunter from West China. Jialan said in a low voice. No matter how strong a magical girl is, she's still just a magical girl. Her abilities have all been exposed. As long as we target her properly, naturally there's a chance of winning. Soon the president's truly perfect body will also be born, Jialan then sneered. This time, even if the Central Bureau cultivates another full-bloom magical girl, it will be useless. The Witch Association will definitely change the entire world. The blue work clothes applauded. After a long while, he finally asked, then at that time, promote the Witch Disaster Beast 100-level 6-step method. Get lost. When Zilan woke up, the fox-masked Simo 2, whose mask was now somewhat shattered, was sitting beside her, leaning against the corner of the wall, holding a banana and eating it bite by bite. Ours, are you hungry? Yes, Simo 2 said flatly. The grain abstention pill seems to still have flaws, got hypoglycemic halfway through the fight, replenishing some energy. GRs. Grain abstention pill. As a member of the Witch Association, yet still needing grains to enter the body, it's utterly laughable. I want to transcend the limits of the human body and practice grain abstention. Grains entering the body. Grain abstention, what does that mean? Coarse grains entering the body is called grains entering the body. Grain abstention means avoiding these grains. So it's just not eating, right? Correct. Zilan was instantly filled with admiration. So impressive, even not eating can be said so mysteriously and with such style. Looking around, she discovered the two of them were currently hiding in a dark basement. Where is this so dark? The basement of the Welfare Institute in Hulan City. Simo 2 finished the banana and carefully placed the peel in the trash bin. Zilan's favorability meter skyrocketed again. She hated meeting dirty, messy people the most. The Witch Association was an organization to change the world, not some gang of thugs. Especially idiots like twins who always littered, wasted food, and poured drinks on their own feet thinking they were big villains. Zilan wished she could split her in half. That's right, twins often did this in the Witch Association too, boasting to others about how scary she was. Zilan, also in the Witch Association, had been splashed in the face with carbonated drinks by her. This is what a true witch association member should be like. This is the person she wants to follow. Why a basement? Aren't we the witch association always operating underground? Simo too said coldly. Dark environments are the witch association's home turf. But we're not villains. Who says only those standing in the light are heroes? Right again, completely right. Exactly the same as what she thought, that's how it is. The witch association are heroes standing in the darkness. She originally didn't expect Simo too to share the same ideals as her. Not only did he risk his life to save her from that terrifying magical girl, but even his aspirations, even his thoughts were exactly the same. Zilan's eyes reddened. For the first time she understood what it felt like to meet a kindred spirit. She grasped Simo too's hands, trembling as she said, I think the same way too. There were originally many excited words she wanted to say, but when they reached her lips, only this sentence remained. She deeply regretted her lack of education, should retake elementary school Chinese. At this location, Shin probably won't be able to catch up. Simo too showed no reaction to her emotional display, simply continuing, the Azure Cloud Sex tracking also won't extend to Hulin City for now. No, Lord Simo too, she naturally added the title Lord. Hulin City also has Azure Cloud Sect members and their true transmission disciples. I saw it with my own eyes. Yumo, she actually survived, must intensify training. Jiang Si's expression remained unchanged. Oh, I mean we provoked the Azure Cloud Sect in Beihai. As long as we leave Beihai, they won't pursue us. There's no Azure Cloud Sect branch near Hulin City. You probably encountered someone passing through. Zilan thought about it and that seemed true. That dandelion didn't come from Hulin City at all, and later didn't return to Hulin City either. As expected of Simo too, not for nothing he's been in East China for so many years. He has a clear grasp of all intelligence. With the filter of being saved and the other party's extraordinary strength, no matter what Simo too said, Zilan thought it was amazing. But she also felt she was being a bit infatuated. Zilan patted her cheeks to calm herself down. Can't appear too frivolous, otherwise Simo too might think she's a very casual girl. Anyway, contact the higher-ups in the Witch Association now. Both of us should have qualified to enter the Heart Image Remnant. And I passed the 5-star challenge, so there should be a reward, right? Yes. Zilan nodded repeatedly, immediately taking out her crystal ball. She quickly contacted her original superior. It was a very handsome-looking young man. If you paid attention to the entertainment industry, you'd probably recognize him as a certain celebrity who often appears on TV. But unfortunately, even in his previous life, Jiang Si only recognized celebrities who frequently appeared in web novels. Hey little Zilan, how are you? Missed me? Encountered any danger? If there's danger, tell me immediately. I'm ready to go save you. Don't worry, I'll always protect. I've already sent you the resignation procedure. Sign it immediately, then get lost. Zilan said without any courtesy, then grabbed Jiang Si beside her in a hug. I already have a new supervisor. Don't contact me in the future. I'm afraid Lord Simo too will misunderstand. Wait, Zilan, With a snap, the crystal ball was turned off. Zilan tidied her hair, then released Simo too's hand. Sorry, that guy was too annoying. I had to make him give up. You don't mind, right? I asked you to contact the overall person in charge. Oh, right away. Anyway, seeing that Simo too didn't mind, Zilan also breathed a sigh of relief, immediately opening the crystal ball again. This time, a golden-haired woman appeared. Vice President Jialan. Zilan was startled. I wasn't contacting the North China person in charge. Because Lord Simo too performed too exceptionally, I'll be handling the liaison personally. Zilan, you performed well too. Although you didn't do anything, you worked hard. Zilan scratched her head thinking, I fought desperately too. Anyway, Lord Simo too, congratulations on completing the 5-star challenge. Not only have you obtained the opportunity to enter the Heart Image Remnant, you also have the right to request a prize from the Witch Association. Jialan rested her chin on her hand, looking at him with great interest. Any prize is fine, money, women, power, anything the Witch Association can obtain. The room fell silent for a moment. Zilan also quietly watched Simo too. This wasn't just a reward, it was also a test. If the request was unreasonable, the Witch Association would definitely become suspicious, especially since the other party was Vice President Jialan. Her heart clenched with sweat for Simo too. Zilan seemed even more nervous than Simo too. I want, Jiang Si said slowly, a complete witch. Zilan was stunned, then her heart began to race wildly. He wants a complete witch. Aren't I a complete witch? He wants me. Thinks I'm very useful, or was he captivated by my charm? But this is too direct, isn't it? How embarrassing. Before the secret joy could well up in Zilan's heart, another head popped out from the crystal ball. It was her former superior she had just chased away, looking anxious. Vice President Jialan, that guy is definitely suspicious. He's unreliable, actually trying to steal my Zilan. Lies? Before he could finish, Zilan had already grabbed the crystal ball, her fingers almost cracking it. Her sinister face, twisted with terrifying ferocity, stared dead at her former superior. Get lost immediately or I'll kill you. The former superior, who wanted to say more, opened his mouth wide, not daring to speak. After chasing away the stray dog, Zilan turned around, tidied her hair, and revealed a gentle smile. Sorry, Lord Simo too, for making you see such a joke. I've gotten rid of the nuisance. Oh, you worked hard. Serving you, it's not hard at all. Over there, Jialan watched and also smiled slightly, then said, all right then. Since you want a complete witch, I'll give Zilan to you. No need to return to North China anymore, Zilan. Before Zilan could open her mouth to thank her, Simo too spoke up again. Not enough. I want more complete witches. Simo too stared straight at the crystal ball. More complete witches gathered here. Beside him, Zilan's face instantly paled. How could this be? Shouldn't it be that only I am special? That Lord Simo too and I, starting from adversity, join hands and advance together, facing the Azure Cloud sect's suppression, going through life and death struggles, exerting the efforts of a lifetime, then successfully defeating the Azure Cloud sect, and with the merit of great victory, ascending to the positions of President and Vice President of the Witch Association, then leading a million S-level disaster beasts to suppress the Disaster Control Bureau, changing the entire world, charging into space, then having two children named Luke and Carl. Shouldn't the strength of just the two of us be enough to overturn the world? Over there, Jialan narrowed her eyes. I don't have that many complete witches. I know. The fox-masked young man made no attempt to conceal his tone of anger and excitement. So what I want is the manufacturing method for complete witches. I want to personally create more complete witches to completely and utterly crush the Azure Cloud sect. Zilan, who originally still had some selfish thoughts, was instantly filled with shame and remorse. Simo too declared with resounding force, I want to avenge Chilean and the captain. Jialan's expression turned solemn. After a long while she slowly nodded, her tone carrying a hint of respect. Good. The Witch Association's big livestream challenge had caused quite a stir. And with so many people involved, the Disaster Control Bureau wouldn't be left completely in the dark. As soon as the Witch Association launched their challenge, the Central Bureau had already started keeping an eye on the Azure Cloud sect's movements. What surprised Susan was that Miss Jincha from the Central Bureau actually came in person. After all, once the Witch Association witnessed the Azure Cloud sect's ruthless methods, many members began to give up. Those who couldn't give up tried to muddle through, and the East China Azure Cloud sect's challenge had turned into a desperate bid for survival. If there was really no threat, why would the Central Bureau send someone? Jincha, 19 years old at the late blooming stage, whether she had reached perfection or not, Susan wasn't sure. The records Susan could access only contained Jincha's magical power readings and some magic-related data. As the Azure Cloud sect's deepest undercover operative in recent years, she had successfully infiltrated the Central Bureau's database and retrieved some magical girl profiles. But she had to admit one benefit of the Central Bureau's lethargy. The database was updated so slowly that Susan couldn't be sure whether the data still matched today's magical girls. After all, the database still listed people like Li Yi, and it hadn't even deactivated Susan's own records. So Susan couldn't confirm whether Jincha's files were still accurate. The Central Bureau's data was divided into 6 categories: endurance, attack, defense, mana, magic control, and speed. If the total attribute score exceeded 600, the girl would be classified as a blooming magical girl. Jincha's stats were quite impressive. The 6 attributes were 108, 130, 95, 80, 85, and 102. Of course, Jincha had 2 forms. The second form stats read 108, 170, 115, 120, 95, 92. To boost firepower, she sacrificed speed, gaining even greater destructive power, but that slight drop in speed could affect spellcasting and attack dodging. So it was hard to say if one form was strictly better than the other. These data had once been shared with the Sect Master, but the Sect Master hated data-heavy approaches and ordered them to be abandoned. The Azure Cloud sect still practiced the magical girl 9 revolutions ascension method. In truth, the Central Bureau didn't care much about these data-driven methods either. The biggest issue with data-driven approaches was how to update the data. Novels often made it sound like a system would automatically provide real-time scans. But in the actual magical girl world, there was nothing like that. To update data, you had to run tests in relevant areas and use precise instruments to get reasonably accurate results. The problem was, who would pay for maintaining that equipment? It wasn't that the Disaster Control Bureau lacked funds in general. People just didn't want to spend money on something they found pointless. When they first promoted the system, only 2 or 3 big cities had the necessary precision instruments. Every magical girl who wanted updated data had to squeeze in for time on those machines, and participation wasn't mandatory. Most magical girls were busy with life and disaster control bureau duties. Isn't it nicer to take a vacation? Why waste 2 or 3 days traveling to another city for data testing? When demand was high, it could take half a month to complete. So very few magical girls actively went to update their data, and the process fell into neglect. Only the Central Bureau persisted, giving some magical girls 6-dimension tests to ensure a baseline for mental landscape special training. But except for those who had just reached the mental landscape, most magical girls' data were outdated. Jincha's numbers, for example, were probably 4 years old. Susan found in the files that Jincha had entered the mental landscape 4 years ago and hadn't taken part in data testing since. Although the Azure Cloud sect members hadn't tested either, Susan could roughly estimate based on her knowledge of iris and data comparisons. For Jincha specifically, though she lacked in endurance and attack, her other attributes were not low. Endurance, defense, mana, magic control, speed, even number of spells, adding them up wouldn't fall below 600 points. With Azure Cloud Sec training, her 6-dimension total could probably be compared against the girl who called herself the strongest magical girl. But actually, Jincha was only seedling. A mid-stage seedling with 6 transformations, not even at peak perfection. Overall, Susan felt the Central Bureau's classification was not as rigorously scientific as the Azure Cloud Sec's. So when Jincha arrived at the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau asking about the Azure Cloud Sec's grading methods, Susan wasn't surprised. Anyone with some sense could see how limited the Central Bureau's classifications were and how rigorous the Azure Cloud Sec system was. Jincha's arrival felt abrupt. Because of her ability, when she first came to the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau, she appeared as a golden canary and circled high over the bureau for a long time. It was one of the bureau's veteran incubators who discovered her. When she came in, the newly reinstated bureau chief personally came out to welcome Miss Jincha. Unfortunately, when they welcomed Camellia last time, they had already used up Iris's allocated funds for a performance troupe and honor guards, so Jincha's welcome was rather modest. Luckily, the guest didn't seem to mind. Actually, Jincha did care quite a bit. When Camellia left last time, she'd said the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau's welcome had been quite lavish. Very face-saving, which made Jincha feel a little embarrassed. But Jincha liked grand ceremonies. After all, Iris loved grand displays and that style had been passed on from her. As a magical girl who had always fought for everyone, enjoying some pomp was normal, wasn't it? So when it was her turn and there was nothing, she felt a pinch of disappointment. Could it be they considered her status lower than Camelia's? She felt a little dejected but comforted herself. Her previous visit had been rushed. There must have been no time to prepare. As a Central Bureau administrator, she imagined people would still respect her. Then she glanced at Susan and heard her inner voice. So troublesome. Why does the Central Bureau send people here every day? Are they idle? Can't they deal with the Witch Association properly instead of just causing trouble? Everyone is busy, can't they see that? Maybe they're just too busy. Not everyone thinks the same. Led into the lobby, she looked at Peony next to her smiling so brightly, so enthusiastic along the way, such a good kid must. When will we get another paid vacation? Since an important person from the Central Bureau is here, maybe I can get time off with pay, but how should I phrase it? I don't have that authority, Susan replied silently. She sighed slightly, but as someone used to hearing others' inner thoughts, these modest wishes didn't sting Jincha much. Thoughts were just thoughts. Whether filthy or malicious, as long as they weren't acted upon, people were free to think them. As a mind-reading magical girl, if she couldn't understand that, trouble would eventually follow. She had mastered the miracle seed early and become a magical girl, and her mind-reading ability had shown signs before she transformed. Back then she could only hear vague murmurings, but after becoming a magical girl, people's inner voices had become clearer. At first the burden was painful. She heard her parents' undisguised malice and disgust when they were angry, the disguised dislike of teachers, her classmates' mockery. Warm and joyful voices existed too, but the harsh, piercing ones left deeper scars like blades cutting into the heart, and no amount of sweet words could erase the pain. When she was young and couldn't hold back, she covertly transformed to exact revenge on kids who whispered about her. There were times she heard people's inner criminal desires, and shocked by how vile they were, she'd lash out and beat them before any act occurred, which left her looking at fault. Being able to hear thoughts did not bring happiness. That was why Jincha liked magical girls even more. Magical girls' inner voices and motives tended to be purer, even when bad they were not so dark. They often made her smile. Does older brother like Senior Kingfisher and sister-in-law like Senior Kingfisher? Do they really like each other? Or are they using Senior Kingfisher as a substitute? Should I break them up? Jincha glanced at the girl sitting in the lobby. Susan frowned and asked, "What's the matter, Miss Jincha? Can you stop wasting time? I've got a pile of documents waiting for approval." Jincha came back to herself, inhaled, and said warmly, "Sorry, I was startled. Is this the child Kingfisher rescued back then?" Keek, who had just returned from outside the city, tilted her head, recognized the K-word, and stood up from the chair, asking instinctively, "Do you know Senior Kingfisher?" Peony hurriedly waved her hand. "Hey, hey, hey, don't disturb Miss Jincha's work. It will interfere with my rest time." "It won't take long," Jincha answered, reading Peony's thoughts, then turned to Keek. "Your name is Jiang Keek, right?" "Yes, Senior Kingfisher is married now, so don't worry, she's very happy." Jincha smiled gently, thinking she had saved a relationship and prevented a magical girl from going astray. "Oh no, she's married already. If my two older brothers made a move against Kingfisher's child, would that be illegal?" Elegant Jincha almost stumbled at that thought. "I don't think so, Keek. Most people wouldn't lay hands on a child." Susan steadied her. "Please be careful." "Is this one a bit heavy?" Jincha straightened up at once and pushed Susan away. Impossible, she'd been controlling her weight recently. She couldn't be heavy. When they neared the conference room, she relaxed slightly. Along the way, the inner voices had normalized a lot. Though surprising, everyone was still magical girls and nothing was excessively dramatic. It all stayed within interpersonal and family issues. Those who became magical girls didn't harbor truly vicious intents. How to make friends with the person who killed my sister sound natural. Jincha stiffened and looked toward the little girl seated inside the meeting room. She looked like a primary school student, small in stature, holding a record book and frowning over something. Jincha's pupils trembled. She inhaled and, sounding slightly flustered, asked, "Who is this?" "She's Li Yi, former captain of our magical girl combat team." "Should I apologize? Ask her to forgive me for hating her because she killed my sister and wanting revenge." "Wouldn't that look too humble? This is not about humility. What would your sister think?" Jincha's normally gentle eyes grew confused. She pressed a hand to her chest and her breathing quickened. She wanted to say something but found she couldn't utter a word. The Beihai Disaster Control Bureau was terrifying. "Could you help me contact people from the Azure Cloud sect?" Jincha forced a smile. "I'd like to discuss cooperation with the members of the Azure Cloud sect." Susan was puzzled. "Stay as our guest at the bureau first. There are other magical girls who haven't met you." No, this is fine. We should hurry to the Azure Cloud sect." Jiang Si sat in the car, still feeling the filthy magic seeping into his organs. Very dangerous. Although blood and part of the body could coexist with corrupted magic, the internal organs were another matter. Filthy magic would affect organ function and, if not careful, could even cause visceral disease. That was why a complete witch's potion was required for protection. When Yinluo transformed, she seemed to have taken a potion too. Jiang Si guessed it must have been the witch's guardian pill. Such a treasure should belong to the Azure Cloud sect, but Yinluo's transformation was another story. She wasn't a complete witch. She used another transformation method, leveraging a central bureau blooming seed to perform a pseudo-transformation. This pseudo-transformation intrigued Jiang Si. It looked like a fake holding, perhaps an unorthodox new path, but so far it seemed more complicated than the complete witch's change technique. To be safe, he decided to first master the complete witch transformation technique. The black dragon growled low inside him. Since it was suppressed after the nascent soul battle, it hadn't awakened for a long time. Today, with abundant mana, it was livelier. "What are you messing with now, letting so much filthy magic into your body?" Jiang Si sighed. After the attempt failed, he gave up for the time being. "I was experimenting with demonic methods, looking for a path to ascend." "But didn't you say earlier filthy magic is actually immortal power?" "I didn't expect you to be so hungry for the great Tao as well." Jiang Si smiled faintly. "This corrupted magic in my hands becomes celestial immortal force. But in the Witch Association's hands, no matter how they use it, it's demonic methods. The Tao changes with the person." "I see, makes sense. I completely understand." Although nothing blocked the way of corrupted mana, simply accumulating it won't reach the heights of pure mana. Novels once said the cultivation path values the 6 essences. Essence, energy, spirit, body, nature, and mind, none can be ignored. Among them, essence, energy, and spirit refer to the physical body, immortal power, and nascent soul. A nascent soul must devour more grief seeds and disaster beasts to grow. As the nascent soul grows, immortal power increases, which in turn boosts the nascent soul's devouring efficiency. Thus, nascent soul and immortal power support each other like a pair of mandarin ducks. If an S-level disaster beast grows large enough, it could push immortal power over the threshold of half-step immaculate golden core foundation, building peak perfection and prompt entry into the golden core stage. Then nascent soul maturation would soon follow. What about me, boss? Are you really going to keep me? And the body, relying purely on training to reach human limits in that world, wasn't something verified in 80 years. 2 lifetimes of suppressing 4 dragons and dragging coffins. Are you a proper 9-headed dragon? Using pure mana to strengthen the body's limits could only reach the sprout venerate level. Filthy magic refining flesh only yielded a major seedling cultivation, an early first transformation. Only when the false pill broke and the black dragon surged, the nascent soul emerged and thunder tribulation roared, then his body cultivation path had some success. Without using corrupted magic, he could fight early blooming magical girls, but no further. Without breakthroughs, corrupted magic ceased to further strengthen the essence. I see, I don't understand any of this, but I get the gist. We need another approach to keep getting stronger. If he couldn't master the complete witch transformation and lead the perfect witch path back to the Tei Yin-Yang true cultivation way, he would have to first complete the black dragon nascent soul, and then seek the borrowed fake cultivation to reach chemist stage. Is that acceptable? Isn't that a bit unfair? If we're doing it, do it with the best. Hearing the black dragon's complaint, Jiang Si felt comforted, knowing his nascent soul and himself were aligning better. Since he intended to walk 2 or 3 roads, he would perfect each one. It wouldn't help to heap chi and spirit to golden core perfection through fake cultivation if the body remained a mediocre foundation building at best. He must complete the complete witch path. From Jiang Si's experience transforming into a magical girl, after becoming a complete witch, the sealed essence would likely be released. Then we need the complete witch to complete both of our paths. Complete witches require witch laboratories. Without a lab, you can't get the guardian pill. Even with all my ability, I can't become a complete witch without one. The black dragon immediately approved. Not wanting to be suppressed, it knew what to say. Damn the Witch Association. Since they dared to block our immortal opportunities, we must hit them hard, boss. So this is why we saved Zilan. Jiang Si smiled leisurely, taking on an air of cultivated detachment. He reached to rub a beard that wasn't there, pinching his chin instead. Who would have thought the Witch Association still has a lab in East China? Restoring the Tei Yin-Yang true cultivation way is within reach. Can the name be shorter? I can't remember it. He shook his head, a bit disappointed by the nascent soul's lack of insight, no illumination. He was about to give more instruction when the car suddenly stopped. Zilan turned and said, Boss Simo 2, we've arrived. When Jiang Si stepped out, he found himself at a university. He glanced up at a huge plaque bearing 4 large characters, Yanzi University, one of East China's most famous universities, most notable for its Magical Girl Research Institute. Most specific research materials currently available about the relationships between magical girls and miracle seeds, and the secrets behind magical girl births and power sources, came from Yanzi University. It was also the elementary school Kong Bo planned to apply to. It wasn't vacation yet, so there were fewer students and teachers around, but still some traffic. Who would have thought the most famous magical research institute in East China would actually be infiltrated by the Witch Association? Again lamenting the Disaster Control Bureau's incompetence and the Witch Association's infiltrative reach, they passed security with Zilan and reached a secluded path behind the university. There they found the contact, raven black hair, jet black pupils, a face like a superstar. Hello. The girl smiled faintly and extended her hand. My name is Hyacinth. Take your clothes off. Although Jiang Si already couldn't remember who Hyacinth was. The moment the black-clad girl said that line, he remembered instantly. Back when he and Yumo had gone to see that supposedly retired but not really magical girl. So this one always said that to everyone she met. Where did this pervert come from? Show some respect to our Simo 2. How dare you look at Simo 2's noble body? Don't you know Simo 2 just slaughtered Azure Cloud Sect Master Shin? Zilan immediately jumped out and jabbed a finger at Hyacinth's chest. It is your honor that Simo 2 came to your lab to test complete witch techniques. Know your place and attitude, got it. So the legendary Ultra Bootlicker turns out to be like this. Jiang Si watched Zilan with amusement. This kind of role was naturally rare. He couldn't help but again marvel at the boundless depths of web novels. Only web novels could capture such a character's essence. Traditional literature with its affected airs in film and TV, constrained by performances could never match that lived-in realism. Although Zilan's attitude was arrogant and her actions rude, Hyacinth did not get angry, still only smiling faintly. Sorry, that was rude of me. I wanted to check his physical condition. Her hands were in the pockets of the black coat. Only then did she nod toward a secluded teaching building in the distance. You're here to borrow the lab, right? It's over there. With that, she stepped forward and began to lead the way. Jiang Si glanced at the black coat. It looked like a lab coat recolored to black. This one really liked black. You guys were lucky to survive the Azure Cloud Sex people. While walking, Hyacinth took the initiative to open a topic. I've been in East China so many years, and I haven't seen the Witch Association survive an encounter with Azure Cloud Sect. Especially you two fighting that magical girl. Heh, you have no idea how many things you can't imagine. Care to tell us what happened after? The final crystal ball broke, so we didn't see your fight. Everyone says Shin was killed by you, but it seems Azure Cloud Sect hasn't tried to take revenge. Don't pry into things you shouldn't, have some manners. I said she was killed, of course she was. Azure Cloud Sect even had its leader taken out by Simo too. How dare they come after us, idiots. That news had of course been spread by Zilan. No matter what happened to Shin, they'd say Simo too killed her first. After all, nobody in the Witch Association dared check with Azure Cloud Sect, so it couldn't be disproved. That way, when Simo too built a reputation as Azure Cloud Sect's killer, it would make future moves easier. Unexpectedly, someone dared to question it. Zilan looked displeased at the black-clad girl. From the moment she saw that face, Kong Ko knew interacting with the other side had started. Simo, jealous of pretty boys, felt ugly compared to that Hyacinth. In looks, Simo lacked confidence, thinking she wasn't worse than that Hyacinth. Mainly it was that attitude and temperament. Simo hated that kind of cool, indifferent demeanor the most. It made her want to lash out in the next second. Especially Hyacinth's eyes, which were close to outright contemptuous, it made Simo instinctively dislike her. And daring to speak disrespectfully of Simo too and wanting to see Simo too's body. As a bullying senior, she could no longer hold back. Only in front of Simo too did she have to keep her worst behavior in check. While she was thinking how to escape Simo too's ear and properly teach this outsider a lesson, Simo too suddenly spoke. If I'm not mistaken, Hyacinth, East China, former captain of the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau Magical Girl Combat Team. Hyacinth paused slightly and tilted her head, that somewhat hollow gaze appraising Jiang Si. Of course she couldn't see anything. Protected by unclear confusion and wearing the fox mask, Jiang Si was undetectable by a magical girl like Hyacinth. Besides, the two were not acquainted. Hyacinth didn't show much surprise or excitement at her identity being guessed. She remained indifferent. I've never hidden my identity, but it seems you know Beihai quite well. Hey you brat, if you watch the stream you should know. Simo too has always been active in Beihai. Hyacinth smiled calmly. I've been in Beihai a long time. I've never heard of anyone called Simo too. Nonsense. If someone like you knew the name Simo too, how could he have stayed hidden until today? The black-clad girl nodded. Makes sense, you really trust him. If you don't even trust your rescuer, your second parents, then who in this world can you trust? Trust needs to be cultivated over time. In that hollow gaze there was a hint of pity. You easily trust others because your environment lacks trust. Miss Zilan, in the Witch Association you cannot find people to help you, so when someone appears willing to save you, you hand over your trust too readily. Little brat giving me a lecture now, Zilan scoffed, what do you know? I've drifted half my life. Only Simo too understands and protects me. Simo too is the Witch Association's hope and light. The con men I know love to exploit hearts like yours. Simo too is different. Zilan gripped a grief seed. Guess wrong about Simo too again and I'll gut you. Hyacinth sighed lightly. I don't mean to anger you. I'm just worried you'll get hurt later. You join the Witch Association and still pretend to be a magical girl. As Zilan reached to use polluted magic to teach Hyacinth a lesson, Simo too's hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. We're here to conduct complete witch experiments. This is still a school, don't make trouble. Huffing, looking at Hyacinth who remained unruffled as if nothing mattered, she clenched her teeth and put down the grief seed. A cheerful young man rode past on a bicycle and greeted Hyacinth. I have a basketball game tomorrow. Want to come watch? Sorry, my experiment isn't done yet. Too bad. The cyclist smiled sunny but regretfully, then left while glaring at Jiang Si as if daring anyone to get close to Hyacinth. I'm going to gouge that guy's eyes out, Zilan said ominously. How dare his dog eyes stare at you? Shut up. Oh, Zilan immediately pouted and stuffed a cloth into her mouth to gag herself. Along the way, many people greeted Hyacinth, both men and women. She was obviously popular. Hyacinth had probably been at Yanzi University for some time. Most likely she had lived on campus for about the last half year. Otherwise, she wouldn't have so many acquaintances. But it was clear Hyacinth didn't know everyone. Although Hyacinth's magical girl name only had some fame in Beihai, and even now few in Beihai recognized it. Her looks and abilities drew attention even from those who didn't know she was a magical girl. After turning several corners and entering the secluded teaching building, it finally quieted down. Earlier outside, several college students were obviously staking out Hyacinth. Her popularity was absurd. There were very few people inside the teaching building, almost nobody. The empty building felt eerie and cold. It was supposed to be abandoned, but after the professor joined the Witch Association, he wanted a quiet test site, so he moved here. Hyacinth explained casually while walking. Few people means the Witch Association can operate more freely. After all, we are the heroes in the dark. Zilan immediately spat out the cloth in response. Jiang Si said nothing. He simply observed the building and noticed a problem. There were too many mirrors. In the Azure Cloud sect, mirrors considered lacking in transcendent aura were banned from the sect, though that command had been casual when issued. Even if someone brought one, he was too lazy to enforce it. He'd originally thought mirrors lacked spiritual aura, but then changed his mind. Under Bingtang's lead, the disciples had gotten used to not bringing mirrors. So he was a bit sensitive to mirrors. From the entrance onward, the front door was a thick new glass door. And the main lobby faced a huge mirror. He looked at his reflection and had the sensation of almost being pulled in, as if another world lay behind it. Then, whether in hallways, classrooms, bathrooms, or lounges, every place had conspicuously large mirrors. So many that it produced a strange unease. As if something in the mirrors was staring at you. "What kind of place is this putting up so many mirrors?" Zilan cried. "It's creepy." She even hid behind Jiang Si. Not that she was truly afraid, but it made her uncomfortable. Hyacinth paused in the corridor, touched a mirror, then said, "Have you heard of the world behind mirrors?" Jiang Si raised an eyebrow. "What?" "The mirror world, the inner world, the inverted world." Hyacinth faced away and tilted her head. "Looking at the two, there are many names. Monsters live in the mirror and they come out to eat people, so if someone is being targeted, cover the mirrors in the room. At dusk, when lights flicker, if you catch a glimpse of something different in the mirror's corner, look away or the mirror's door will pull you into the inner world. On certain days while driving, if window glass fogs and you wipe it, you might see terrifying things. And at midnight, if you get up to use the bathroom and play rock, paper, scissors with the mirror self." Hyacinth touched the mirror. The two saw Hyacinth's sullen face in the reflection like another person. Whoever loses gets pulled into the mirror and replaced by their mirror self. Zilan rolled her eyes. "What urban legend? We're witches of the Witch Association. Can your nonsense beat my full polluted magic?" "This isn't urban legend. There used to be such a phenomenon in South China." Hyacinth withdrew her hand, and when she turned back her expression was not gloomy but calm. "The one replaced into reality is called Alice of the Mirror Kingdom." How arrogant. "Showing off in front of the Witch Association," Zilan boasted. "When we run into them, we'll show them what true terror is." "The Witch Association lost over 600 people in South China back then," Hyacinth casually mentioned. "They all disappeared at the hands of Alice of the Mirror Kingdom. Well, perhaps not died but vanished. However, some who lost rock, paper, scissors escaped the mirror's clutches, but Alice of the Mirror Kingdom came out too, resulting in two people in this world who look identical, have the same name, and possess identical abilities." Hyacinth finished and looked at Jiang Si. "In Beihai, I recall one magical girl was replaced like that. Alice of the Mirror Kingdom took everything from her. She lost her parents' identity, was forgotten by everyone, and eventually joined the Free Magical Girls organization." Jiang Si shook his head. "Never heard of it." Hyacinth smiled without minding. "That's normal. It was long ago and few remembers." Seeing the two silent in tacit understanding, Zilan grew annoyed, acting spooky. "Who are you trying to scare?" Hyacinth wasn't angry. She just looked at a mirror, and when she turned her head her expression went suddenly gloomy. Zilan stared dumbfounded. Did she just change her face in an instant, or was Mirror Hyacinth different? "I have no reason to trick you. Since there are mirrors everywhere, try it yourselves and you'll know." Hyacinth gave Zilan space. "Wanna play rock, paper, scissors?" Zilan's heart jumped and she clutched Simo Tu's coat. To be honest, so many mirrors already gave a mysterious, oppressive feeling. Endless reflections, some twisted, made the space feel cramped and suffocating. Now Hyacinth stood there and calmly invited her to play rock, paper, scissors with her mirror self. Zilan couldn't help but feel afraid, but who was Zilan? She was a world-changing person. Do you think you can tell me what to do? If you want me to play, I'll play. No, if you scare us again, I'll kill you. This time Simo too did not stop her, likely thinking the same thing. The Witch Association is the most ferocious and evil terror in this world. Hyacinth smiled and took a hand from her pocket, no intent to frighten. I just want to prove I'm not lying since you're scared. Who said we're scared? Don't slander us, who would join the Witch Association if they were scared. Actually, after Azure Cloud Sect killed a few, most of the Witch Association scattered. Hyacinth tilted her head. It's about making a living. The Witch Association isn't that noble. Zilan was suddenly speechless and glanced at Simo too. Sure enough, Simo too looked like he was about to fall asleep. Hyacinth faced the mirror. Since you won't, I'll do an experiment for you. With that, she actually began facing the mirror and playing rock, paper, scissors. Scissors, rock, paper, 3 rounds passed with nothing unusual. On the last round, Hyacinth played rock. Opposite paper, Zilan flinched, but instead of hiding, she instinctively lunged to grab Hyacinth. Simo two's experiment wasn't finished yet. Leaning in, she discovered Hyacinth had used her other hand to play paper. A common sleight of hand trick. From this side it looked like rock, but the mirror showed the other hand playing paper. See, it's all a facade, Simo 2, I'll kill her. Heh, I just find it interesting. Interesting my ass. Your earlier terrified expression was funny. Want to see it? I recorded it. Delete it. Delete it now. Jiang Si yawned. When can we start the experiment? Pulled by Zilan, Hyacinth said leisurely, the lab has been empty. Anytime. Then let's start now. Zilan finally released her grip and let Hyacinth lead the way, vowing to kill her later. They reached a lab on the 3rd floor. The lab had 3 heavy doors, thick iron doors, and Hyacinth took some time to open all 3. Zilan found it odd she seemed unfamiliar with the doors. Suspicious, but Hyacinth had only recently come to this Witch Association lab, so it wasn't too strange. When the lab doors opened, the 3 entered and saw various equipment. Standard microscopes and tweezers aside, there were grief seeds and calamity eggs, and some dried disaster beast specimens. Most important, chained up and locked in a corner of the lab, hung a girl. She wore very simple white clothing, tattered like a prison uniform, barefoot, toes curled and trembling slightly as if cold or in pain. She slumped asleep against the wall. Needle marks could be seen on her neck, arms, and feet, evidence of many experiments. That's the professor's experimental subject, Hyacinth said indifferently, caught half a year ago. The professor values this subject. Magical girls are hard to capture. Free magical girls are even harder. If Azure Cloud Sect or the Disaster Control Bureau captured a magical girl, it would trigger massive investigation. Free magical girls with no organization and no rescue are rare. Where's your professor? He's out on business recently, but it's fine. I can do the complete witch experiment myself. But I should warn you, as a rule, men generally can't become perfect witches. No matter, I just want to see if it can increase my polluted magic adaptability and make me stronger. Good. I can collect data too. Listening, Zilan didn't dare interrupt. She merely glanced at the bound girl and snorted. It reminded her of the pain she'd endured when she was once a complete witch. Hyacinth pulled open a bed in the center of the lab while putting on gloves, then looked at Jiang Si. Take your clothes off. Zilan spun around, glaring at Hyacinth. Simo 2's noble body is not something you can. Shut your mouth, Jiang Si said casually, and Zilan's words died halfway as she obediently produced a fresh handkerchief and stuffed it into her mouth. Hyacinth smiled faintly. You're too much trouble here. Zilan glared at Hyacinth, murderous intent in her eyes. Jiang Si had already grabbed the back of her collar and tossed her out of the lab. Then shut the lab door. I'll call you when it's done. Tugging off the handkerchief, Simo 2 muttered softly, Jiang Si 2, Jiang Si 2. If you stay obediently, it's bothersome, don't sneak off. Muffled dialogue came faintly from beyond the door. Your muscles are pretty solid. Not bad. Feels good. How long will you be touching? This is a routine check. Damn woman, Zilan nearly gnawed her handkerchief to shreds. The ignorant Simo 2 would surely be manhandled by that woman. Sorry Simo 2, Zilan couldn't protect you. Lost in such thoughts, she paused. When the voices stopped, she slumped into a chair by the lab. Thinking about revenge on Hyacinth, she couldn't come up with an adequate plan. She stared blankly at the window, lost in memories of past good times with Simo 2, saving magical girls in the rain during disaster beast attacks, fighting alongside each other in the Witch Association, long nights before forced separation, and the final life-or-death battle beneath Beihai's little godling. Scenes surfaced one after another, reliving old bonds they had formed. Zilan looked at her reflection in the window. Everyone in the mirror showed scissors. She sprang up and scanned around. The corridor was full of mirrors. Every mirror reflected her face. All of them showed scissors. In the silent corridor, her heartbeat roared as if it would shatter the mirrors. All gazes were fixed on her. Zilan swallowed and cold sweat formed on her brow. She drew a deep breath to steady herself. She was not a coward like twins, probably just Hyacinth's trick. She'd seen through it. Afraid, those two words were not in Zilan's vocabulary. With a hardened expression, she was about to play rock. When every mirror person instantly switched to paper, what the hell, cheating? She lunged at the iron door and pounded it like mad. Help, Simo too. Melodious music played in the cafe. Jincha listened to the surrounding thoughts. Although some were malicious, most of them were fairly ordinary inner voices. She finally recovered her composed, elegant expression and sipped her coffee. So slow that Shami, she was the one who challenged me to a duel and still showed up late. Oh no, I wanted to use arriving earlier to dominate Tautau, but I overslept. Boohoo, I'm such an idiot. Little girlish secret thoughts floated over like cute whispers. Watching that girl clumsily rush into the cafe and find her companions, Jincha smiled faintly. Sure enough, situations like Keek and Li Yiz were still in the minority. To Jincha and the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau contingent, human malice wasn't the frightening thing. What was frightening was unknown language. Things like, who should I go on a date with today? Maybe I'll marry a magical girl. I want to blow up the company. Should I poison the whole family while cooking so we all go to heaven together? These were actually pretty ordinary. No, the last one was strange. Jincha glanced at a housewife nearby who sighed heavily. She pulled out a card and blew on it. The card turned into specks of starlight and sprinkled over the woman. Ah, forget it, let's get a divorce. Jincha didn't know exactly what had happened, but she was glad the problem could be solved in a normal way. Seeing that woman leave her seat, more people got up to go as well. The background noise thinned noticeably. Jincha lifted her coffee cup again. Magical girls bring miracles and happiness, but Jincha, having heard so many inner voices, had long understood that happiness isn't easy to come by. True happiness must be seized through one's own effort. Process and result together create the sense of happiness. Magic is not omnipotent. Magical girls can only provide an environment where people can pursue happiness. They can't directly make people happy. The more you intrude into other people's ordinary lives, the more misfortune you create. Extraordinary power can only protect ordinary lives. Once you try to change ordinary lives with it, you only cause disaster. That's how the Witch Association and Disaster Beasts were born, mistakes produced by misuse. And who can say these hardships are not part of a happy life? Overcoming difficulties and finally breaking through the clouds must contain its own happiness. She took another sip of her half-sweet coffee. In truth, Jincha didn't like coffee. Coffee is bitter. She had disliked bitter things since childhood. But after becoming a Central Bureau Council member, Jincha decided she had to behave like an adult. Magical girls are still children. Many things aren't handled well, especially adult affairs. Few people purely lobby for magical girls' interests. As a representative of magical girls, she had to take that responsibility. Appear mature even when you're a child. Keep elegance and composure, so those who oppose your magical girl brothers will see you as someone who can secure fewer favors and protections on their behalf. As a council member, you must act like a mature person who can be seen through. So she put on a mature air, drank mature coffee, and imitated adult speech and behavior. Relying on her mind-reading ability, she always maintained composure. If she could always pretend to be an adult who could call her a child, deep down, Jincha still believed she was a child. When buying a train ticket, she instinctively wanted a child ticket. When ordering food, she glanced at the kids' menu. When seeing a children's event, she wanted to join. But she hid these things well. Azure Cloud Sect showed sincerity, choosing a central city cafe as the negotiation place, plainly signaling no intention of violence. So Jincha let the other Disaster Control Bureau members who had accompanied her return. Members of the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau would have interfered with her thoughts. The cafe was high-end. It seemed to be owned by Ice Color Era Group, the conglomerate that meddled in every industry, even cooperating with the Central Bureau on reconstruction business. When she entered earlier, they even had a small reception for her. Nice job. Compared to the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau, this place respected her more and treated the meeting with greater importance. After a sip of coffee, the waiter turned up the music. The flowing classical music put her in a good mood, even though Jincha didn't particularly like classical pieces. She preferred pop music, especially love songs. The chattering girls and their inner voices drifted over again. Big sister ate an extra piece of cake before, I must take it back this time. You ate less before, little sister, so you have to make it up or I'll make a fuss. If the hood hides it, the hairclip can't be seen, but it's so uncomfortable without the hood. Heh heh, 10 draws and 3 golds, too bad no one here plays, they don't know my value. What can stop me, but why is the next featured character Iris? I don't think she's popular. Youthful voices overflowed, making Jincha feel a little younger herself. And the girl in the cyan dress, Iris, was actually popular, she thought. After that internal rebuttal, Jincha began to miss Iris and King Gluon. She hoped their assessments went smoothly. Further away, a voice from outside the cafe surfaced and couldn't be ignored. Huh, I thought the cafe was reserved. Why are there so many people on the first floor? It really is reserved. Let's go, let's go. Reserved. Jincha frowned, but those voices faded, buried under growing noise downstairs. As she was about to wonder what private reservation meant, another content in the downstairs thoughts caught her attention and forced her to care. This month I've hunted 20 disaster beasts and 5 witch association members. I'll enter the inner gate first, sis, this time I win. She probably doesn't know I already passed the inner gate evaluation. Silly sister, I win again. Why do I always screw up the inner gate test? Is the Disaster Control Bureau rigging it? I had 30 retests, paid 3,000 and still can't pass. This test is harder than a driver's license. Without luck, you don't belong in the inner gate, I tell you. I want to go home and play games. If I knew this would be so boring, I'd have brought my Steam rig. Replay the morning ranked match. Replay my butt, nobody listens, everyone plays solo. Why do they only show teamwork when surrendering? Are you even at king rank? For coordination, you still have to look at Azure Cloud Sect. Inner Gate, Azure Cloud Sect. But this mission pays well, free food and drinks at places like this plus rewards and bonuses. Delicious. The sect mission reward included a free monthly pass. If we choose this, our Magic Collection card band can use it for exclusive gatherings. I'll come here to stream every day, teehee. Both Outer and Inner Gate disciples came. This is just the sect finding an excuse for team building and free feeding. A chill slid down her spine. Reserved, she realized the truth. The cafe had been booked out by Azure Cloud Sect. Who else could be inside besides her? Azure Cloud Sect? Did they really have so many magical girls in Beihai? Had she stumbled into the Azure Cloud Sect's nest? The background noise downstairs swelled until it was hard to tell how many magical girls there were. Even worse, many of the voices contained unknown languages, not human-sounding, which felt even scarier than the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau. Jincha told herself not to panic, but she didn't notice that the coffee in her hand, once steaming, had formed a thin layer of ice on top. Then everything fell silent. Not just speech, those inner voices vanished from her ears in an instant. Only endless cold remained. When she came to her senses, an ice-blue magical girl sat opposite her, poised and composed, a faint smile on her face as she sized Jincha up. "Hello, Miss Jincha." The voice carried a peculiar chill that pierced from ear to skull and into the chest. Jincha stared at her and steadied her breathing. A seedling magical girl, yet the pressure was completely different. It felt like her entire body was coated in ice, as if she were totally under this girl's control. Elegant, composed. More than that, a confidence that implied everything was under command. Mature and graceful temperament, exactly what Jincha strove for. Jincha smiled, their personas overlapped. Worse, she felt she might not match the other. He's bad, magical girl Jincha. Sorry to have kept him waiting. It wasn't that long. Jincha tilted her head and reached for her coffee, but Winter pressed her hand. If you don't like it, you shouldn't drink it like that. With that, she called a waiter. Soon a cup of hot milk was brought over. Half a cup of sugar can fight bitterness, but it won't make coffee taste better. Milk gives it a smoother mouthfeel. Most importantly, you can enjoy the aroma without the bitterness. Winter personally added milk to Jincha's coffee. This might suit you better, try it. Jincha stirred in the milk and sipped. The mix of cold coffee and hot milk became warm milk coffee. She tasted it, sighed faintly and nodded. Indeed, quite good. But how had the other noticed she disliked coffee? Your actions and expressions reveal your preferences. When you pick up coffee, the twitch at your mouth is obvious. If you dislike something, you needn't drink it. If you must, choose a way that suits you. Jincha raised her head and looked at the ice-blue magical girl opposite, still smiling. Can you hear inner voices? No, that's called echo. Winter didn't hide it and explained frankly. Ice behaves like a mirror, it can reflect light. With proper development, you can create a spell that reflects others' abilities. I call it echo. Your echo is especially useful during negotiations. Sorry, I can't imagine how reflecting light is similar to reflecting abilities, or how reflecting light could be developed into reflecting abilities. Well, that's an Azure Cloud Sec secret, Winter smiled faintly. If you're curious, you could join us and see. Jincha shook her head, smiling ruefully inside, still keeping her composed expression. I admit defeat. Are all Azure Cloud Sect magical girls as strong as you? No, Winter stirred her coffee. Many are stronger than me. That's terrifying. Jincha folded her hands, leaning slightly forward to study Winter's face seriously. But precisely for that reason, Azure Cloud Sect feels reliable. You possess such power, yet still peacefully coexist with the Beihai Disaster Control Bureau to protect citizens. You didn't come here just to say that, did you? Winter didn't accept her flattery. Our time is precious. Miss Jincha, please don't waste it. Now there were no inner voices in her ears. Even the girls downstairs, nothing. This was Jincha's first time negotiating without knowing what the other side was thinking. All right, let's get straight to the point. Jincha aristocratically added a sugar cube to her coffee. Seeing Winter frown, she couldn't help smiling. As you said, I'll go by my own preferences. Please proceed. You must have heard about the Heart Image Remnant recently. Heart Image Remnant are personal spaces left by full-bloom magical girls. For the Disaster Control Bureau, they are the highest priority targets, Jincha stressed. They're a much higher priority than dealing with the Witch Association. We have been busy seeking countermeasures. You seek Azure Cloud Sect's help. I don't have the authority to make that call. Jinchu explained, then continued. But if Azure Cloud Sect is willing to enter a Heart Image Remnant and help handle such dangerous things, I would of course be grateful. Full-bloom magical girls' Heart Image Remnants are huge. A slight mistake could even overturn the world. Even to protect yourselves, you may be forced to act. Winter smiled ambiguously. This visit is mainly to share part of our information about the Heart Image Remnant with you. Jincha downed the overly sweet coffee in one gulp. Do you know the Mirror Kingdom that once appeared in South China? Winter's expression shifted slightly, as if remembering something. I've heard of it. Although she noticed the change, Jincha saw no need to change the topic. It once paralyzed South China, mass displacement of people, catastrophic economic decline that hasn't recovered. The Mirror Kingdom's effects linger to this day. This information was Central Bureau confidential. Winter had found some clues, but clearly not the full picture. Under the Mirror Kingdom's influence, they couldn't even produce disaster beasts in South China. No magical girls could spawn there. Support had to come from outside. They couldn't stop the Mirror Kingdom's invasion and almost conquered the entire region. Jincha's face grew complicated. Then a magical girl, unable to stand it, entered the Mirror Kingdom and stepped into the full bloom realm. Winter's expression turned serious. Is she the owner of this Heart Image Remnant? Oh yes. The magical girl Mujin. Jincha continued. She defeated the Mirror King of the Mirror Kingdom and sealed the entire Mirror Kingdom, but ultimately disappeared forever. We spent a long time confirming that the Heart Image Remnant currently appearing belongs to magical girl Mujin. She entered full bloom to save South China and even sacrificed her life. Yet the Heart Image Remnant she left became a massive hazard and disaster. What a pity, Winter sighed. But that intelligence alone wouldn't be worth you coming in person, would it? After a pause, Jincha revealed the critical point. The key to breaking the Mirror Kingdom's seal is inside the Heart Image Remnant. That was spoken by Mujin's incubator personally. Winter stopped stirring the coffee and finally became serious. Before she could reply, King Hua's loud voice rang out from below. Waiter. This coffee tastes so weak. A waiter hurried over with appeasing words. Sorry, madam, this is Kopi Luwak, that's just how it tastes. How can it be this weak? Add more crap to it. Jincha, who had been holding her expression, covered her mouth and burst into a snort of laughter. Winter sighed helplessly but then said, understood. Azure Cloud Sect will take note. By the way, Azure Cloud Sect's methods are too ruthless, generating resentment. Many think you're not like magical girls. Jincha thought for a moment and continued, given the current witch association, you aren't their match. Softer methods could win more public support. Sorry, we're not a magical girl organization. Winter smiled slightly. We're cultivators, please don't hold magical girl standards over us. Outside, the cruel screams gradually subsided. But whether it was Hyacinth doing experiments or Simo 2 lying on the operating table, they both quietly continued the work. Don't you intend to save her? Hyacinth asked while concentrating on injecting a drug and performing surgery. Zilan is your companion, right? No need to look. At Simo 2's emotionless reply, Hyacinth shook her head in regret. Poor girl, Zilan trusted you so much. Focus on your experiment. Hyacinth didn't argue and continued to modify the body. Why did you join the Witch Association? You shouldn't chat during experiments, right? No harm, I've done many complete witch experiments. They aren't complicated, just time-consuming. Closing your eyes shouldn't be a problem. Understanding each other helps the experiment. Do you ever speak plain truths? Guess, Hyacinth chuckled, not being coy. I just wonder why someone with your ability would join the Witch Association. I needed power. I wanted to become stronger but couldn't become a magical girl, so I joined the Witch Association. That makes sense. Noticing the other's hand pause a moment, Jiang Si frowned. What's wrong? Ah, sorry, I accidentally left a pair of tweezers inside your belly. Didn't you say closing my eyes would be fine? Eyes open might be different. Hyacinth had no embarrassment. I'll take it out for you. No need. Jiangxi sat up. A mere pair of tweezers, my body can digest them. Hyacinth's expression stiffened. A body cannot digest metal, Mr. Simo too. A body tempered by long practice is not the same as an ordinary body. Jiangxi looked at her with disdain, like a rustic she didn't understand. You should update your knowledge. I've never heard of such knowledge. Hyacinth thought for a moment and decided not to cut the sutures open. If he said it, leave it inside. But your body strength and pain tolerance exceed my expectations. I needed pure magic to enchant and cut muscle, with no anesthesia or drug assistance, yet you had no reaction. What about this? She deliberately stabbed a nerve with a needle. Even the toughest would howl and stream tears, but Simo too let out only a cold laugh. Are you itching me? His muscles relaxed, not tensing at all. Not a bead of sweat on his brow. All physiological reactions showed he truly felt no pain. Incomprehensible. You're wasted in the Witch Association. Hyacinth suddenly said, Are you interested in the Mirror Kingdom? No, the Witch Association is actually an agent of the Mirror Kingdom. Much of their power comes from the Mirror Kingdom's Alice. If you want more power, the Mirror Kingdom is a better choice. I prefer the Witch Association. Try it and you'll see. Shut up, let me become a complete witch. Hyacinth said nothing more. She put away the enchanted scalpel and other tools. His body was hard as stone. Without magic reinforcement, she couldn't even cut him. She packed up the items, wiped the blood, and took off her gloves. Done. Hyacinth slid her hands into the pockets of her black coat and quietly watched Simo Tu sit up. How do you feel? Jiang Si rose and stretched. This time, when polluted magic flowed through his organs, it caused no pain or rejection. But the polluted magic itself didn't qualitatively change. Not sure yet, I need an opponent to test against. Hyacinth tilted her head. There isn't an opponent for experiments here, is there? Isn't there one right here? No sooner had she finished speaking than a fierce whip-like kick slammed toward Hyacinth's skull. Acting on instinct to block, Hyacinth felt a crisp crack as her right arm broke. The next second, the terrifying kick sent her flying, and she crashed into the window with a thud. Before Hyacinth could recover, another blow hit her abdomen. She was sent through the window and out of the building. As Hyacinth fell toward the ground, she spat blood and painfully drew out her miracle seed. Sunset, dusk, afterglow. The last dirge before nightfall, listen. The moment the transformation's invincible aura vanished, Jiang Si leapt from the laboratory like a meteor. With terrifying force, he stamped toward the black-clad magical girl's head. But only ripples of water shimmered in front of the magical girl's head. The next second, Jiang Si's body was hurled along the route he had just charged out on like a cannonball. He smashed through the lab, then out another window on the building's far side and fell into the campus pond, splashing huge waves. Alarms and screaming teachers and students rose. The magical girl Hyacinth slowly landed, using magic to catch falling debris and glass to protect teachers and students. In a gentle voice she said, Hitting me is hitting yourself, Mr. Simo too. Amid the splash, Jiang Si surged out from under the water. His mask was half broken. He casually pulled out a grief seed, pressed it through the mask, and placed it on the blood cross at his brow. The Witch Association's complete witch procedure was indeed extraordinary. As if every part of his body had been linked into a circuit, Jiang Si felt the polluted magic almost become part of his flesh. Sensing the same kind of power flow that accompanied a magical girl's transformation, Feng Xinzi had not tampered with the surgery, because the vice president at the time had already given him the complete witch experiment steps. Although the memory was one time only, it was enough for him to check whether Feng Xinzi had performed the experiment honestly. Moreover, the vice president had said that once he successfully created one complete witch, he would receive a second memory of the complete witch creation method. When yin and yang are overturned. When the grief seed embedded itself in the blood cross at his brow, the mask suddenly burst apart. Demonic blood Liang Qingshen's. Transform. Polluted magic gushed from his body like a flood. The first place it covered was naturally his head, feeling like a viscous juice plastered to his face, making it hard to breathe. Next came his back, where something grew out from his spine, tearing through flesh and ripping his clothes apart. A pair of enormous dragon wings unfurled with a startling presence. His previously thin bones swelled first, dragon scales beginning to spread over his muscles. His fingers turned into claws, His legs shifted as well, powerful dragon hind legs forming, the dark scales glinting with a cold light. A thick dragon tail erupted from his tail base and whipped with such force it stirred a fierce wind. Roar. The roar from his mouth was not human, it was the raw sound of a beast. Flapping his wings when he hovered midair, he saw his reflection in the lake. A real black giant dragon, yet it retained a humanoid form only the size of one person. So that was it. Witchification turned into a dragon blood warrior. Haha, finally you let me out. The jet black dragon howled to the sky, tears of joy streaming. Do you have any idea how I survived all these years? Huh. How I made it through. When he broke through, the inner demon seized the chance and even tried to take over his body. Jiang Si was not surprised, only curious, watching silently. He could take back control at any time, but this complete witch form didn't seem ideal. At least the flow of corrupted magic wasn't normal. Tremble humans, flee humans, wail humans, despair humans. Now that I have returned to this world, those who oppose me shall die, ha ha ha. The black dragon raved around like a madman. The remaining teachers and students in the school panicked and scrambled for the exits. This is the price for opposing my incomparable big brother. The roaring black dragon did not engage the magical girls in a measured fight. Instead, with a single movement, swept toward the fleeing crowd. It even hovered above a young man riding a bicycle. Before the youth could react, a dragon claw tapped his head. A dragon fell from the sky, wicked and fierce. Who was staring at my boss just now? The bicyclist screamed in terror, lost control, and both rider and bike tumbled out. He soiled his pants in fright. Ha ha ha, look at you, what a coward. Before the taunt finished, a whip of black magic lashed out, and the black dragon immediately countered with a tail sweep. But the black magical whip was not knocked aside. Instead, it snapped back with even greater speed and ferocity. Beautiful. The black dragon was sent flying again, smashing through the school railing, rolling and gouging a long, deep trench in the ground, finally crushing down on two small cars into flattened heaps. Their horns screamed shrill notes. Who knew what else it hit along the way? Groundwater even spewed from the earth. Feng Xinzi landed beside the bicyclist. Are you okay? Although she had been momentarily mesmerized by the black-clad magical girl, the terrified youth quickly realized his disgrace, blushed red, grabbed his bike, and fled without daring to look back. Feng Xinzi smiled helplessly and paid him no mind, instead turning her attention to the reeling black dragon. What the hell, so powerful? God, didn't you say she was just a roadside girl? The black dragon stared at its shredded scales and tail in alarm. This isn't what you told me. She's not weak at all. In truth, Jiang Si had never told it anything. He had no idea what Feng Xinzi's actual strength was. But the black dragon knew some of his thoughts, and to Jiang Si, Feng Xinzi's power had indeed seemed unimpressive. After all, her mana aura hadn't changed much from before. Clutching its battered tail, the dragon beat its wings. This is bad, I'm retreating. How pathetic. But the moment it tried to fly off, the black-clad magical girl already stood atop its head. If the complete witch power is applied to a male body, it becomes a disaster beast. The dragon mouth opened and spewed polluted magic like a cannon. But the instant it struck Feng Xinzi, ripples like water spread outward. Then polluted magic mixed with pure magic and refracted back as an even more terrifying energy blast. The dragon reacted quickly and tried to dodge, but the blast hit its right wing, reducing it to ashes in one instant. The black dragon dragged its shredded body, stumbling as it tried to fly away, but Feng Xinzi grabbed its tail. Before she could use force, the dragon's face twisted into a feral, sinister sneer. You fell for it, idiots. Terrifying currents surged from its horns through its tail, passing into Feng Xinzi with blistering speed. Her magical outfit cracked under the high voltage, and when the current subsided, a wisp of white smoke rose. At such close proximity, the electricity passed through the magical defenses and coursed through her body. No matter how powerful her magic, she could not simply reflect all damage back. Then the high voltage returned. Before the dragon could let out its pained cry, Feng Xinzi had grabbed its tail and hurled it back into the research building. Glass shattered and tinkled as mirrors in the air reflected the dragon's charred body and vacant face. It toppled lab equipment and slid into the lab where Feng Xinzi had been experimenting. A pained moan escaped. The dragon flipped and tried to rise but collapsed again with a thud. Damn, this time it wasn't reflection. Previously, everything had been reflections, so the dragon had designed close-range electric shocks that its own scales could resist. The opponent didn't hurt it by reflecting electric damage from a distance. Instead, it returned the damage directly onto the dragon itself. This magical girl is way too dirty. At long range, she could reflect any force. At close range, even if she took damage, she could bounce it back. It was practically invincible. As an S-level disaster beast form, although it had taken over Jiang Si's body through the complete witch transformation channel, its real strength was only around a level disaster beast. It simply had no counterplay. I did the mind clearing for you, boss, let's get out of here. You trash retreat. The dragon felt wronged. How could that be blamed on it? If you can do better, step up. How do you beat someone who simply bends the rules? But when it tried to withdraw, a fatal issue became clear. Boss, I can't seem to go back. Jiang Si sighed and grabbed a dragon horn. Close your eyes. Boss, what are you doing? Meow off. With the dragon's agonized shriek, Jiang Si snapped the horn off, tearing it free. Shards of solid polluted magic sprayed, polluted magic like blood streaming from the forehead. A searing pain in the skull felt like its brain was being churned. The pain was shared. The dragon howled, watching Jiang Si keep from screaming, forcing the remaining cry back down. As a nascent soul, it couldn't afford to lose face. Then Jiang Si reached for the crack in the skull and ripped at the edge of the dragon's scales, tearing open the shell that wrapped the skull. Oh. The dragon's suppressed screams turned into strangled sounds. It wanted to faint. But it couldn't. The pain shredded its consciousness, but it refused to black out. Jiang Si's action of stripping the scales off felt like flaying skin from flesh, ripping tissue and pulling more and more loose. Far more agonizing than tearing a hangnail down an arm. By the end, the dragon's throat was hoarse from howling. Though it was only a block of polluted magic, it felt its voice had been destroyed. Then the connection finally snapped. The dragon's edge of loss of control feeling evaporated without a trace. A true battle of the Celestials required no extra interference, only the nascent soul had to endure. Jiang Si tasted the power brought by polluted magic and took a deep breath. This was the power of a complete witch. Through the grief seed, a new polluted magic link and core had been constructed inside the body. But because Jiang Si had a nascent soul, that core settled upon the nascent soul, so the transformation became an amplifier of the nascent soul. However, this probably was not the true complete witch form, because the nature and flow of polluted magic were vastly different from other complete witches he had seen. Still, he was satisfied with the disaster beast form now. Dragonblood warrior, the divine art of Patriarch Lin Lei was finally in his hands. Now he was a dragon too, conscious again. Falling from the sky, standing by the edge of the shattered wall of the high-rise, Feng Xinzi looked him over with interest. Interesting. When a complete witch transformation fails and the subject becomes a disaster beast, they should be brain-dead. Jiang Si cracked his neck, familiarizing himself with the body. No big issues, abundant strength, far stronger than his human frame. Polluted magic surged as his damaged wings slowly regrew. Half of the youth's face was covered in black dragon scales. The other half revealed a black pupil in one eye and a crimson dragon pupil in the other. The uncanny visage made Feng Xinzi slightly puzzled. Before she could say anything, he suddenly spun. His thick tail smashed the surrounding desks and chairs toward her. Ripples radiated outward and all the furniture snapped back with greater speed. It wasn't simple rebound, they returned with double speed and force. In the next instant, the black dragon's body cleaved through the flying debris, claws slamming toward Feng Xinzi's skull with terrifying momentum. But as the ripples spread, the claws abruptly halted. The sudden stop was ludicrous. From motion to stillness in a heartbeat, inertia gusted Feng Xinzi's hair and then blew back across the dragon's scales. Before she could react, the tail came down from above. Just as she raised her hand, before the ripples could even form, the tail landed on it. Her right arm magic outfit exploded instantly. There's a gap in the reflection frequency, about 0.4 seconds. Her mind jolted. How had he discerned that? She drew her wand to cast a spell, but high-voltage current along the tail surged through her. Feng Xinzi clenched her brow and grabbed the tail with her other hand. The electric damage instantly rebounded to the dragon's body, even stacking onto the injury in the dragon's right arm. Yet the dragon showed no hesitation. Bearing double-reflected electric damage, its right claw slammed down onto her head. It smashed through the floor and crashed into the lab below on the second level, destroying the workbench right underneath. Feng Xinzi curled up and let out a low groan. When damage rebounds, reflection cannot be active at the same time, switching between the two takes roughly 1.6 to 7 seconds. How did he discover that? Or had he exposed it from the start? Besides, this wasn't even a proper flaw. That tiny opening was nearly impossible to detect. Even if noticed, normal people couldn't exploit it. Feng Xinzi pulled out her wand. Before the dragon could land, she unleashed an even larger, more horrific energy cannon upward. It not only engulfed the lab where Jiang Si was, it punched through the roof and shot into the clouds. Her entire body was covered by the reflective barrier. Her reflection ability was a full 360 degrees with no blind spots. A thin magical filament looped around her little finger, fluttering in the gale whipped up by the wand's released power. When did she set that up? Was it at the instant of contact just now? He actually had that level of control over polluted magic. In the next second, his consciousness began to numb. Huge currents ran along the magic filament through her whole body. Shuddering, Feng Xinzi had to switch modes and reflect the electric damage back. However, the instant the reflection barrier fell, the dragon's claws descended from above and stomped down on her head. The horrific force collapsed more floors in an instant. Boom, 3 floors worth of flooring beneath that claw crumbled like paper, yet the claw's force did not lessen. It pinned her head and smashed straight through 4 floors in succession. Only when it reached the basement under the research building did it finally stop. Tons of dust and falling rubble made Feng Xinzi cough violently. When she tried to move, the claw weighed down on her again, pressing her skull into the ground so hard cracks spread in the floor. The return damage again struck the dragon, but it did not budge the monster at all. Most of the scales on Jiang Si's body had been knocked off, revealing the youth's small but heavily solid frame. Damage is reflected, but not all of the damage your body receives disappears. The dragon lowered its head, its maw split by a ferocious grin. Try me, see what your limit is. A black dragon breath gathered and expanded from his mouth. Feng Xinzi's pupils constricted. As she tried to switch into a barrier, another massive electrical strike hit. When it flipped to rebound the next breath, the dragon's attack had already consumed her body. The timing was shockingly precise. The enormous tremor shook the whole building. Mirror glass shattered and clattered to the floor, the structure leaning like the Tower of Pisa, rocking as if about to collapse, yet it never quite did. Through the dust, Jiang Si, wings beating, flew back into the third-floor lab. Scales fell in chunks and blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. All the reflected damage had been absorbed. His scales were mostly shattered away. And even his organs had taken a significant shock. The grief seed on his forehead had been pulverized, ending the transformation. His condition wasn't good. Most importantly, not only had his polluted magic been cleared, but now he could not absorb polluted magic. Even if a new grief seed were produced, his body would reject the polluted magic. He had never encountered this before, perhaps a hidden risk of the complete witch experiment. He was unsure whether his complete witch modification had ultimately succeeded or failed. Regardless, having a new form, he felt satisfied with the Dragonblood Warrior mode. Feng Xinzi's power was at least late blooming rank. To defeat a late blooming opponent on first transformation without leveling up felt great. No wonder this was the Azure Cloud Sect's long-lost legacy. Once recovered, it shone brilliantly. He searched the lab and found the little girl, grabbed her up and prepared to leave. Though he felt like he'd forgotten something, he had taken everything he needed. Time to go rest. Simo too, sir. He heard the girl suddenly croak weakly, Did you kill Miss Shen? Oh yes. Though surprised the girl had regained consciousness, Jiang Si had no time to care. Soon the Disaster Control Bureau people would arrive. Miss Shen was a very good person. Sniffling, the girl seemed on the verge of tears. Back when I was in Beihai, Miss Shen saved me once. Though she was short, she was powerful and gentle. What is this person babbling? A dream? When did I ever save you? Stop inventing memories. But later my parents moved, I had to leave Beihai and never had a chance to see Miss Shen again. I worked so hard, I wanted to see her once more. She choked as she continued. I didn't want to join the Disaster Control Bureau or be an outer disciple. I only wanted to become an inner disciple to see Miss Shen. Prepare $5,000 entrance fee, then go to Beihai and find the relevant contact for onboarding. The girl froze, her sobbing stopped for a moment. Jiang Si shot a glance. Prepare 5,000 and you still want me to teach you? Then who do I find? The girl asked in a parched voice. How would I know? He truly did not know who the contact was. Oh, the girl lowered her head and began to sob again, but now joining is meaningless. Miss Shen. That gentle, petty person, I'll never see her again. The girl in his grip quieted her sobs, but Jiang Si remained indifferent. He walked to the edge of the building, ready to jump. Only the third floor, the building leaned considerably, that height held no pressure for him. Simo too, the girl whispered. A deadly sensation flared in his awareness, then something icy pressed to his chest. He reflexively hurled the girl away, but it was too late. His heart constricted violently. A force detonated in front of him. The formerly frail girl now wore a pale purple magical outfit. You cannot be forgiven. Her wand felt like a cannon. That strike to his chest earlier had been a blast fired from the wand at his torso. I will never forgive those who harmed Miss Shen. Though trembling and clearly afraid, the pale purple magical girl braced herself and pointed her wand at Jiang Si. Before she could pull the trigger, Jiang Si punched her wand away with one blow. Then he kicked, sending her flying. He glanced at the rolling, crashing magical girl who slammed into a lectern, frowned, and rubbed his wound. A mere sprout-tier brat dares to defy a half-step impervious golden body. Even without polluted magic he could suppress with one hand. He didn't intend to keep entangling with the magical girl, he planned to jump and leave. A pitch-black whip suddenly cracked up from below. The surrounding walls were shredded, revealing the neighboring lab. Jiang Si's reaction lagged a beat. Though he raised a hand to block, the lash still struck and sent him flying into the wall. He slumped against it, breathing hard. Then he looked puzzled. "Thank you for your help, Simo 2. Feng Xinzi rose from the crater she had leapt out of, holding another Feng Xinzi who had fainted and exited her transformation. Tilting her head, the unharmed Feng Xinzi smiled. "If not for you, I don't know when I could have come out of the mirror." She set the unconscious Feng Xinzi down before the pale purple magical girl and waved. At once, thousands of shattered glass and mirror fragments reversed, as if time flowed backward, shards flying back from all directions to recombine into whole mirrors and panes. In no time, all the building's glass and mirrors were completely restored. "Alice of the Mirror Kingdom welcomes you. Simo 2, sir, on behalf of all citizens of the Mirror Kingdom, I invite you to enter the Heart Image Remnant with us, to liberate the Mirror Kingdoms." The pale purple magical girl stared blankly at the two Feng Xinzis, then glanced at the critically wounded Simo 2. What is happening?" But Simo 2 merely propped himself against the wall and forced himself up, blood flowing from his chest wound, breathing erratically. He could barely move, utterly spent. "You do not have the right to refuse, dear Simo 2. The Feng Xinzi before him ignored the pale purple girl and raised her wand toward Simo 2. "After complete witch state ended, you developed a rejection reaction to polluted magic. Your amazing physical body is now but a candle in the wind. The rules of victory have been set by us. You can only..." Dong! An archaic, melodious bell interrupted her. The bell's slightly piercing tone reverberated through the ruined lab and carried into the distance. Dong dong. The other Feng Xinzi, who had been unconscious, seemed roused by the bell and slowly opened her eyes. She looked around in confusion, then at Simo 2. The youngster breathed heavily, covered in wounds, his mask missing and cheeks streaked with blood. She actually recognized him. He was Keek's brother, Jiang Si. Before her shock subsided, Feng Xinzi parted her lips, because she saw a seed dense and almost black-purple appear in Simo 2's hand. "Heaven and earth are not humane." The high heat began to melt the surrounding mirrors, pupils wide with intertwined confusion and stupefaction. But the youth merely lifted his head, his blood-streaked face cold and indifferent, treating all things as straw dogs. Dong! The final bell and a heartbeat fell together, and a sliver of purple radiance shot forth from the darkness.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.